This is my impression.
There we go. Got the audio on. And help me find a sound for the soundboard. Why did the Democrats create the KKK? So they actually didn't. Nathan Bedford Forrest was a Whig member, but if you want to get super specific, the Triple K has had multiple different iterations, most of which has been, and all of which actually has been supported by conservatives. So even when you point to Democrats, that ignores the fact that there's been a significant party realignment. And we know that because the South is not Democrat anymore. If there wasn't a realignment, the South would still be Democrat. They would not be Republican, but they're Republican. So that's how we know there's. I don't even know how you argue with that. There was no Southern strategy, no realignment. But also, yeah, the South is Republican now. It's kind of weird. Kind of weird. You're clueless. I know you won't hop in here because you're scared. That's what I know. I know a whole lot of people love to chirp from the cheap seats, but will not hop in the box to come and face daddy. You know what I mean? If you guys want to go ahead and double tap the screen, comment, interact, help get some people in it, would appreciate it. That would be cool. Oh, man. I'm going to go ahead and do that. We're having a subathon today. I'm going to have to find a sound for the subathon. So, what do I use? Which one do I use? There we go. Should I go with that? Should I go with that one? Go get a job, he says while scrolling my fucking live stream. I have a job, idiot. You can be upset about the job I do. That's fine. Go back to your 9 to 5. Be upset. I don't care. All right, who is debating? STX, are you debating? Are you opposition? If you're debating, stay in the box. If you're not, please hop out. Would appreciate it. SNAP benefits is not a job. Okay, bud. Whatever. They're really upset. Look at that shit. That's crazy. I'm first triggered. Oh man, are you debating? That would be good. You know what I find? Just really weak Republicans really scared to join, but they're not silent. You know what I mean? It's like the guy that hides behind his bodyguard and yells at people. You know, because he knows that he's just scared. He just scared. Just scared. Anyways, if you're debating, go ahead and hop on in the box. Gotta get that air horn on here. All right. If you guys are over on TikTok, want to go ahead and double tap the screen, comment, interact, help get some people in here. Would appreciate it. I guess this guy's debating. Hello.
I'm not sure if you've seen my comment, but I'm not opposition. You can drop me if you want it. I was just gonna ask you a question.
Oh, you can ask. That's fine. We got a second.
So I do a little bit of counter intel against white supremacy. I do like infiltration stuff like that. I'm in Michigan, so it's like a pretty big hub for that stuff. Are you from? Are you on X ever?
No, I don't have X, but I am
Okay,
aware of
so
Michigan's. Yeah,
yeah,
Michigan
so
position.
on X, my for you pay or my feed is curated to right wing content, the biggest right wing creators, so like Cat Turd, you know what I'm saying, Garbage Human, accounts, stuff like that. There is an active and ongoing race war that is being perpetuated and slowly day by day taken off with disinformation, misinformation. Like it's gonna be bad. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not fear mongering because like, if you know anything about history, if you know anything about white supremacy, like you know what I'm saying, you know how these things work, how they manifest, how they, you know what I'm saying, adapt and mutate and hide themselves. But it's becoming a lot more open. You know what I'm saying? Like Shiloh was just another example of the openness, but like in Michigan, there are chapters where these men train, right? They have their own private gyms. They group up together. They train close quarter combat. They train fighting, MMA. They recruit young men straight out of high school. This is a huge thing. I don't know if you're familiar with the three percenters.
Yeah.
So the three percenters are especially big in a part of Michigan called Macomb County. You'll see the big trucks every day with the sticker on the back. And it's becoming more and more apparent of the membership in Michigan. So just like you know what I'm saying, how the Klan had their whatever, the three percenters are about as big as any gang you can think of, and they run these chapters like the military. So there's generals, there's officers. You know what I'm saying there's different ranks in this system they have, and it's very crazy. It's very crazy.
Yeah, I'm aware. You said you infiltrated, just like in their chat rooms and stuff like that.
No, I do infiltration and counter intel. So like I don't work for the government, obviously, but I've been doing this for about 4 or 5 years. So I've already have multiple accounts on different platforms, Rumble, Signal, like you name it. But like the way that we do it is a lot of these groups you have to show your face. They are very exclusive. Like they don't, you know what I'm saying, they don't trust a lot of people because this is a very big movement. So what we do is we'll obviously have, you know what I'm saying, either a younger white male, older white male, and when they have these Zoom calls or inspections is what they call them to like check if you are, you know what I'm saying, if you fit the code, you fit their standards. So I'll have the accounts, and then by the time we get to the point of an inspection, we'll have, you know what I'm saying, a younger white male who'll go in, he'll do the face interview, yada yada, and that just progresses us further. But this is it's very big in Michigan. I went to university in Ohio, rural Ohio. It's very big in Ohio. Um, but a lot of times when you see like these neo Yahtzees pop up in some of these places, It's not one particular group. These men, they network together, they meet up in a certain location, and then they send groups of people from across the state to meet together, and then they go out and they do their thing. They keep the mask on, whatever. But like the most dangerous part about it is they're willing to be arrested too. That's the biggest thing. Like they are absolutely 100% willing to be arrested because of just how many there is. Like in Michigan alone, we have, I want to say, maybe four or five different big hate groups, but each of those hate groups have different chapters amongst them in different parts of Michigan, stretching from the UP all the way down to like Metro Detroit area. They have radio stations, they have talk shows, they have podcasts. Like this is it's like a, I'm sorry, hold on, I'm babysitting, but it's a secret
Very good.
society, basically, right? So like when you think about the Klan, at the peak of the Klan, they had 5 million members. When the U.S. government designated them as a terrorist organization, their numbers increased, right? So you can only imagine what goes on now with social media, where you don't have to meet in person, you don't have to drive out. It's a very, very big, prevalent movement.
Yeah. No, I am. Yeah, I'm pretty aware that it was, pretty extensive, but
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. But I just, I watch you and Jaden all the time. I talk to Jaden, I'm saying, here and there. You guys are great. I love what you're doing. Like, you guys are super, super informative. But I'm saying, just something to keep your, I'm saying, keep your ear out on. It's big. It's very big, and especially in the area that I am in Michigan. I won't drop any local school names or whatever, but my sister was assaulted in school by a son of one of these men who was a part of this chapter. He was a well-known white supremacist, and his son was spewing some racist rhetoric on the bus. My sister like told him, "Hey, that's not cool." You know what I'm saying? If you're going to talk like that, do it amongst yourself in your own time. He didn't like it, so she was standing in the front desk recording a video so she can go report it, and he walked up to her and punched her straight in the face. Yep, and then and this was it's kind of messed up. It was during my senior night, so I witnessed him do it. I instantly hop on the kid, you know what I'm saying, handle business, whatever, and then I was suspended on my senior night, and my sister tried to make the case like, hey, can you guys move the suspension till Monday? Don't do it on his senior night, whatever, whatever. But they did not care. They suspended me just for the action of fighting, and the kid got to come back to school.
You know what I find super interesting, really quick? Because I'm reading the chat. There's a lot of MAGA in here. They're all really, really scared to come in here. Um, and what I find interesting is that instead of them being like, oh, that's fucked up, right? They immediately gaslight and be like, no, 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 no. They run to the defense of white supremacists.
Oh,
Isn't that
absolutely.
fucking crazy?
Yeah. Yeah,
All the
it's a
time. I
norm.
find that so fascinating. It
It's a
doesn't matter
defense
what
technique.
it's so fucking tribal in its nature because it doesn't matter what
Mm-hmm.
they say, right? It doesn't
Mm-hmm.
matter what the other person says as long as it's against me
Yep,
or as long as it's against someone else, right? They'll
absolutely.
run to the defense of literally anyone. It's fucking crazy. It's insane. I can't
And it's
imagine a
funny.
world in which I'm such a brainwashed little sheep that I run to the
Mhm.
defense of some of the worst people in the world. It's
Oh,
crazy.
absolutely. And it's so funny.
Crazy.
It's that it takes more energy to deny and continue to propagandize yourself than it does to actually see it for what it is.
Right. They
Like
just run in.
it takes way more energy to deny than to actually see it for what it is. So it's like I don't
Yeah.
even pay attention to that. I've been doing this for, I'm about to be on my 6th year. I've been doing this for so long. I can walk down the street and I can see a person's tattoo. You know what I'm saying, that I've seen. You know what I'm saying. I like the 3 percenters. I'm not sure if you've seen like the hand gesture they do where they curve the index finger and wrap the thumb on top to make the W, like the WP or whatever. Like men will get this tattooed on their leg, on their kneecap, elbows. Another common tattoo is the bones tattoo. So it'll be like the groove of what a bone would look like on the top and the bottom will be the shape of the B, and it'll stand for brotherhood. Or they'll do the same thing with other letters. They'll make bones out of A's to show for Aryan. Like this is like I can go down, you know what I'm saying, a slew of different tattoos and and nomers and signifiers. Like this is it's so common that it's like denying it is almost like looking up at the sun and saying it's not there this morning.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, I
Yeah,
appreciate you coming in. Gonna.
nice man. Let's get to your debates. I'll be in here watching.
Yeah. Take care. That is crazy though. It's like it's so weird to watch because no matter what I say, they will literally run to the defense of whoever I'm in opposition to. Doesn't matter who. If I said some bad shit about Hitler, they would never address it. They'd just be like, "Well, you, well, you, well, you." That's exactly what they would do. This weird dude, Ramal, and go away. What's going on? What's your take?
My take is that I work long, hard hours as an electrician, and I build plants, work in the oil fields, and I like the things that Trump offers to a person who works hard and throws his body away physically, and then especially is not around his family because he's always at work.
You work
And
doing what exactly? You're in
I'm an
electricity
electrician.
and in oil
I'm an
plants?
electrician. I build plants, and I
Plants for
work in
what?
oil fields.
Oh yeah, where are you in Texas or are you in Pennsylvania?
I'm in Texas and New Mexico.
Oh, your ass about to get laid off because of
Nope.
Trump. No,
I
you're about
don't
to
ever
get
get laid off. I don't.
you're about to get laid off because of
I've
Trump.
stayed good during COVID, bro. I've never a problem in my 24 years of doing electrical had a problem of getting a job.
You know they're shutting rigs down in Texas, right?
I'm not even in Texas right now. I'm in New Mexico doing oil
They're
fields. I
shutting
own a
rigs
house
down
in
everywhere.
Texas. I
They're
own a
shutting rigs
house in
down
Texas.
everywhere. They're shutting rigs down everywhere.
When they no, bro, trust me.
Yeah,
There,
Trump
there's
signed it. Trump brokered a new OPEC deal. It's going to cost a lot of Americans their job in the next
bro.
month or two.
I work in the field,
I'm just
so
telling you what's happening. Oil prices are coming down. People in America lose their jobs. That's the way it works.
yeah, exactly. It gets slower in the oil business. That's a fact. But I don't rely on that. I'm an electrician, so I don't rely on oil flowing. I build plants. I build all kinds of things. And what I'm trying to
Right, but
say is,
if you're working from the oil field
right
and
now, I am
oil,
currently.
right, and
I
oil
build.
building oil plants is declining or slowed or paused.
I'm gonna tell you right now, the oil field never stops, bro. It
It
just
may never
slows down.
stop, but it's gonna
And the
slow.
slowdown is 40, 50 hours a week. So
Okay,
we're good. Trust me, it's always popping. I'm
sure,
in the
we'll
field.
see.
But what I'm getting at is that he looks out for that guy. He's trying to give
Except,
me tax free on weekends. He's trying to give me tax free 150,000
no, he's
below.
not. Why?
He's
No, he's
not.
not. No,
Okay, well
they
that's what
already
I know
they
because
no, they
I
already sent
watch
out their
this.
tax proposal. It didn't include tax breaks for us. Include tax breaks for billionaires.
He's
Four point
looking
five
out for
trillion dollars.
what I'm trying to say is he's looking out for the American that's
How is he
middle
looking
class,
out?
working hard, trying to freaking make
So
something
what
of
has
his
he done
life.
for us? Because
And
he
there's a
gave
lot of
he's
people in
given
this
money. He's
world
given a lot
that
of
don't
giveaways
want to
to
go to
billionaires.
work. That
Wait,
those
wait, wait.
people that do go to work carry them on their back.
Yeah. So, anyways, what has he done for you or me?
He's done a lot. He's right now he's found a lot of problems. He's got
What's he?
Doge back in process, and it's currently finding all kinds of problems. If you don't know about that, go to Doge.com or Doge.gov, whatever it
What does
is.
that have to
And
do with me? They've actually the amount of
it
money
has to
that the
do,
government.
I don't know. Do you pay? I don't even know if you contribute money to the world like I do. You know what I
Well,
mean? You might just be
I
a guy that lives in
do.
mom's house in the basement.
I do contribute with taxes, but my question is, what has he done for us?
How
You're just
much do
saying
you
that
contribute?
Doge,
How
it's
much
none of
do
your
you work?
business.
How
It's
much
none of
do
your
you work?
business.
How much do you work? How much
Less
do
than
you
you.
offer to this world?
Less than you, and I do a lot, so I'm good. I'm asking you a question though.
That's what I'm
If you could
trying to
not make
say.
it about the
So
ad homs, listen. I used to do construction and the difficult work, and your bullshit of being like, you need to find a job. I'm perfectly comfortable what I'm doing. So mind your damn
no,
business. Awesome,
I'm not
cool,
trying to say that. I'm
cool.
saying
Stay out of my
that when I
business. It's
work
none of your
long
business.
hours,
It's
I'm
none of
not
your
talking about
business what
peaceful.
I
I'm talking
do.
about working long hours. I want my money to go to something that's worthwhile. And we're not
Okay,
even
well,
finding those
okay,
problems with
then
other
you should
people's
know that
government.
you're aware that the deficit has gone up under Trump since he's been in office. He hasn't saved us any money. He's cost us more money. The United States deficit has
No,
increased
no,
since Trump
everything's
took
gonna be
office.
good, bud. It's all gonna balance out. You're
I don't know what
overreacting.
you're talking
You're
about
acting
that.
like
You're
the
telling me that Doge saved money, but
you're
I'm
one of the
showing you that,
panickers. You're one of the
buddy,
panickers that he
can you
talks
calm
about.
down? You're
You
losing
have
it.
the panicking
You're
disorder.
losing it. I just simply asked you what Trump has done for us,
Yeah,
and you
you're trying
haven't
to get
told
me with
me.
terms and terminology
I'm
and
not getting you with
freaking.
terms. You said he's for
Yeah, you
us. I'm
are,
asking you
bro.
what
You're
he's done
sounding
because
like
in the
such a
same time he
sniper.
hasn't done anything for us. He's
Everything is
given
gonna
four and
work
a half
out, bud.
trillion
Chill
dollars.
out.
Dude, I'm
Just
asking you for
a week and a
specifics.
half ago, you guys were like,
Bro, you
"Oh, the
gotta
stock market's
stop. You're
blowing up."
failing at this
Blah.
real fucking bad, man.
Now the
Stop
stock
crashing
market's
out.
doing
Who
good,
called
and
the
it's
crash out?
it is,
Someone
it
called the
is.
crash out in the fucking chat. Someone was like,
I'm
he's
just
gonna
saying,
crash
bro. It's
out.
like,
Crash. They
it's like,
said crash out incoming. Who said that?
I'm just saying, bro. Like, fucking.
I'm just asking you for what he's done.
You guys are acting like you're so involved now when Trump's in office, but when Biden was in office, none of you were out there politically, uh,
I've been
soldiers,
doing this for
political soldiers.
four or
But all of
five
a
years,
sudden,
bud.
Trump's
I've
what?
been doing
All of
this
a
for
sudden, Trump's
four or
in
5 years.
office,
5 years.
you guys do is find anything you can to hate.
Bro, I've been
It's
doing
the
this for
Trump
5 years.
derangement
I'm
system.
asking you for what he's done
Gentlemen.
good. Why can you not tell me something he's done good that's helped
Oh
us?
man, he's done so many things good. You know what? I just saw a little video right now of one of his family members, his niece or his granddaughter. She's in the White House eating a freaking White House cookie, and not there's no cocaine in the house or nothing like that. You know what I mean? There's
What does
nothing
that
wrong
have to
going
do? I've
on.
just asked you that question about
There's
4 or
no
5 times
illegal
now. It's
stuff
pretty
going
simple.
on.
Yeah, there
There's
is.
no
There
one
absolutely
receiving money
is.
from other
There
countries.
absolutely
Look at
is
the
illegal shit
tariffs.
going on.
Look at the
Dude, he's
tariffs, bro. It's working. China's going
bro,
down.
stop with the
China's
crash.
fighting
Hey,
right now in
hey,
China.
hey,
China
hey,
people
hey.
are.
All right, I'm gonna mute him, even though he's probably gonna leave that I muted him. You need to calm the fuck down. I don't know what the fuck this is. I've just asked you a simple question. Can you tell me what he's done for you or me? That's it. That's all I asked. I
It
didn't
just
ask for
says so
anything
many
else.
things. I don't get why you don't get it.
You have literally not said a single thing that he's
Yes,
done
I
for us.
have. I just
Okay, can
told
you
you.
tell us what
China's
he's
in
done
an
for us?
uproar. China's in
I
an
don't know
uproar.
what
They're
does that
about
have
to
to do
come
with
to the.
us?
Everything you guys have complained about is all fallen in order, basically. You guys just
What are you
find one more thing
what
to complain about.
what is this guy
That's
fucking
all
talking
you.
about?
Do you know that you will do this the rest of the 4 years?
Dude, I'm
Do
asking
you
you
know
really
that?
simply. I don't you're cringing everybody out. I'm just asking you. Can you tell
What's
me
up with these
what he's
words,
done for
bro?
you or I?
Are you from the 80s, bro? The Cure? Cringing, bro. Cringing people out, bro. Crash out, dude. Fuck. I just told you a lot of
Real
bro.
question, super serious question. Are you on something right now?
Yeah, I'm on life.
Is that what they're calling it?
I'm on life.
What is life short for?
Look, bro, I was supposed to go to work today. I went. They told me it was raining. Don't go today. Boom, I came home. I'm chilling. I heard you. Boom, you're running your. You can tell you're like paid or something. I don't know what your problem is.
Yeah,
You're obviously
totally
not
paid.
out there in the real world that everyone's
I,
in.
yeah, sure, okay.
You know what I'm
Do you have a
saying? Like,
fucking bro? Listen, I don't need your commentary here. It's really annoying, like really annoying. I'm just asking you a simple question that you're not answering.
I've told you a lot of things he's doing good for us, bro.
What has he done for us? You just said China. I asked, what did he do for us? Because I can say stuff he's done for billionaires. He's cut their
rearranging the system.
regulations. He's cut their taxes. He's given them
rearranging the
$4.5
system.
trillion
He's
away.
rearranging the system. He's helping out the middle class and taking from the
What
big and
is
not worrying about the rich.
what do you I don't know what that means. What has he done for us? What piece of
Then you don't
legislation,
know.
what
Then you
policy?
don't know, bro.
I
Then you
know.
don't
I'm
know.
asking you because I would like
You
to
can
know
play
what he
dumb
did.
for 4 years.
I would like to know what he's done. Can you tell
Play
me
dumb
something
for
good
4
he's
years.
done?
We all already know. We don't have to explain to you guys no more.
He's got
We
nothing.
don't have to explain.
I
We
know
don't have
because
to
you don't
answer
because you
CNN.
don't know. Right, you don't
CNN doesn't
know.
have to get answered
I know you
anymore.
don't know.
They
You
can
don't know
say
because he
next,
hasn't done
next
anything.
question. Let's get a real question.
All right,
Because
here's
this
my
fake news,
premise. You got to
fake
stop, man.
news
You
is
got to
not.
stop.
Well, I'm just saying, bro.
Stop.
You
Here's
trying
my
to act,
here's my
what are you
premise.
trying to say that like
Can you
Biden did something
stop
better? Sleepy
yapping?
Joe, we saw him like 4 times during the 4 years.
Can you stop yapping for a second?
You
Yes,
saw
I can
Sleepy
name
Joe
you.
like 4 times, and he fell on a bike and fell.
Bro, you're really, really annoying me. Really annoying. If anybody wants to debate, I didn't tell you to unmute yet.
Where
Sit
were you?
tight. Listen. Go. Stop. I know you took a day off from your fake job to
Where
come in
were you
here
though when
and
he was
try to
falling
stop some
around?
stuff.
Where were you then when he was falling around?
If you can't stop, I'm going to have to kick you, man. I know what's happening right now is you don't have a response to the question that I asked, so now you're crashing out. That's
I
really
just
what's
told you a
happening.
bunch
Because
of things,
I didn't tell
bro.
you to talk yet. Did I tell you to talk? I don't think I did. Did anybody here say, hey, you can talk now? I don't think I said. I'm pretty sure I didn't. That's
Sorry,
crazy.
Massey.
I didn't tell you to talk. That's fucking wild. You have a problem? No wonder they fucking sent you home today. All right, you there?
Yes, sir.
I'm just kidding. Go away. Leoff, appreciate it. Here's 30 to kick this super vague idiot. He's rearranging the system code for I have no clue what the government is or does. Leoff, appreciate the 30 for the kick. Can we get some dubs and drumsticks in the chat for Leoff? Starting it off here strong. Leoff, can we get some dubs and drumsticks? We are having a subathon, trying to keep the channel going. So if you guys want to do a solid and you guys want to sub, you can gift subs on any one of the platforms. Would appreciate it because TikTok is on some bullshit. So trying to keep it going. If you guys want to sub over to YouTube I think it'd be probably preferred. Tier 2, you guys can watch the playbacks, or Patreon, where the playbacks get posted over there. If you guys want to support, that would be great because TikTok is... Be honest, Trump's fucking me. Real bad with all this bullshit. And I think he's fucking everyone. He was supposed to fix TikTok. Hasn't happened yet. Anyways, if you're debating, hop on in the box. Would appreciate it. That'd be cool. Who's the Gavin guy? Didn't he crash out? Hey, AJC, appreciate it for the 5 gifted subs. I don't know if my thing here is working. I don't think my audio is. I'm gonna play this.
Hey,
Wait, hold on.
I'm not really here to debate. But I wanted to ask. I seen that you don't have your boyfriend with you today.
Is this guy the same? Did I kick you last time for doing some weird stuff?
No, I was just wanting to let you know. I was just wanting to know if you still had found anything better to do.
This is weird, man.
It's weird.
Why you up here just being
AJC,
like, hey,
appreciate the
why don't you do
5
something
gifted.
better?
Right, why didn't you do something better? Why are you in my live right now?
Well, I'm on lunch break right now, and I was scrolling through For You page, and I seen you were on my live again. So I was just gonna see,
What do you
like,
have
you
for
still doing
lunch?
the same thing.
Did anybody
What
ask?
are we having for lunch?
What
Anybody
am I
remember
eating
me
for
asking?
lunch?
It's really weird to me because in no way, shape, or form have I ever thought about what you do with your life or whether or not I care. So it is really weird that you're over here like, I'm just living in your head. AJC, appreciate the 5 gifted. Dubs and drumsticks in the chat with the 5. We are having a subathon. If you guys want to sub over there, would
So
appreciate it.
you
Help
get on
trying to
here,
keep the
you
channel
get on here on
going.
these lives and everything, and you feel like you're actually doing something. I mean, like, you don't even know what,
Me?
like, you have no idea what you're talking about. Like,
Me?
all
I don't have any
all
idea
this
what I'm
bullshit,
talking about? No
all you're
way.
doing is bitching and moaning about
No
Donald
way.
Trump. That's
Okay,
all
I'll
you
ask
do.
you a
That's your whole
question then.
existence.
Oh, no way. What have I gotten wrong? What do I not know what I'm talking about?
Like, everything that you say on these lives is just a bunch of bullshit. It's a bunch
Kiki,
of
appreciate it. Thank you. I'm asking for
It's
one thing
propaganda.
specifically. I'm asking for one thing specifically. Kiki, cash at me outside. Appreciate it.
What-
Thank you guys for
what
the
exactly do
subs.
you
I'll get the
mean?
soundboard going up in a second. Kiki and Cash App, thank you guys for taking the time out to do that. Sorry, go ahead.
What do you mean? Like, you're just saying propaganda? That's all this is. This is.
I don't
all
know
you
what
do,
what has I
propaganda.
said. What have I said that's propaganda? I don't say things I can't back up.
You aren't backing anything up. You just tell people
Okay,
they're
what am I-
uneducated and they have no idea what they're talking about.
Cool.
That's
What
all
have
you
I
say.
been
That's
wrong
your whole
about? I'm
basic-
just asking you. What have I been wrong about? Because this is what happens.
Literally,
People
all
come in
you have
here.
to do, like,
Really,
you
I
always wanna
just
say
hey, I
you
was
want
in the middle of
sources.
talking.
Get
I was in the middle of
all
talking.
you want to say is you want sources.
I'm
Get
in
on
the middle of
fucking White House
talking.
archives. I
I'm
don't
in
give
the
a
White
fuck if you're
House.
talking.
Hey,
Fuck
listen,
you,
listen.
fucking faggot.
I do.
Bro,
That feels like
alright.
projection. Can we get? I don't want to report it, but Gavin, you need to go get some mental help. Go talk to someone. Matter
No,
of
that's
fact,
what you do.
now shut up.
Hey, Gavin, why can't we just have a conversation instead of you come up
I
here
don't
just
know.
using slurs? And
I don't know.
Weird. It's weird.
See, what happens is this, basically, I just ask them, hey, this happens, and Josh, you've been in here a long time, so you know that this is the case. I ask them, hey, what have I got wrong? And they're just like, everything, literally everything, everything you say. And it's weird because like when they come in and like they do bring something up, I'm like, no, that's not even what it's either they like, here's what's funny. They'll hear me say something and then they'll wait like 3 days to come in after they've attempted to fact check it. And what they say I said is not what I said, right? Like really not what I said. And they do it all the fucking time. It's crazy. Nah, that's not what I said. All right, if you are opposition, hop on in the box. Would appreciate it. If you guys want to support the channel, we are having a subathon, so I'd appreciate it if you guys want to sub on here. It looks like we're going to be hanging out on this account as opposed to this account over here. So if you guys do want to sub, going to work on some stuff over the course of the day today. Probably have a panel live in a little bit, get a little bit more people. But yeah,
I thought Jaden was
Queen,
coming
what's
in.
going on?
I was hoping he would.
Hello. Okay. If you're opposition, go ahead and hop on in the box. Would appreciate it. It is weird, you know, how many of them crash out. And it's like, I'm just asking them for something he's done. That's pretty much the extent of a debate with them now. Is like, what's he done? And they're like, literally everything. Literally everything he's done.
What's going on in Seattle, man?
With what?
I heard there's a takeover of a building
I don't know. There was some
That they're
protest
protesting
at UW.
in the university. Yeah,
Yeah.
the UW. They're taking over a building, and I don't know. It's kind of. This is the kind of stuff I worry about because this is.
thought they
this
were
is
kicked
what he's
out.
going to use to.
They
Did
were
kick
kicked
him
out, but yeah, that is what he's going to use. Yeah. Lib's back at it. I know we take over a dormitory. They're like, oh my God, the sky is falling. They try to overthrow the United States government. They're like, no big deal. I think they do it again. Yeah, that's fine.
It was a guided tour, a 3-hour tour.
Yeah. Kiki,
Yeah,
Cash
man.
App, AJC, and Leoff. Appreciate it. Thank you. If you guys send a Venmo or a Cash App, I cannot see it yet because I'm on this live, so I will thank you guys here shortly. But I'm on my other phone on this account. So, but if you guys want to support, we're having a bit of a subathon today. We're going to be running this till 3 o'clock. So, you know, hopefully we get some subs and trying to pull something through to save the channel because TikTok live or video views are whew.
What's your sub goal today? 20 subs?
Sub goal? Nah. For 6 hours, I think we'll probably do like,
Oh shit, 6 hours, 50 at least.
yeah, I think at least 50 subs. If we could hit 100, that would be cool. But, you know, but if you
be
guys want to
awesome.
sub over on YouTube, that's the best place to sub. YouTube or Patreon or pick a higher tier. Would appreciate it. Trying to keep this channel up and running, but I don't know. We'll see in the next month or so. So it's kind of what we got.
So apparently there was a police raid of a gay bar last night. They were having a drag show. 20 police officers came in there and scooped them all up and tried to like I don't know what's going on. It's clearly Christian nationalism because they're citing them for health issues and compliancy issues when you know other bars they routinely have too many people within there. They have reports of people being, you know, slipping stuff in drinks. I don't know how to put all this stuff and be TikTok friendly. But yeah, they're rating drag shows now. That happened last night in Philadelphia.
Rating drag shows. Of course they would be.
Yeah, that's happening, man.
Trying to figure who subbed. Who sent the 5? I don't know why TikTok doesn't make it easy for you to see who sent the 5. I appreciate the 5 subs.
Did they do 5 gifted? That's
When
awesome.
was it
I didn't see who it was.
Michelle? Appreciate it. Thank you. Kiki, appreciate the 5 gifted subs. Nice. And Green, appreciate it. Thank you for becoming the membership over there. Thank you, guys. Can we get some dubs and drumsticks in the chat for them? I'm going with the 90s horn tonight.
Oh. It
Or
was
the
Pittsburgh,
early
my bad.
2000. Early 2000 remix. Without common sense. It is really
Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, same thing.
How do you argue? So really quick,
pissed off
the
at
term,
everybody.
no, the term common sense. How do I argue with that? Because common sense is super subjective. So I could think you're an idiot, right? And that's, you know, that's if you have an idea of common sense and I don't. It's a thought terminating cliche, though. It has to be, right? Like, well, common sense, because I can't argue with what you think is common sense, but you're an idiot for thinking that, right? Just sort of insulates you from being wrong. Like, they'll be like, common sense. Like, we're talking about fucking, like, like biology or something like super scientific that is in fact provable, you know? Green, appreciate it. Kiki, appreciate it. Thank you. Is Mel? I saw Mel. Is Mel in here still? I don't know who's all in here, but we could have a panel live up and throw some people up and do some reviews and stuff. But if you guys want to debate, that would be cool. This person's name's Trust. They're not gonna join. Common sense, man can't be woman. Tough for you. So it would depend on what your, I don't know what common sense means in that regard, right? Because man and woman are both scientific terms, right? They're colloquial terms, but they also have scientific meaning. So you can't say common sense for something that has a scientific meaning because we have to define it. So common sense doesn't tell me if and or what the other. So why don't you look at the relevant literature? You just saying something is true doesn't make it true, right? Just doesn't make it true. A man can't be a woman? Verify that. How? Actually, hop in and tell us. How are you going to create the definitional standards so that you can make that make sense? How are you going to argue across the body of literature and research? That's the question. And why haven't you produced your own scientific body of research? That's a better question. Why have you not taken on these studies? If it's so simple, so common sense, why have you not written responses to major studies looking at trans identity? A pretty simple concept, right? And also, why do you care? Why do you really, truly care? I don't understand why it bothers you. Why you're such a weak, so weak of a human that it bothers you. Does it take from your identity? Does it affect you at all? It's funny that the same people that are claiming that they want, like, you know, people to just be left alone are suddenly now interjecting themselves in trans people's lives. And they use kids as a buffer. Like, oh, we're protecting kids. Not my kid.
Protecting kids.
My kid is not going to agree with you at all. My kid is going to be privy to the scientific information and data and understanding. So I don't know whose kid you're trying to protect because it ain't mine. Why don't you let parents make that own decision?
Trans kids don't exist. Yeah, it's fucking weird. So did you hear about the guy that ran over a cop?
And then they go talking about kids. Isn't that crazy? They go talking about kids. That's fucking wild. They go, oh, we're protecting kids. And then they talk and start talking shit about kids. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, did you hear about the guy that ran over a cop? The cop shot his kid.
Who was this?
Yeah, no, so there was, the gentleman's name is Rodney Hinton, sorry. My eyes are kind of blurry. Rodney Hinton. He's a black man. An Ohio cop shot and unalived his son. A couple days later, the Ohio father ran over the cop, unaliving him. And to be fair, in Rodney Hinton's defense, the cop did match the description of the person that hurt his son. So, you know, I mean, he was fearing for his life. I'm just giving a little defense for the guy who ran over the cop that killed his kid.
He killed. What was the situation with his kid?
The Ohio the cop shot a black man. The black man's father took vengeance out and ran him over with his car.
Huh.
And the cop did fit the description of the cop that killed his kid. So, like,
I do want to say this is the problem with vigilanteism. You know? As a dad, though, I understand that. Because something happened to my kid, you better hope the fucking cops find you first. You better pray.
But what if it's a cop that did it to your kid? That's the point.
I know.
That's the point. And apparently, Alberta, Canada, is open to the idea of putting. They're trying to separate from Canada. They're going to put it on the ballots in 2026. Have you
They're
heard
not
this?
like it doesn't. It has to be
So-
approved by the Canadian Parliament, though. Like that's the
right,
way it
but
always
if they
works.
get the votes on it, though, if they get the votes
Yeah,
on
I
it,
don't
they're
think they'll
talking
get the
about
vote. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Alberta goes to Middle America. We take BC and Victoria Island, right? And we have Cascadia on the West Coast. We have Cascadia. Huh? Huh?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What's the point of that, Tupo? I think I was kind of clear enough on what I was saying.
They better connect with Greenland. Canada, I mean, Canada's not going to allow it, but Alberta, so it's actually, this is a pretty common occurrence, right? Where like Republicans are like, or conservatives specifically are like, we need to break off and make our own thing. But also whenever they win, they're like, yeah, if you don't like it, leave. But in Washington State, they're like, oh, we need to split the state because West, versus the East side. It's like, that's just demographics. If you don't like it there, go to fucking Idaho. Bye, leave. So, but they do this all the time. Like, if you do not like the West Coast, if you do not like living in Washington State, get the fuck out. Eastern Washington tries to do it. California tries to do it. It's like, if you don't fucking like it, leave. The moment that they feel like, oh my God, we can't win an election here, we should change the rules. It's like, it's like even the system you guys have built to benefit you, you're not fucking happy with. Just get the fuck out, go to Idaho. Go to Idaho. We don't want you here, right? I like Montana more than I do Idaho, to be honest with you, because at least Montana has pockets of sanity. Idaho is just nuts. And you know what's weird about Idaho? They don't have a helmet law. It really is just natural selection, right? At first I was like, what the fuck are they doing? And then I'm just like, well, you're going to bounce your head off a fucking pavement. Best of luck to you. I don't know what to tell you. Just turn into... It's like, people that don't wear their seatbelts turn a 25-mile-an-hour accident into a fucking ER trip or worse. You hit the steering wheel the wrong way. These fucking guys. They're homicidal. And they want... They're esocidal. And they're with homicidal tendencies. They just want everybody to die. I
want everybody to go look up on YouTube spider webbing a windshield, and that'll show you the importance of wearing a seatbelt. There's a very distinct, like when a paramedic rolls up on a scene, he has to describe the scene in his report, and he adds in things like there was water here during a slip, or arrived on scene and found that the windshield was spider webbed. That's a very distinct thing. That's caused by a face. That's somebody's head hitting a windshield. So
yeah,
the importance of seatbelts is there.
Yeah, I was I don't know, a while ago, maybe like 5 years ago or something. I saw this guy. There was an accident in front of me in traffic. And I got out to go see what was going on and make sure, because no one was stopping. And this dude was fucking in the car seizing. He only it was a head on at 35, but the other car was stopped, maybe 30. But he flung himself out of that seat, hit his head on the steering wheel, and sitting there seizing in the car. Just one of those things that's completely preventable, that you done fucked up for no goddamn reason. But whatever. We got this person. They have a crucifix. So expect hate. Expect a lot of hate.
Unchristian.
Hello.
Sebas, what's up? What's going on?
What's up? So,
How old are you?
support Trump.
Okay.
How old are you?
18.
Okay. Is there somewhere you can go that's quieter?
No.
you at
because
church right now?
No, I'm talking. I don't know why all these little Democrats are thinking that they're smarter and better, even though Trump has clearly done more things for this country than Biden. Biden tried to bomb the
Bro,
Twin Towers 3 times in 2 months. Debate that,
what?
huh? Debate that.
What?
No, don't hug me. Debate.
I didn't hear you. There's too
18.
I
much
don't.
There's too much
Yeah,
background,
yeah,
man.
yeah,
We
yeah.
can't
There's too much
understand
What
what
background
you're
year were
saying.
you? What year
no,
were
no,
you
because you
born?
can't make a valid argument, so you're just making up
Are you
excuses.
are you in high school right now? Are
Yeah,
you in
bro. I'm pretty
class?
sure he's in the
The fuck?
cafeteria. I'm pretty sure he's in the cafeteria. Okay. Anyways, if you're debating, hop in the box. If you're not, please hop out. I got that thought exactly. I was like, okay, very clearly a troll. But anyways, if you're debating, go ahead and hop in the box. Would appreciate it. Someone come get their fetus.
Prawn.
What's up, Kron? What's
Well,
going on? What's
I just
happening?
think it's really interesting. A lot of the young men recently, like I'm 44. My cousin's he's in his early 50s, and both of his youngest sons, he was just telling me about how weird he think it is that they both just think the whole Trump thing's really cool. And like one's 18, like that dipshit who was probably just 16 that was just on, and the other one is like 21 or 2. And they both don't know their ass from a hole in the ground, but they think that Trump is really, really, really cool.
Yeah.
And I just think that was interesting to hear that from my cousin. And
Yeah.
I'm glad you have a lot of people in your room. And I just want to say something to your MAGA folks. I know you guys. I know you got a lot of tough guy MAGAs in your crowd. 500 people, 600. And I know a lot of them are probably real tough guys who never cried a day in their life. But they just see me and they just weep tears of joy. They strap on those maggot knee pads and they look up at me with those big tough guy eyes and they just gag on my MAGA. Greedily slurp up every drop. Not a drop hits the ground. Thank you, you greedily thirsty MAGA fools. I love the uneducated. You're so easy to manipulate. I just want to thank you for strapping on those MAGA knee pads so tight. I'm here all week. Thank you. Excuse me. Wrong. They're gonna make tabby tostadas. They're gonna make corgi cupcakes. They're gonna make Labrador lasagna, and the bougie ones are gonna make Malinois Wellington.
Well, Trump, you should probably get back to selling your steaks. Appreciate you for coming in, though.
Oh, I have liters. I have literal liters of water left too. I sell it for $675.47 per drop.
You know,
Worth
I'm
every
willing to
penny.
bet, real talk, I'm willing to bet that if Trump bottled Flint water and sold it as a miracle cure, they'd buy it.
Brown and all.
Yeah.
They would make
All right,
coffee
well,
with it.
appreciate you
All
for
right, bro.
coming in,
Appreciate you.
Trump.
Have a
Take
good
care,
day.
man. I did read this piece, though, that was basically like, I did read this piece where it was like, these younger kids, they don't know anything different, right? Trump has been a part of their existence since they were young. So they don't know anything different, right? And it makes sense when you think about it like that. And in part because the proliferation of red pill shit, and really the proliferation of people just being able to think whatever they want, right? Without any validity, whatever, to that degree, right? And they will just demonize the left, demonize anything they can to bring that point. But yeah, it is really difficult to watch America at this point because anybody can believe anything and they can just deny objective reality. They can just deny what you can prove, right? Why? Because idealism wins. And that's a crazy world we live in, right? Where we're not talking about the 40s or 50s or 30s, 40s when, fascism broke out. We're talking about modern day America where you have the truth at the tip of your fingertips and these motherfuckers still can't figure it out. Because for a while there, right? If you remember this, like 10 years ago, even longer, for a while there, they didn't really have a response, right? When you would bring up like, you're wrong because of this. you're wrong. Like, here's the fucking proof, right? They'd be like, "Ugh," and they'd steam and vent about it. But they didn't really have a way to rattle back about it. Now, Trump has given them an out to being an idiot. Literally just saying fake news. Everything's fake. Everything I don't agree with is fake. And so we end up in a world where there's no objective truth. There's no objective reality. They can just think whatever they want. They can say whatever they want. It doesn't have to be backed up in anything. And day in, day out, they can make up their own reality. It's really crazy that that's the world we live in. And I've told this story before. I had a conversation with my mega cousin many years ago. And he made this claim that I was like, you're full of shit. And we looked it up, and he sat there and scrolled through 4 Google pages before finally going, those are just liberal sources. And it was at that point that I should have known they're just going to deny reality outright. They're just going to fucking deny it. And the best thing about it for them, right? There's no consequences to being wrong. So they can just be wrong indefinitely. They can change their mind indefinitely. There's no consequences. However, this Trump administration is laying out consequences for being wrong. Tariffs, taxes, and economic burden. And so they're going to get to feel it. We're all unfortunately going to feel it. They're just going to feel it a lot as well. So,
Bro, do you ever feel like Donald Trump went to work one day?
Someone said
all his coworkers, the other world leaders, were mean to him, and he got mad and he came home and he beat his kids. We're his fucking kids. You ever
worst
feel like
kids,
that?
yeah. He really just turning on it for his dad never loving him. So instead, is this live being broadcast from Moscow or Beijing? I'm not Republican, so no. You'll have to go turn on Crowder. But yeah, they Trump. I really think that Trump is just an insecure man. I don't even think he's a man. I think he's a child. He's insecure. He's vastly stupid. He does not know his ass from his elbows, to be honest with you. He's a confused person, and he's stupid. And he also can't really cope with the fact that his dad never loved him. Obviously, Cohen, really supercharged his insanity. And here we are with a malignant narcissist, a guy that lies just to lie, a guy that has no concept of the world around him. The reality is whatever he says it is, because there's been no real consequences for MAGA in supporting him. There really hasn't been. And this time there's going to be consequences. But
So
you basically have a guy whose dad never loved him, and we're here.
Yeah, not enough hugs. I want to point out the first prison, the first camp that was built in the 1930s was Dachau. Dachau was specifically built for political opposition, specifically communists and socialists. They didn't even do the anti-Semitism at that point in the war. They were just focusing on opposition. In the last few weeks, we've seen Donald Trump try to label people who are speaking out against or helping Palestine or speaking for Palestine, label them as T-words. And then, just 2 days ago, he's like, hey, I'm going to open up Alcatraz. That kind of sounds like a Dachau kind of situation to me. Somewhere that he can just put his political opponents and, on an island.
Yeah, I expect they're probably... Well, I wouldn't put it past him. I just hope that they get bogged down in enough bullshit that they're not able to get done what they need to get done. That would be the hope. So, Amy, appreciate it for the... I think I'm going to have to reset because someone got violated. One of the guests did. Amy, appreciate it. Thank you for the 20. Have you seen Eric Iverson from the ICC Human Rights org filed major case against Trump Bondi? I have not seen. I'll take a look at that in a little bit. But can we get some dubs and drumsticks in the chat for Amy? Amy, appreciate it. Thank you as always. Dubs and drumsticks. Wait, I got the horn. The early 2000s remix horn. Appreciate it, though. Thank you. I'm going to reset really quick. I will be back in about 30 seconds. Someone got violated, so I don't want the live to come down. So I'm just going to reset. Sound good? I'll
Give me a
reset. When we come
second.
back in, everybody just bombard the shit out of the chat, and I'll be back in about 30 seconds. Just going to reset the live because, you know, if you guys supported over here, I appreciate it. Tricera, appreciate it. Taurus, thank you for the coins over there, and I'll be back in about 30 seconds. When we come back, just bombard the chat. If you guys are over on YouTube, hit that like button, comment, interact, help get some people in here. Would appreciate it. Trying to do some better stuff with the YouTubes. That'd be nice.
Of a girl as a
All right. I did not want to have to reset. They say when you're single down. Oh. Gina has her own life? Remember, guys, Chevelle? You talk Chevelle? Love me some Chevelle. Love me some Chevelle. Okay. All right, guys. If you want to go ahead and double tap the screen, comment, interact, help get some people in here, would appreciate it. If you guys are over on YouTube, you want to sub over there, would appreciate it. You know, trying to get it out higher onto the For You page. I don't know if tips matter, but subs do. So if you guys could, you know, you guys could sub over there, would appreciate it. Help drive up the viewership. That'd be great. Trying to rebuild it over there, I guess. Trying to figure out what type of stuff. Debates will come back, and, you know, there's going to be a mix of stuff. We'll see. But yeah, if you guys want to hit the like button, would appreciate it. All right, guys, go ahead and double tap the screen, comment, interact, blow up the chat. Let's get up to 50K likes. We gotta come for Parker's spot. We gotta really pop off. We need 5,000
Don't do
in
that
here.
to me, man. I don't want to mod 7,000 people in here.
We gotta mod 5,000. We gotta get 5. It would be really nice if we had like 4. Maybe 4 would be cool. 4 we could go places.
We've done 4.
4,500.
We used to do 4 back in like 20.
I know.
The COVID wars. We did 4. We did
know.
4 easy.
Yeah, it was so easy to get debates, so easy to get interaction with talking about vaccines and stuff. TikTok's doing some funky stuff. TikTok's doing some funky stuff.
Likes and shares and send heart me's cost you a penny, less than a penny. I don't even know. I don't even know how that shit works. Like I'll get 4 coins in a live, and then when they live, it tells me how much I got, and it's 0. And I'm like, what? How much is a coin then? I don't get it anymore.
Yeah, if you guys want to help out with the Corgi Gold, would appreciate it. If you guys want to sub on over here, I don't have the lower tier in yet, but if you guys want to support with the higher tier or head over to YouTube, I would appreciate it. I think you can sub just with like your Apple thing over there, which you know, obviously if you don't sub with Apple, it's probably better for me, but I appreciate whatever you can do. But yeah, we are having a subathon. That'd be great. If you guys, by the way, free sub for you, you can head over to Twitch, and you can sub over there for free. For free. If you have Amazon, just link it. It does. It takes it from Bezos. So if you guys don't like, you know, You want to cost him some money, head over there. Trump asks if he has to uphold the Constitution. Says, I don't know. It's literally in his oath of office. Literally in his oath of office. I don't get it. So, whatever. But if you guys are over on YouTube or over on TikTok, you guys want to double tap the screen, comment, interact, help get some people in here, see if we can get some debates. That would be good. See what's going on in the news today. Really not a ton. I mean, it's just everything's bad. Really, everything's bad. It's not great. Germany's obviously undergoing some issues. I mean, I think the thing right now really is, I don't know. We're having, it's the thing that's most frustrating is like, the world is moving more blue, and it's really being affected by mass disinformation campaigns. Just major disinformation campaigns. And unfortunately, the Republicans are totally okay with it, which is insane to me. Insane to me that you're just creating an entire pool of people. Right. I mean, you're just creating an entire pool of people that are very pro Russia. Zach, what's up?
Yo, how you guys doing?
Doing all right. What's going on?
Nothing much. Just I just saw you were live. I just popped in real quick. I do support Trump still. I don't support him on everything, but overall I support him. I think he was the better of the two candidates. I don't think he was the best candidate, but
what do you support?
Just essentially being American first. I don't think it's the biggest thing that I respect about Trump, and the main thing that I kind of appreciate, I guess, is he's not only standing up to our enemies on behalf of America, but he's also standing up to our allies who have been taking advantage of us for decades. And as a young, Gen Z, young adult trying to get into life and whatnot,
I'm sorry, who's been taking advantage of us? Who's been taking advantage of us as an ally?
Absolutely. I would argue our allies have taken advantage of us worse than our enemies.
How? And who?
Can we just start with military?
Sure.
Look at NATO. We pay for over 49% of NATO is paid by the United States.
So NATO is a military alliance that countries opt to go into.
That's what I just said, right? Is that our allies are taking advantage of us, and we protect all of them.
How are they taking advantage?
They don't pay their fair share.
So what is not their fair share? There's a handful of countries that don't meet the 2% GDP threshold, but that doesn't mean that we're paying more because they're paying less. Every single year we continue to add more money. And just to point out, Trump, how are we paying for it? Donald Trump added more money to the debt that the Pentagon said we don't need. He gave him $70 billion, and the Pentagon said we don't need it. And then he turns around and blames NATO because we're supposedly spending more money because they're not.
Have you looked into how much China's spending into their military? Have you looked into how much Russia has increased into their military? Our adversaries have added budgets into their military, yet none of our allies are adding, other than, was it Italy and Turkey that added to their budgets, but every other country pretty much has remained close to the same amount.
Well, because
if we were to go into a situation one of them being attacked,
Russia's in war,
required to protect them.
Why would you undermine that defense? Why would you undermine that industry?
Because it's negative to us. They should be essentially they should be putting in the budget to protect their own continent.
But
can we clarify NATO first before we continue? I don't think there's an understanding. Do you think there's like a NATO slush fund that we put into that other countries aren't putting their fair share into?
You put your money into your own military. But the point is if anybody in NATO hold on. If anybody gets attacked
how does
in
that
NATO,
hurt us?
Because if anybody gets attacked in NATO, we all have an alliance agreement to go and protect that person that got attacked, right? So if
it's
they're
also
not,
to protect us.
Yes, but we're unlikely to be attacked compared to Europe because we're not so close to the conflict, right?
Okay,
so
great, but you're telling me,
guys,
but your argument is, hold on, no, it is simple. You're making it more difficult. Your argument is that they're not paying enough, and therefore we're covering the bill, and it's costing us money. But
Yes.
Trump turned around and approved $70 billion for the military that the Pentagon said we do not need.
Because
So I
all of
don't
our
know how you're going to turn
adversaries are
around and
adding
say that
budget
it's
for their
Europe's.
military.
But
They're
I
all
don't
adding
understand
money
how
to
you're
their
going to say it.
military.
But they're adding it for specific reasons. You pointed out Russia. They're in the middle of a major war right now. So yeah, they do have a significant amount of spending going to their wartime budget and to their military.
What
You're
about
talking
China?
about China. China is not so worried about a ground war. They're really worried about taking Taiwan and the South China Sea. So most of what they've been putting in has to do with specifically trying to control the South China Sea. And they're building naval vessels. They're building a lot of naval vessels. That's what they're doing with their money because they have geopolitical issues with the Strait of Malacca and with the South China Sea and with trying to find ports there. And with obviously they want to assert dominance, so they're trying to build stuff there. So that doesn't really influence NATO at all.
But China is going to overwhelm our Navy in the next 15 years right now with how much they've actually been putting into their naval fleet. What is it called? The aircraft carrier, whatever's. They're popping out 3 in 1 year at this point. And we've got a total of like 10 or 4, 5, whatever it is. Point is at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say is, yeah, it's not an overall budget that we all spill money into and then disperse equally and whatnot. No, of course, we're investing into our own military. It's our own assets, whatever you want to say. But the point is if any of our allies get attacked, we have to go and defend them with our money and our equipment, which they didn't prepare themselves for.
And they have
really
to.
that
So
simple.
I don't know if you know this. NATO still collectively pays more than we do. I don't know if you know that.
Barely. There's like 30 countries, and they barely make 50%. We make 49% of the budget. Make that make sense.
Right, but that has to do with us determining that we're going to spend that much. It's not reliant very clearly. This is the problem, is you're trying to create a correlation between them underspending and us overspending, and there's not. And that's seen by the fact that Trump approved
I can agree that
military
we're overspending.
funds.
I don't
but that has to do with Trump's agreed military funds.
Right? But the point is the fact that NATO doesn't pay as much as we do, and
But
they put us in
also-
more conflicts. They give us a higher chance
they
to be in a
haven't
conflict. Like
really-
if they get attacked and we're not in the alliance, we can just let them be
Right,
attacked.
but the
We don't have to
reason,
worry about it.
right, but there's the thing that you're missing is there's more than just we're going to war. We have an economic relationship with them that, if damaged, would cause irreparable harm to us.
Which is also
and the
low-key
point
kinda
of
negative to
NATO,
us.
what the point
The
of
tariffs
NATO
has
was
already
to.
been that
I
explanation.
know, which is funny because the tariffs are doing a very similar thing to what disruption in Europe could do because of war. So I don't understand why you're saying, they're somehow costing us more money, whatever, when we've opted to spend that money separately from what they've done.
Because it's simple.
And just to
Look
point
at our
out,
hold on.
it's not
Look
even.
at our bro, just listen. If look at our enemies. Our enemies are adding more funding to their militaries. Our allies are
Right,
not adding
so-
more funding to their militaries. Our allies are also within the region that is most likely to be attacked by.
I just
these
want to
such
point
enemies.
out,
Why would
all
we
of
not have
Europe-
them invest more
all of
money to
Europe-
protect themselves?
really quick, all of Europe has ramped up military spending
Barely.
since the invasion of Ukraine.
1% of their
Not
GDP.
barely.
2 at most.
Not
because
bar-
Trump
one-
said he was
1%.
because- Why is that?
I mean,
Actually, why
1%
did
of
they raise-
GDP is a lot of
why did
money.
they-
1%
why
of
did they
GDP is a
raise-
lot of money.
Why did they raise?
What?
Why did they raise their percentage? Tell me that. Why did they do that?
Who raised what percentage?
NATO allies. Why did they raise their percent?
NATO
Why-
allies
what-
have been. They're not raising a
what caused them to
percent.
raise their
They're
percent? It
they
was back
have
in
been
2017.
spent.
What caused them to raise that?
They
bro?
they
What caused them to
started
raise
spend.
that?
It's been about the same. Number
Wait,
one,
you just
but
said
number
that they
two,
raised
we
their-
haven't.
you
Hold
just
on,
said
we
they
but.
raised their- hold on, no, don't.
This
don't-
actually
don't
proves
segue.
my point
Zach,
really
I'm
quick. This
sorry.
actually proves my point,
No,
bro.
it
Zach, you
doesn't.
gotta stop.
You're
This
trying to
actually
segue.
proves
You're
my
trying to
point.
segue.
It
Trump
proves
did.
my point
Trump
even
said that
more.
They're going to leave NATO
Okay,
if they don't increase
okay,
their
hold on,
budgets.
hold
And
on,
guess what
hold
they
on, hold on,
did?
hold on,
They
hold on.
increased their budgets because they were
Okay,
worried about
so then the
leaving
obvious
USA.
question to you would be, all right, so let's just assume that's true for a second. But
It is
Europe,
true.
even under
It is
Biden,
true.
really quick, Europe, you need to stop crashing out. Europe under
I'm not
Biden
crashing out.
increased their military spending as well.
That's
And it
hilarious.
didn't require Trump threatening them. Can you please stop interrupting me? That's very rude of you to do.
Bro,
Thanks.
you literally interrupted me the entire
But you,
time too.
you're still
Both
fucking
interrupted
going,
me.
man. I don't know what's difficult about just not talking for
I
a
asked you a
second.
question and you couldn't answer it, so I had to answer it for you because
I don't know
you're
what
trying
your
to segue
question
into a
is, but
different
I want you to
conversation.
stop talking. Can you practice shutting up?
Listen, bro,
Like,
you
just
tried to get a
please.
gotcha, and I got it on
All
you
right,
first.
you're muted, by the way. Thanks. You haven't got any gotcha. You just haven't stopped talking and steamrolling the conversation. So now you're
No,
muted.
bro, you
Awesome,
literally
cool.
couldn't name why they
Stop
increased their budgets.
talking. Thanks. Stop talking. we'll just assume for a second that they increased their spending over the threat of Trump, right? Then the obvious question is, why did our military spending continue to go up if he got them to spend money?
Because our adversaries are also increasing their military budget, and there's a higher tension of a possible war.
Why did he? But the argument is, hold on, but that's not his argument. So don't try and create that argument for him. That has not been his argument. His argument has been that we are getting screwed. I can't if you stop talking.
Yeah, no, please go ahead. Why? What is their argument?
Awesome, cool. Shut the fuck up, bro. I don't know.
What the hell?
Dude, this guy is so annoying. Like, super annoying. Can you stop talking? Can you stop? I'm going to have to let you go. I don't want to deal with it anymore. Just stop talking. I don't know what's hard about this. Why you have a problem with your control issue there. But the argument from Trump has always been that we are getting screwed by NATO because we are spending more because they are not. That's the only way to deduct it, right? Because you don't pay into a slush fund for NATO. So his thing is, we're getting screwed. It's costing us a lot of money because NATO's not paying enough, right? That's his argument. I don't agree with that assessment because it's not a mandatory agreement. It is voluntary, but that's his assessment. And now you're saying, no, it doesn't have to do with the money. It has to do with the fact that we could be invaded in the future and we would have to spend more money. That's distinctly different than what he's saying. So the argument is, the argument is, I can't even do it. I'm going to have to let you go, man.
What do you mean?
I don't know what to tell you. You just can't, you can't even let me finish a fucking sentence.
Dude, you're going in circles.
All right, I'm not going to warn you again. I'm just going to cut you, dude. I don't know what your deal is and why you can't stop talking, but it's really annoying. And you need to Google steamrolling.
Bro,
the point is that the Trump administration, all right, have a good one, Zach. Please don't ever come back. If you're debating, hop in the box. If you're not, please hop out. Would appreciate it. It defeats your argument to say, right, because you notice the Trump administration's argument on this has always, unequivocally, with no exception, been that we're getting screwed because they're not paying enough for their GDP. And so the response very clearly, the obvious question would be, then why did we keep raising, if they raised their GDP through when Trump was in office, as you're saying, if they raised their GDP relational to spending through Biden, then we should spend less, right? That should be the obvious thing, but we haven't done that. We've continued to increase even when the Pentagon has not asked. So it's not, it doesn't have a relationship at all, right? To either one of these. We just spend more money because we spend more money, and then Trump turns around and cries about it. And alternatively, like, why would you want to undermine NATO if your concern is getting invaded, right? Because he's talking about leaving NATO. He's talking about he's done irreparable harm to NATO. So why would you be talking about that and then like being like, we need to secure this up as best as possible while simultaneously undermining the very thing that you're saying is supposed to defend you from your adversaries? It makes no fucking sense. Could you imagine, Josh, if we were in the middle of like World War II and like, you know, FDR was like, we're getting screwed. We're getting screwed by the Russians. They're taking everything. They're not giving anything back. That would sound nuts. That would sound crazy, right? Because it's like, we're getting something for doing this. And just to point out, yeah, a lot of the countries don't meet the 2% threshold. That's fine. That's fair. But to Canada's defense, because Canada is one of the countries, they spend about 1.6 or something like that. There's only I think about half the country, or I don't know, a third of the countries are below that level. Half the country, something like that, but they're very close. Canada's one of them, and they make a good point. They say, look, we're dealing with the political ramifications because we send lives. We send soldiers. We send hundreds of thousands of soldiers to these incidents every single time. Because that's the type of involvement that we have. And you can say we don't spend 2% on our budget, and that's fine. But you look at these other countries, I think Croatia is one of them or something like that, some, like Baltic country. And they're like, they spend 2%. They don't have any money or any life, any investment in terms of human life. They don't have to deal with the political repercussions of sending people off to die and answering for those questions. They simply just put the money in, right? So it's like if they only want a 2% thing and we pull our troops back, you won't have anybody to fight. So it's like you can say, well, we're not paying our fair share, but we're paying in blood. Just because you guys are spending 4% and you guys are super obsessed with this, even though you're undermining, Europe's strength in the region. You're refusing to fund Ukraine, which is taking care of your main adversary in Europe. We're going to undermine it. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me. It doesn't make any sense at a time when you're going to be like, we're not going to fund Ukraine. We're not going to send them weapons sitting in a fucking warehouse to help out Europe, to help reduce and alleviate the amount of money that they would have to spend in the event of an all-out conflict. We're not going to do that. We're going to make them spend more money to protect against an enemy in the future, but not protect against Europe now, where we could alleviate and stop any issue of Russia invading in the future. Trump won't do it. It doesn't make any sense. You can't say our main concern is Russia while he's simultaneously coddling and trying to help Russia, and everything he's doing is helping Russia. It doesn't make any goddamn sense. Really, all that's happening right now is this just a pretext for this fucking Russian puppet to undermine NATO. That's really it. That's all there is. It doesn't have anything to do with him spending more. It has everything to do with him trying to undermine NATO to help Russia. And it has been. And it's to fucking Putin's benefit. And Putin fucking knows this. So he gets people chirping in his ear about how NATO's screwing us. That's all you have to tell Trump. Is that we're getting screwed out of money. Nobody knows how. Right? Nobody knows how. The same thing with China. The same thing with the tariffs. You just tell them we're getting screwed out of money. Right? You make up some shit. Why do you think he's going after crypto so hard? You just make it just creates money. Right? It just creates money. That's all he's thinking. Tariffs. It just creates money. Has no idea about the political repercussions.
He's still in the comments saying NATO's done nothing for us. Amen. Go look up who's the only country that has ever had to enact Article 5. Go look that up. We got like 5
You
people in
were
queue.
debating. And by the way, they sent an incredible amount of resources our way. A lot of them went into Iraq with us, by the way, even though France and a number of other countries were like, don't fucking do that. Will, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, man?
What's up, man?
What's going on? If you guys can double tap the screen, comment, interact, help get some people in here. Let's blow this up, get this out on the For You page. Really give me your takes throughout the comment section here. If you guys are over on YouTube, hit that like button, leave a comment, interact. Would appreciate it. That would be spectacular. And yeah. So what's going on, Will?
We
What's your
need
take?
more likes and shares, for sure.
So what is the debate right now? The Republicans don't know why they support Trump?
Correct.
That's what it says.
I definitely know why Republicans support Trump. I don't think Democrats understand why we do.
You guys, I've been asking. So what's he done for you?
So I don't think Democrats understand the difference between a wet raccoon and Donald Trump here. Donald Trump has $7 billion fucking dollars in the bank.
I don't care. And he also has 7 or 6 bankrupt companies.
And I just don't think Democrats understand that.
I don't know what is the thing. What's your argument? That you want someone that's corporate beholden to be in the president? What?
So money makes him like
No, that knows.
Well,
how
it's
to run
also
a
funny
business.
because he knows how to run a business.
He knows how to run a business. He knows.
Yeah. How many? Can you name me another billionaires selling sneakers on TV?
I'd say it's
Bibles.
Anyone? That sounds like
Another
a successful billionaire.
selling sneakers on TV.
I think that would be embarrassing.
I don't know.
I think that would be embarrassing.
LeBron James.
If Bill Gates was out there being fucking Billy Mays. Bill Gates here. Buy your fucking Swiffer mop. What has he done for you though?
He's got out these damn immigrants, these illegals.
Isn't his deportation numbers worse than Biden?
Yeah, by 20,000 a month.
If that's the case, then why did Democrats bitch
57,000
about it?
deportations a
Deporting
month.
illegal.
Biden
aren't
averaged
illegal.
57,000 deportations a month. Donald Trump's averaging 37. He's actually having to pay
don't see that
people
true.
to deport themselves. at
Why
this
are
point.
Democrats so butthurt about him deporting illegal?
Hey man, can you get
How
in
many
the
people
same
are
zip
what?
code as your microphone?
Hey,
you
if you
hear
guys
me?
want to double tap the screen though, comment, help get it out there, see if we can get it out on the For You page. Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you.
What are you doing, turkey
Yeah, no,
calls?
Trump is actively trying to get rid of him. The Democrats are griping about it. So you guys don't have an issue with illegals being deported?
Well, people aren't illegal. If people are illegal, Trump's illegal for sure. So people aren't illegal. There's undocumented immigrants. But I'm asking you. I want to ask you this question: why should I care about undocumented immigrants being here? You can't say crime. Trump
Are
just
you
pardoned a
kidding
bunch of
me?
criminals. Yeah, I'm super serious. Why should I care about undocumented
Super
immigrants
serious.
being here? Because I actually think that they're beneficial to America, and there's more than enough evidence to indicate that's the case.
Have you ever tried a Sonoran hot dog?
A Sonoran hot dog?
Yeah, man.
No, I haven't.
I know.
It's
There's street
beneficial to our country.
tacos. Street tacos are beneficial to our country. Birria, beneficial. Okay.
Yeah, but what do they have to do with Wendy's? Do you guys like Wendy's?
No.
No, I actually don't. I love their
You don't like-
chili.
They
but
had
I actually
that
don't.
that pretzel bun baconator was pretty good. I tried it once. I was like, that's not bad. But other than that, no.
Yeah, pho. That's good stuff. Korean
I was on the
barbecue?
road. I had to
What goes
had to
on?
eat something.
I actually don't like Wendy's. I really don't. There's a handful of things on their menu I like, but I really don't like Wendy's.
I like Big Mac sauce. I don't like Big Macs though.
Wait, how did the fuck did we get here? Hold on a second. Okay, so why are immigrants bad?
I did that.
Why are they detrimental to our country?
No, dude, they take jobs, they are criminals, they take resources.
They're actually not. They're not. And you guys don't have a problem with criminals. Donald Trump's inviting them to the White House on a daily basis. And Donald Trump is a criminal. So, yeah. Migrants actually commit crime at a lesser rate, by the way. And they provide more tax dollars to the American economy than most Republicans do, actually.
How do they
$1
provide
billion.
tax dollars if they're being paid under the table?
State,
That's funny you guys
local,
say that.
there's federal taxes that they pay. They're not always paid under the table. There's also workers' permits. Some of them are using Social Security cards that aren't theirs. There's a bunch of stuff. But they are, yeah, ITN numbers. There's a lot of different ways that they pay taxes, but they do pay taxes.
You
And they
know,
don't
you know
collect
what's funny?
any
Donald Trump is
benefits on
using
it.
Donald Trump is using tax rolls to find immigrants in this country so we can deport them. So that just shows you they're paying taxes.
Yeah. So what's
Okay,
migrants
I've-
are good.
so
Like the
I-
reason
like,
that
I
our
personally
agriculture. Mm-hmm.
I personally work with a lot of like Hispanics and some being illegal, but every one of their plans have been to take the money back to Mexico that they
Yeah.
earn. So does that really, let's say hypothetically all of them want to do that, would that really help our economy?
Yeah, it does help our
Yeah.
economy, but honestly, I don't blame them. That sounds actually fucking pretty good. Live in TJ, work in San Diego, sounds pretty nice to me.
I actually know quite a
But
few
yeah,
people
no,
who
it does
do
help
that.
our economy. It does help our economy pretty substantially. The reason for that is we're able to pick agriculture to the degree that we need to feed ourselves, to sell overseas, to use at restaurants, to keep prices down. And they go back to their country of origin because the cost of living there is cheaper. You can say it's exploitation. Sure, I would agree that there's definitely a conversation to be had about exploitation. I think they should get paid
Okay,
more.
if you don't blame them for,
But
if you don't
ultimately, they
blame
keep the
them for
prices
going
down.
back to their country with the money they earned here, though, then why would you justify them coming here in the first place illegally?
If I'm not
We're
okay with
talking
say
about
that
migrant
again.
So
workers.
you don't blame them for going back to Mexico, but you also
So-
don't blame them for illegally crossing
man,
to come over here.
This is one of the problems that we have with this conversation is that you,
So what's
you
the-
lump you lump everybody who comes into this country into one basket, and that's not how it works. We have people who are seeking asylum here. We have people who are immigrating here. We have people who migrate here and they stay here for 6 weeks at a time to harvest, lettuce in Arizona. We have people who do come here undocumented and they sneak in. But you guys,
It
for
sounds
your
like you
argument
guys
to
keep
work,
lumping
hold
them
on,
up,
Will,
making them
Will,
farmers.
I was like 7 seconds away from being done. You guys lump them all into one basket so you can demonize and villainize everybody all together. We are specifically talking about migrant workers who come here to work. Okay? Did you hear any
Right.
of
I
that?
don't know why migrant workers are bad.
Okay, I'm just saying, Republicans are getting exactly what they voted for, which is to get rid of them.
Can
The
you
illegals,
address
that is.
anything I just said, Will?
I'm
What the fuck?
I just want to point out, it's so
If
funny
you
that
come
this
here
started
legally,
with
there's no
why.
issue.
It started with why is this a problem, and you can't answer why because your entire ideology on this is rooted in hatred. That's it. You don't have a reason. You don't know why. Someone told you to be angry that they're the reason everything's gone south in America, to get legislation that screws us all, and how corporations continue to rack in profit over and over and over, and no meaningful legislation is put in effect to deal with lack of pay or housing or anything else. Instead, take the easy solution and just blame migrants that are coming here and helping our economy. Do you realize if all migrants left our country right now, our GDP would drop by over 8 percentage points overnight? And that's what helps our economy, and you're sitting here demonizing them. Crazy.
Yeah, if you really cared, you'd be attacking the corporations and the companies that are taking advantage of the labor. But you're not. You don't want to
Zach,
strengthen
you need
labor
to
laws.
get some help, Zach.
Yeah, how many jobs do those corporations create? And
I don't care how many jobs
people
they
Now you're gonna
create.
stick up for the people who.
Now you're
Hold on,
sticking
hold
up
on.
for
Are you gonna
yeah.
stick up for the corporations you were just
But-
saying are exploiting
But
people?
Will,
That's fucking
but
wild.
Will, how many businesses do those immigrants keep open?
No,
How many
if
what?
it weren't for immigrants, they
How
wouldn't
many
have a business.
businesses do those immigrants keep open? How many jobs do they keep around by just being there and helping out the economy through the agriculture and distribution and transportation networks? How many jobs do they keep around in restaurants and construction?
Okay, so with your logic,
Zach,
then if
you
we
need to
got
find a different
rid of
talking point. It's weird.
illegals, if we got rid of the illegals, then the businesses would shut down, which is what you guys want so badly. The
No,
corporations.
Undocumented. We're not saying that. We're saying that corporations racking in insane amounts of profit while everybody else is suffering is a problem. You see, because when corporations factor in more profit into their prices, right, you pay more. Is that ringing a bell?
You guys might be just a smig ass full of shit.
What?
You should read books, Will. You should read books.
I just want to point out, Will, that you have not given me a single reason that I should care about immigrants in this country. Not a single one.
Nope. Just hate.
Not a single one. Isn't that weird? That you can't tell me this is a problem, this is a whole big thing, and you're hyper fixated on it. You can't tell me why. Would you like to know why? I know why.
So you think we should have open borders?
So that's called that's called a red herring. Right? I never made that argument.
Okay,
Be a
so
red
I think it'd be
herring.
a straw
What's it-
man.
what's your
someone-
guys' ideology?
Straw man.
Open
Yeah,
borders?
It'll be a red herring.
Yeah, straw man.
No, my argument's not open borders, right? I definitely think that there should be an easier way for migrants to come into the country, especially if they're willing to work, so that we can keep better track of them. But the Trump administration and Republicans' approach is not that. Their approach is to demonize and kick migrants out of the country in some really neo-fascistic way, simply because they view it as an easy target, that migrants are the root of all problems. And in fact, we see this throughout human history. Some of the stuff you're seeing being spewed about migrants now, the same thing we heard about Jewish people right up before the Holocaust.
Yep.
And it happens nearly in every genocide. It's actually shocking. It really is shocking how linear the arguments are. But it's the same arguments used across times by fascist people right before they commit genocide.
Just different
Same ones
marginalized
across all
community.
human history. Just a different group.
Yeah, I don't think it's that extreme.
No, it's 100%.
Yeah,
that
I think
extreme.
it's.
We've
I think
seen
it's.
it for
I
the
think
last
it.
few decades.
Yeah, I know it wasn't that extreme early on, but you can go read about what happened. I mean, really, Germany was one of the most progressive places in Europe. The fact that a Holocaust broke out against Jewish people would have shocked people that lived before, because it was such a place. But you give people economic hardship and they're willing to blame anyone. Well, nobody will blame the actual people that are
It's
doing it.
funny
They'll
you
blame a
use the word
group and people will
progressive
run
though,
with it.
because that's what Democrats throw around constantly is progressive.
Yes. Yeah.
The
What's
word
wrong with
progressive.
progressive?
What's
Are
wrong with
you
progressive?
conservative?
Democrats are the most judgmental people as far as like being progressive, and just like if you don't accept them, they don't accept you at all. You know what I mean?
Well,
If you
if you
don't,
have hatred toward people, we're gonna, call you out for that. Are you conservative, Will?
yes, sir.
Yeah. Hey, can you tell me one thing in American history that conservative party has ever done to advance American citizens?
Or just better one. Can you tell me something in American history that conservatives? It's similar, but I think this might be easier to answer. Can you name a single time that conservatives have been on the right side of history in America? Just a single time. Slavery? Nope.
Hold
Those
on,
were
I'm
done
getting
by
on Google.
conservatives. Southern conservatives. Southern
Well, let me
conservatives
ask you
did
this.
slavery.
I would say also that conservatives nowadays are more left, and liberals are even more left.
You guys are
You know what I mean?
literally taking away civil rights. That's wild.
No.
Like
Hey man, let me ask you
I
this.
mean,
I've been
Let me
told
put it.
by older generations that conservatives
Tammy, wait, hold
nowadays
on. Is
are like
Tammy in here?
liberals in
Tammy
the
said,
I don't know
can you
90s.
join? Tammy said, who freed the
Who
slaves?
freed
It's
the
actually
slaves?
radical Republicans, by the way.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you know this, Lincoln was a progressive, very progressive
Yeah.
for his time. I don't know if you knew that. He was part of the Republican Party, and the Republican Party at that point in time was very much against slavery, and would have been against conservatives, seriously against conservatives. The Republican
Wait,
Party was
Will, do
emerging
you
at that
think?
time, being inspired by people like Karl Marx. There were communists within the war
Yeah.
administration of Lincoln. Lincoln was a very progressive president for the time.
They were pen pals. Him and Karl Marx was pen pals.
Right. In fact, by the way, reparations was first presented by Republicans, which Republicans are vehemently against now.
The whole Reconstruction. That was all Republicans.
Lincoln
it was
did
Democrats
not
that
have.
stopped
Lincoln did
Reconstruction.
not have slaves.
Lincoln
Lincoln
didn't
did
have
not
slaves.
enslave people.
Hey, Will, do you think abolition of slavery is a conservative or a progressive ideology?
I would say that's progressive. That was a good progressive move.
Yeah, that kind of shows that Lincoln was a progressive, wouldn't you think? Like I don't like Lincoln.
No,
I think he was still racist. He didn't
Yeah,
free
he was.
slaves. Yeah, to because he out of the kindness of his heart, he did it to save the Union. He stated that many times. He actually tried to set up a area in South America where freed slaves would be able to go. He literally wanted them out of the country, but the abolition of slavery was a progressive move. The Civil Rights Act was a progressive move. These are like conservatives have always been on the wrong
yeah,
side
there's
of
been some
history,
good
my guy.
progressive moves throughout history. I'll tell you a
Sure,
progressive move
can
that
you
I
name
do
any
not agree
conservative
with
ones
is
though?
allowing. I'm gonna name you a progressive move that I do not like is how a man that ends up changing his gender can play in
Always
women's
comes back
sports.
to
Yeah, we're not doing that.
you don't care. You
We're
don't
not-
care
we're not
about
having
women's
that
sports.
conversation.
Stop the cap. You don't care
Yeah,
about
you don't
women's
care.
sports.
What do you
Remember when women
mean?
were saying we
That
need to
is
be
a
paid more, and you
progressive
guys
move
were
that I
like,
do not
no.
agree with.
You guys
I
talk
don't
shit
care. Can
about
you name
that
a
all the time.
He just
So
wants to
How
attack
is
the
that
whole
not a
It really
progressive
is.
move, though?
For
That the
what?
No, I'm
Democrats
saying
are
we're not
pushing.
talking about that, Will. Will, we're not talking about that, okay?
Okay, so
So
any
can you name
okay,
a conservative movement that has helped the American population as a whole?
listen, I'm reading like people are commenting transphobia. I don't care what
Hey
you
man,
do.
don't read the
That's
chat, man. It
fine.
gives you
But
cancer. Don't read chat.
We're just asking
playing
a
in
simple
sports,
question
that's
here.
what I have an issue with. In an organized sport,
Yeah, I know. You
that's
totally
taken
didn't
off
have
the
issues
table.
before trans people were playing in organized sports. They totally never had issues. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
Wait, what are you
Just
saying? That's
you're
always been a
punching
thing?
down on the most marginalized community in this country is what we're saying. You're literally
I mean, you're
taking
just
a
doing it over and over
0.1%
again.
of the population and you're being like, these people are different and they don't deserve rights. They don't deserve the same rights as everybody else. They need to be excluded from certain things like bathrooms and from sports, and that's fucking silly. And
Yes,
I
yes,
really don't want to.
absolutely,
Yeah,
they
yeah, I
do.
know. I don't want to have that conversation because it's not my place. It's not my lane.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know
Okay.
why you care. I mean, let's be real. It's high school sports.
You guys not have kids?
I don't. I do.
I have
Josh
6
does, and
children, Will.
grandkids. Don't
Okay,
try and
and
here's the thing, don't try
daughters?
and use don't listen, don't try and use kids to defend what you're saying. Just don't do it
What do you
because
mean, dude?
my
How are
kids
you
are not
wrong?
no, because you guys weaponize that. You're
If
like, you
your
want
morals and
I'm
values
gonna
don't
use
stand around
kids. I'm gonna use
kids, then you're
kids. You're
fucked up
no,
as
you're
a
just
person.
using kids. You're just using kids to try and justify your hateful
Okay, first of all, I
behavior.
don't use kids.
I
I
don't
hope you
feel the
don't use
same way
kids.
you do. I don't feel the same way you do. My child will not be brought up the same way that you were brought up. I have never in my life ever thought it was a concern to me or anyone in any regard. Period. And we follow scientific guidance. That's the way it goes. And you guys are not using this because you genuinely concern about women's sports. You're using it because you want to hate on trans people. That's it. It's just an
Okay, so
easy,
you got
convenient thing
okay,
for you to
so
go, that's unfair. Why? Because you can say that's unfair, and everybody will go, oh, okay, if they haven't read any of the literature, right? But nobody's sitting here going, wow, we need to create 2 NBAs because Shaq is fucking 2 feet taller than Nate Robinson. That's a biological advantage. There are biological advantages in every sport. The question is, how do
I
we
think we
make it
need to do
fair? And there's scientific
two
guidance on
swim
this.
sports.
And I don't know why
Two
you're even
swim
talking
sports
about
because
this.
of Michael Phelps. Can't be shaped like a dolphin and then claim that, genetic advantages shouldn't be allowed. The
On too early,
7-foot
but going to catch you
division,
more
somebody
often.
said.
I am on early right now, so today we're going to be running. We're actually running a subathon. So if you guys want to support, you can sub over here. I do have a sub goal. You guys can help out with the Corgis, help get it out on the For You page so we can get some more debates in here. That would be cool. But yeah, if you guys want to support the channel, the tariffs and TikTok bullshit is really putting it on the edge of whether or not we're going to be able to stay and continue. So, but if you guys want to support, especially over on YouTube, go over there, watch the videos, help get that out on the For You page. That viewership does help, so I would appreciate it. Focused on making more content over there and hoping that we can survive whatever happens to TikTok. If TikTok comes back, probably gonna be all right. But yeah, we're gonna focus on YouTube and growing over there. So if you guys want to support, please go over there, watch some videos all the way through, and like them. Would appreciate it.
Hey, Will, I do want to circle back to
Time out.
to the conservative ideology that has helped all of America. I think it's important that you can either come up with one or acknowledge conservatives don't help Americans. And you can't be America first if you're not helping Americans. Like they want to feed kids in school so that way children don't go hungry. Well, that's definitely not one. They want to I don't know,
Appreciate it, mother.
make sure veterans are housed by giving free housing and electricity and water coupons to veterans. That's not one either. What, name one conservative policy, or admit that none exists.
Trying to uphold the Constitution and not ban, let's say, the Second Amendment, for instance.
Uphold
I'm
the
pro-gun,
Constitution.
so
Trump is literally saying that he's not going to give due process to people.
Yeah, man.
to an illegal.
You guys aren't for the Constitution.
You don't give due process to an
He's targeting journalists. What are they? They're targeting, what is it? 60 Minutes. They're trying to go after them for pushing, what is it? For manufacturing news or something like that. Some clause of
They
some
did.
law.
The
They're trying to
executive
go
producer
after 60
quit.
Minutes for posting a thing about Kamala.
The whole
What do you
Harvard
mean?
tax
You guys, they don't
exemption
support.
just went through today. He's attacking institutions. It went through today, this morning.
Yeah.
attacking institutions.
By
As
the
far
way,
as what? Loan funding.
He's canceled the
cutting the
funding for their research programs, the people that are going to
research,
cure
yeah.
cancer, and he's cutting
Literally
their, or
Harvard
attempting to
scientists.
cut their tax exempt status. All because he wants to control who's able to teach
Okay,
there.
are you talking about Harvard?
And that's not. I mean, this is a very fascist takeover. Yes, the Harvard.
Yeah. Not Harvard, Oklahoma, bro.
Yeah, let's be fair. I was told that Harvard is getting billions of dollars.
Okay, do you know what that
Billions.
billions of dollars goes to?
Yeah, they get $1.8 billion
I
in
understand
research
some
because they
medical
applied because they applied for the federal grants. They grant wrote, they applied for the federal grants, and they were given the federal grants to conduct research for $1.8 billion. Cutting them is going to set back science because these people were working on stuff that was going to be significant to human advancement.
This hurts, man. This hurts, Will. You know, all the research and development for like medical equipment, medications, diseases, how diseases work, how like all that stuff is typically done not through pharmaceuticals, but through universities, through scientists, and those scientists are funded through grants from the government. So when they don't have those grants, they can't figure out diseases. They can't figure out new medications to treat diseases. That's how this works. That's why we in America, I think we're the fourth in medical research in the world.
Drifter, appreciate the sub. Thank you over on Twitch. We have a subathon going on if you guys want to support, help keep the channel going. You guys can sub over on YouTube, over on TikTok. But yeah, would appreciate it. Going for 50 subs. I think we're at about 20 something. So if you guys want to support, go ahead and do that. Would appreciate it. I think we'll hold a panel subathon this weekend. I don't know if I have Baby K or not. So stay tuned for that. And then on Thursday, I think we'll hold a longer live. Trying to build up the live streaming since video views are just non-existent. I'm not making really anything off that. So, but if you guys want to support, want to keep the channel going, would appreciate it. Will.
But anyway, man.
I mean, you haven't been able to answer a lot. I don't really know what to
Yeah, I
say
don't
at
think
this
you're learning
point. I feel like we've been
anything.
through it all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you learned anything today, Will?
Nothing that I haven't already seen in debate. I'm just not a good debater.
So,
All right, well,
do you
I
acknowledge conservative
think we got-
policies aren't good for America?
This good guy person. I
No,
don't know if
no,
they're
I
still
do not
on.
believe that.
All right.
So
You've
let's
learned
just
nothing.
let's just be clear. You haven't given me a single thing that conservatives have ever been on the right side of history for. You have not given me a single policy that Donald Trump has done that would be beneficial to us. You can't tell me why we should be against immigrants. You're really wrong on trans people as well. Can't tell me that. And you're somehow still convinced that you're on the right side of history.
Yeah. Trans people in sports? No, absolutely
Sums it
not.
up.
Immigrants, illegals, get them out of here.
You have no.
What was
You
the
don't
other
even know
point?
why.
Oh, the amendments, protecting the amendments.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? I don't
Like, how
see
much
any. These guys are
censorship was
super.
there
You know what's super. You know what's
around
super interesting to me.
COVID time? How much
You know what's super
censorship was
interesting to
there?
me? Kiki, appreciate it. Thank you. I ordered from Fabletics. They added $7.70 for tariff surcharge. Had it listed above the taxes. Thanks, Trump. Kiki, appreciate it. Thank you for the 5 over on YouTube. Could we get some dubs and drumsticks in the chat for that? Appreciate it, Kiki. Wait. So you don't really have anything. What is interesting to me though is like when we're talking about unfairness in high school sports, you know what I don't hear them talk about ever? Steroids. I don't ever hear MAGA talk about it. Never. And when you want to talk about unfairness in high school sports, it's that. It's that.
Yeah,
like
I
you want
knew-
to talk
I
about
knew
why
kids
like
that were juicing.
baseball players.
I agree.
Oh yeah. I know people. I grew up with people that got drafted off juice, and
First
like
of all,
you know,
baseball's gay.
good friends of mine.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
No, I knew a couple kids, and
So-
this is in the '90s, in the late '90s, who were juicing in high school for sure. To the point the school
Well,
started
yeah.
drug testing.
But hey, let me ask you this.
And the
Why-
problem is really
why
quick
would
too,
steroids,
is
in
that they're
your
not
opinion,
very stringent. They're not very stringent in high school. Like there are checks and stuff now, but you can get around them. They're not anywhere near as robust as like college, right? But in college they use them as well. And like I know for a fact, but they use college and well. And so what happens is you get these guys that go through high school and college and they're just dominating the sport because they're on steroids. And then when
Yeah,
they can't
no,
do them
listen, I
anymore because they
agree
go into the minors and they're
100%.
tested robustly, right? It can screw up
And then
entire
there's
organizations if they don't
consequences
test this kid right.
Yes, and there are literally
But they don't talk about
consequences for
that.
using steroids. When a woman can pump herself with testosterone that she wouldn't normally produce in order to compete with men. Like, what the hell is that?
Because you know that there's like levels.
You see what I'm saying?
Right? No, you understand that there's like levels.
You literally just
There's
argued
guidance on how to
steroids
make
are
it
put
fair,
them
like
in
biologically
advantage.
fair. So if you're a woman and you're on testosterone, the testosterone levels bring it up to normal. You're not going above that. You know?
Yeah, a man
Does that
fighting
make-
a woman with no testosterone. The man, quote unquote man, you're calling it a man. The woman pumping herself with testosterone is fighting a woman with no
I don't know why we're
testosterone.
talking about this still.
That is
This
not
is so
fair.
I don't know. It's not even making any sense.
We've got.
I'm not
No, it
really
makes
sure
total
what
sense.
he's...
This is one point you guys.
I don't. It doesn't make any sense. Have you read any literature on it? Have you seen what the guidance is from the Olympic Committee? No, I'm serious. Have you seen what the guidance is from the Olympic Committee? Have you read what experts have said about this? What the testing that's been done?
I don't
No?
think it takes an expert
Okay,
to
maybe
say
you should
that
set
that's
this
messed
one
up.
out. I think it
Yeah,
does. I think it
Actually
does.
will. It does.
It does.
Nervous laughter.
No, I don't know. I don't know how you guys can argue that one.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know how you can. You haven't presented any evidence. Your evidence is everybody knows that's not evidence.
I've
When we're
heard-
talking about evidence from the Olympic Committee.
So, like,
We're talking about
I'm
evidence
sure
from
you
the
guys are
American
aware-
Medical Association, the American Pediatric Association, the American Psychiatric
You guys know Bill
Association.
Mayer?
Literally, the list of associations goes on. So I'm just asking you, do you have any
guys know Bill
evidence
Mayer?
of this? I think he's an
Do you
idiot.
know Bill Mayer?
But yes, I know
I
who
think
he
that's his
is.
name.
Yeah, I know who he
Really?
is. I think he's an idiot. Yes.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
See, that's a Democrat
Yes.
that I respect.
Yeah, because
I know, because he agrees
But
with
he
you a lot
says
because
that,
he's an idiot.
Yeah.
Is
Might call
Mar, by
himself a
the way.
Democrat, but he's not.
No,
He's not.
he's
What?
against
He's
the
not a
woke
leftist, bro.
bullshit.
He's not a Democrat. No.
Imagine that. An
No, I
old
know
rich
exactly
white
who you're
man
talking
is
about. I
against
don't think
woke
he's.
bullshit. Imagine that.
I can't believe it. An old rich white man that's
I
never
think,
read any of the
honestly, he has way
literature.
more in common with you guys than he does me. He's an atheist.
I'm
He
not so sure
believes
about that anymore. I'm not so sure about that anymore. Being an atheist doesn't make you smart. Just to point that out. Ergo Trump.
Well, you're not telling me nothing. I know that, but
If you guys are over on TikTok, want to double tap the screen, see if we can get up to 50K likes. If you want to debate, go ahead and hop in the box. I don't understand. Like Bill Maher is he's not a smart person. I don't really care what he has to say. But when you look at the literature, right? Because this is the problem, is that people go, oh, the literature, and they don't read it, right? They don't read what other people are saying. They don't read what experts are saying. They just go, I don't like it. And that's the definition of bigotry. The definition of bigotry. And by the way, Republicans talk shit on women's sports all the time. They have no fucking respect for them. You remember when Brittany Griner got sent back and they were talking shit about the WNBA? They have no respect for women's sports, period. So them coming out and going, oh, we now care about this is complete bullshit. It's simply to espouse hatred. And just to point out, right? There are more fucking, Donald Trump has more felonies than there are trans athletes in high school and college sports. There are more sexual assault allegations in the White House, like many times more. We're talking about 8 kids. I think there's like 8 kids in all of high school sports. That's what we're talking about. You guys have made this an issue? And God forbid, you know what would be really crazy? If you guys got upset about the school shootings, that would be crazy, right? As opposed to just people running around, literally like upset about people running in a track meet and couldn't say fucking anything about school shootings. Crazy world.
I didn't know I supported school shootings.
That's actually a good skit, but a messed up joke. Republicans, there was a shooting. There was a shooting at blah 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 high school today. Republicans have shown up absolutely irate, not over the shooting, but over the track meet in the back in which a trans student partook.
Hell yeah, brother. Fuck them both.
You're fucking.
No school shootings, no trannies on the track.
Get the fuck out of
If
here.
you're debating, hop in the box. Go away. You're watching an entire group of people that suddenly have nothing to stand on with Donald Trump as president. Nothing. And so they're reverting back to immigration and trans people. Well, how sad, like how weak of a person do you have to be? They're like, you know, and they're always like, you guys just, everything bothers you. It's like, shit that matters bothers us. You guys are over here like, you know, nobody's going after you for being a metrosexual. I'm just pointing that out, you know, for the shit you be wearing to the hoedown. Nobody out here is coming after you. They turn around, fucking crazy. Just weak people. I don't know if this guy's going to connect, if he's still in here, if he's still requesting, but yeah, if you guys want to support the channel, we have a subathon going on, so I would appreciate it. It does help support and keep the channel going. Trying our best to survive Trump's America. Not sure if we're gonna. The live was brought up by, the topic was brought up by the host. It actually wasn't. That's going to be a no from me on that spam. If you're debating, hop in the box. If you are not, please hop out. Would appreciate it. If you guys want to double tap the screen, comment, interact, help get some people in here. We're having a bit of a subathon. So if you guys want to support, head over to YouTube, sub there, tier 2. They also have the gifted stuff. That'd be cool. We're trying to build up enough subs to be able to continue to go live until hopefully TikTok sorts their shit out, and then we'll be good. So in term, it's pretty rough. Got me through getting a cavity filled. Ooh, rough. Sorry about that, Laura. All right, we got this person. Josh, I got the mute if you got the block. Can we get up to 50K likes on TikTok? Would be great. Would be great. Spectacular. I'll let this person in. Josh, you there?
Yeah, man. I'm reading newses.
Reading newses. I don't know if Jaden's going to be on at all. I don't think so. Might.
Nothing really
We'll
good
see.
going on. I wish you'd join.
Joe, what's up?
Hey,
All right,
Joe.
I have to mute. You got the
Hello.
block. Hello?
Yes,
What's going
first
on?
of all, nothing, just wondering why we don't know why we support Trump or any right party.
Yeah, I'm wondering. Right, why do you support Trump?
Because he's getting to work. He's sorting everything out that others couldn't.
What's he
is
done?
actually he has protected women from unfair treatment in sports, for example,
Protected
that
what?
they don't have to compete against biological males anymore and lose
I'm asking you what
to
he did
them.
for us. He targeting a handful of people is not. This
Like
is a
who?
non-issue. It's weird, actually.
Who is he targeting? The people that are not supposed to be here?
I don't know what you're talking about, but he
Like,
literally, when you're talking about why do you focus on transports? Find out something he's fucking done. You over here, like, this is not even an issue. It's not an issue. It's not an accomplishment. What's something he's done to help America? You're telling me he crashed the fucking economy? Like, we're in the
how
midst
come he
of global
crashed
economic
it?
turmoil to stop 8 fucking people from running down a fucking track in high school? Get the fuck out of here. Do you have a
Right. So
reason
that's
that
why
you
he
support
that's
him
why
that's
he
not rooted in
also
hatred?
that's why he's fighting for America to get more deals done, to get actual money for the stuff they export and import, and to make the world actually appreciate America, right?
What? I don't even know what that
She's
means. That's so
this.
vague. To get the world to appreciate, guess what? They don't. Instead, they're fighting us on it. What has the guy done?
They
He's given
are
us more
actually.
taxes in terms of tariffs. What?
Tariffs on what? Non-American products.
What has he done for us? What has resulted as what he's done? What can you show me and be like, hey, this is what he's done?
Like I said, he's gotten rid of males from female sports. Second of all, he has
That's not an accomplishment. That's not an accomplishment. Hatred is not an accomplishment.
hatred against what?
And he hasn't done that, by the way. He hasn't done that, by
Yeah.
the way. I'm asking you very clearly. No, he did an executive order that didn't have to do with that. Can you tell me what has he done for us? Not you pointing. You're talking about an instance where there's less than 40 people of trans athletes in the United States. That's not a fucking issue. What has he done for us?
Okay, yeah. He got rid of corruption and made it public
Corruption? How?
in the government.
He literally just did a giveaway he literally just did a giveaway in the stock market. Made the top
Of what?
1% $1 trillion.
What did he give away?
He literally crashed the market and then had everybody buy. And
Had
released
everybody
information.
buy.
Inside, very clearly, he released information, and the billionaires got richer. The top 1% in this country
Right. So
got
the
$1 trillion
president
off that jump.
So the president made it public which markets are going to skyrocket, and only the billionaires took chance and believed him. So the billionaires got richer, while the people Trump was actually trying to support by telling them, go buy that
There was
stuff right
people that
now.
released people released this information before. People released the
Yeah.
information before he said to buy.
And the
They knew
official
for a
president
fact.
helped you.
They knew for a fact there were people that knew that it was going to go up before it ever became public, before he ever made a public statement about it. There were people that
And
knew that he was going to reverse course on
exactly.
tariffs.
And then the president made it public.
And what are you going to say?
So
How are you going to
these
say
people-
corruption? The dude's a felon. How are you going to say he's getting rid of corruption? The dude's a felon that for 50 years defrauded taxpayers in the state of New York and defrauded banks. And you're sitting here saying, yeah, he knows. What are you talking about getting rid of corruption? What has he
So-
done to get
I
rid
don't
of
think this
corruption?
lady's real. I don't think she's a
So-
real person.
I am a real person.
Are you
thank
AI?
Are you AI?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm asking
AI
you.
would be able to answer, would be able to give some sort of response.
I'm not AI. AI would dream to be me. That's my response. Second of all,
What state are
It's
you
an
from?
AI ass response.
uh,
She's not from
second of
here.
all, why am I
What
being
state are you
accused?
from?
Why am I being accused of being an AI?
What state are you from?
Why am I being accused of being an
I don't
AI?
have a problem having a conversation with a foreigner. I was just wanting to know what state you were from.
With the
Like
foreigner?
if you're gonna say words like we, he's protecting us.
Yeah,
I would
because,
assume you're here. So where do you live? What
well,
state are you
I'm
from?
not there. He's protecting the whole world.
Oh, okay. Just
People
clarified.
outside of America are
Yeah,
thankful that
she's a bot. This fucking
I'm
bot.
not a bot.
He's just reading off a script. I don't know. I don't think it's.
Uh,
I don't think it
you
got
can
bad at
check
any
out my
shit. I think
Instagram.
we'll see
I'm not a
him.
bot. That's my real
Sean,
face. I'm not
appreciate it.
a
Thank you
bot.
for the 5, Sean. Didn't Trump just fire a bunch of women generals? Yeah, he did. Wrath, appreciate it for the tier 1. Thank you for the sub over there. Appreciate it. I'll give you one of these. Nice. Photo, appreciate it with the gifted sub. Thank you. Appreciate it, Photo. Can we get some dubs and drumsticks in the chat for Sean and for them? Corey, appreciate it. Kickpool.
Right. How am I supposed to speak?
I'll give her
So
one more.
you don't.
I'll give her one more
Thanks
chance,
for the
Corey.
cash
Can we get
app,
some dubs
Sharon.
and drumsticks in the chat
Appreciate
for
you.
Corey? Corey with the 20, appreciate it. Thank you. Corey, can we get some dubs and drumsticks in the chat for Corey? Corey, I hope you're doing all right. I know you're going through physical therapy and stuff like that, but I hope you're doing all right. Sharon, appreciate the 25. Nice. Corey and Sharon, can we get some dubs and drumsticks in the chat for them? Love daytime Tommy. Well, we're trying something out here. Sharon and Corey, appreciate it. Thank you guys. We get some dubs and drumsticks in the chat for them. Do you have any reason that Trump is doing a good job? Literally a single thing?
I just
Or
told you.
you haven't literally said anything. You haven't said
He's
anything quantifiable.
he's
This is what
telling
he's
men
done.
and he's telling men that they're
Okay,
men and
let's go
women that they're
over
women.
deep. Jamal, appreciate it. Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and take it. Jamal, appreciate the 20. Can we get some dubs and drumsticks in the chat for Jamal? Appreciate it. Thank you. Dubs and drumsticks for
I'm
Jamal.
a
I'm
bot.
gonna
I'm a
just a
bot.
second, but I'm just
Why
gonna
the
let
hell
me
am
get
I a
this
bot?
right. He said he was gonna end the war really quick. He said he was gonna end the war in Ukraine. He didn't end the war in Ukraine. He said he was gonna
He
bring
has.
down grocery prices. That didn't happen. He said he was gonna bring down gas prices. That hasn't happened. He said that he was going to
He did
cause the
end the
stock market to go
war.
up to all-time highs. That didn't happen. No, the war's still going on. War's absolutely still going on.
He's
There's no
trying
end
to
to the
end
war
it.
in Ukraine. Trying to end it and ending it are two different things. He said that he was going to end it. So he hasn't ended the war in Ukraine. He hasn't brought down groceries or gas
He had
prices.
meetings
He
with
hasn't. Yeah,
Zelensky
meetings aren't
and
ending the war like he
Putin.
said he was going to.
Has
Yeah, meetings
Biden
aren't
had
ending the
any
war.
meetings?
Yes. Biden, Blinken, all of them, they had meetings. Yep, across the board, across the
With
table.
public ones for us to see?
No, there's no.
Exactly. Has
No, you
Trump
don't
done
have
that?
public negotiation meetings. No.
You should have public meetings for people that represent you, right? You should
Trump
have
did
that.
not have a public meeting.
Trump's
No.
had
Trump
meetings
did not
with
have a public meeting.
a lot of the world
He has not had
leaders in
any
public.
public meetings.
How about Macron?
Cool, that's
How
not
about
Russia.
Zelensky? They've all had public.
I need the we do not care. Oh, it's back, yes.
We do not care.
Jamal, appreciate the 20. Thank you. Can we get some dubs and drumsticks in the chat? Corey, again, appreciate it. And Sharon, thank you guys. Appreciate it. If you guys want to go ahead and double tap the screen over on TikTok. If you guys want to send over corgis, help blow this up, get it up the For You page, help us hit the sub goal over there. Would appreciate it if you guys are over on YouTube. Please feel free to support the channel, or give out.
I just want to
subs. That'd be
clarify
cool.
when I say bot, I don't mean like an actual robot. I just mean somebody who's been scripted to come in here and just platform misinformation. It's kind of like a robotic going by the script.
Richard. No, I get it. Yeah. Richard, what's going on?
Oh, not much, man. How you doing?
Doing all right. You debating?
Yeah. Actually, what state are you located in?
I am in Seattle.
Okay. I'm going to say I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I voted for Obama. I voted for Trump. I guess it goes state by state because my gas, I'm paying 60 cents less a gallon since he's been in office. I'm paying $2.49 a gallon here for gas. My eggs are $3.26. They went down by like $3.
Sorry, where are you?
I'm in Melbourne, Florida.
And eggs went down to $3.
I'm paying $3.26 at Aldi's. Yep. Or Sam's. Sam's here for an 18 pack of Sam's. I think is $5.47 for an 18 pack of Sam's.
I don't know what your argument
Where's
is.
Melbourne?
East Coast, right next to Elon Musk and SpaceX.
One second.
It's predominantly all Grumman Aerospace.
You paid how much for gas?
$2.46 the other day.
I'm showing 305.
Where?
Current average. Yesterday was
At,
303.
Me too.
At BJ's.
Okay. Did you have some Safeway discounts or something?
No, it's just BJ's is a just like Sam's or Costco.
Oh, well, there you go. There you go. That's not the average, though. That's a membership, right?
Yeah, the average is 3-something yours.
Richard, is that a membership?
Yeah, it's a membership.
Then that's not fair. That's not a fair comparison, would it be?
Yeah, $25 a year for a
It says
membership.
$277.
Yeah.
It says
okay. Well,
$277.
you're
says
still
it's
acknowledging
$277.
that it's not the same as what other people without memberships pay.
I guess so, but I mean, like I said, ain't that hard.
Does that make it a little your argument's a little disingenuous? Like you're not telling the whole, you're lying by what's it called?
No, I'm not lying. I mean,
Omission.
no more than a Democrat would lie or a Republican would
Omission,
lie.
right? Lying by omission. You're not telling the whole story.
So, why are we so bent on the world's crashing when actually I bought stocks a few months ago and now they're up?
Good for you.
I mean, everybody always takes a small shot at, like, say, the S&P, and they want to look at, like, the last 4 months or 5 months. If you pull it back 10 years, every presidency, you can see the ups and down, up and down, up and down. Even the prior Trump, Stock market's still going up. It always go up. You'll have your drops like everything. If you're not smart enough to buy in, well, that's your fault. You only lose if you sell.
Yeah.
You don't have to be rich to be in the stock
But the
market.
rest of Americans, when
I
they
was buying
suffer,
Bitcoin fucking 15
but
years ago.
That's,
I was
that's,
telling
that's
people.
awesome. But when
Dude,
the
I
rest
don't
of
know where you're
Americans,
getting these
they
egg
suffer, that's
prices
okay.
from. I'm getting $4.35 for a 12 count.
Don't believe
That's the
everything you see
cheapest.
on
The other ones are
till you
going
walk
for
in the
$6.
store.
The other ones are going for $6. I just looked up the price of gas was $2.77 at BJ's. It's $3.04 on average out of Melbourne, Florida, and eggs right here at Aldi's with 32904's Melbourne. The area code or zip code is 5. The cheapest is $4.35. I don't know if they have those available, but the other ones are about $6.
So if you went back and did a research, say a month before Trump won the election, what was the gas price then?
I can tell you gas prices have gone up. Gas prices in my area have gone up.
Really? I mean, they were up.
Yes.
Almost like $4.29 a gallon here before Trump took office.
I'm going back up towards $4.29 a gallon. I think it's at it's at, what is it now, $4.19 or something? Where when Biden left office, it was $3.70.
If you say 307 right now in Melbourne, now if you look tomorrow, it might be 289. It does jump 20, 30 cents in a single day, up or down.
Gas?
Yeah. Yeah,
Mm,
I can drive by the
not 20
what's
cents.
that other shop there over here at the Wawa, and it can change from 30 cents in 2 days,
In
up
a
or
month,
down.
maybe. Not that would have to be something would have to happen. Yeah, in a month or two, yeah, but no, not over a couple days. That's why.
That's why I wish
That might
this,
be like an independent gas station might be able to do whatever they want, but
but as far as America goes, I think there's a lot more farther issues besides Trump that people don't even see in the future.
yeah, like all the civil rights being attacked.
Well, one, I'm going to say queers and stuff will probably be killed off in probably about another 10, 15 years in this country if they keep letting this Sharia law Muslim stuff
what?
get going.
Wait, what? Bro, can you not drop
Texas,
slur?
Texas right now has over 400 mosques, right?
Can you not drop slurs?
I'm sorry, what?
Richard?
What? I said gays. I'm not going to do fucking pronouns and all that shit. I just said, if you look at Texas, look at all the mosques they're building.
That's not what you said.
Florida has over 400 mosques in already.
What about mosques in Texas? What about them?
Well, have you seen on the news and this, that, and you've seen the leaders of these mosques saying, like this year, they had over 59 people elected to certain, whether it was state or local, whether it said their demands are to eventually change the Constitution to a Sharia law.
Oh wow, that's wild. How many Muslim people? Yeah, that's fucking wild. That was just pure anti. What was that?
What the
Anti-Muslim hate? Jesus fuck, man.
Dark, appreciate it for the $2. Thank you. We'll just clear that out.
Can we shake that bad juju off?
Dark, appreciate it. Thank you for the $2 over on
Holy
YouTube.
smokes.
Get some dubs and drumsticks in the chat. Appreciate it. Good God.
Can we play a song or something? Jesus.
So he's wrong about the eggs, wrong about the gas. How's the national... hold on, what is the national... let's see. Is there like a chart? Jesus Christ. Month ago average. Yesterday's average. Let's see. Oh, it's about the same. Regular mid. Let me see. National. I'm gonna go to my state. Current average. Y'all, price is going up. I don't know. I'm curious to know what prices are gonna do. Hey, Dark, appreciate it. Thank you for the $2. The guy knows nothing about my religion, Islam. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Dark.
I was wrong.
I wonder what's gonna.
Hey, you should.
Yeah,
you
I
should
wonder what's
mute
gonna
YouTube
happen
real quick.
with. Why?
I want to
If
play
I
a
mute
song.
for what? Are you playing something?
I
Huh?
was going to. I
wasn't gonna be able. I can't hear it if I
clear
mute
that.
it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I can't hear it if I. Yeah, I just need a palate cleanser after that. Steal my sunshine, do 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 do.
How'd you know that was what I was gonna play? How the fuck? Listen, I literally.
Because someone said
have
it
it set up.
yesterday, and I've been thinking
I
about it ever
have it
since.
set up. How the fuck do you know I was gonna play that? Oh my god.
Because that's the palate cleanser. That's the palate cleanser for sure. All right, let's see. We got Laurel. Are they debating that one troll dude? I'm psychic. Hello, Laurel. What's going on?
Hi. I was just wondering, was that guest there before me are bringing up mosques as some potential problem when he's a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
I think so.
So,
I wasn't paying attention that
so
much though.
he's supporting a government which agrees with most of Sharia law, and yet he thinks mosques are a problem. I mean, the
Yeah,
subjugation of
pretty much.
women and totalitarianism. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, just checking. Very
You know, I
bizarre.
was
Yeah.
watching.
It's like the Spider-Man meme where it's like they're pointing at each other. It's like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally like that.
I was watching a debate the other day, and it was a Christian man debating a Muslim man, and the Christian man was saying that the Islamic religion takes away women's independence. They can't drive. They make them not show their face. And the Muslim man said, "You make your women change their entire names. That's their entire independence. You are taking away from them and making it part of you. And you want to accuse and point the finger at us." And that kind of struck me. I was like, I've never thought about that. I've never thought about that. When a woman gets married, she changes her last name to her husband's last name. That is literally taking away her independence. That's taking away from who she is.
Have you not heard the discussion about that though? Because of the what is it, the real ID discussion? There.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so basically the situation surrounding that is that in order to get a real ID, you have to apply and have it as what is it, the name that you had at birth. So not only would that, be against trans women, but it would also be against all married women too. All married women would be forbidden from getting a real ID if they were to institute that.
Yeah.
So the supposed anti-trans law is also anti-women, and we know this for a fact because there was legislation that the Democrats tried to get through to ensure that all married women would still be able to get a real ID if it were necessary to vote, even though their birth certificate name didn't match their current ID name. And
I don't
the
know the situation with
Republicans
that. Some
unanimously
people are
voted
saying
it
that's
down.
That was the same act, right?
Yeah, it was. It was the same
Yeah.
act.
I don't know. Maybe someone more on the up and up can come in and explain it. 'Cause, Sammy, appreciate it. Thank you for the 5 over there. Tell the mega saying it is the Dems that were for slavery. Listen to that guy. Red hats are the new sheets.
Oh, I heard.
How original.
Appreciate it,
Owen
Sammy.
was
Thank
talking
you.
about the party switch the other night. That was fucking embarrassing. He was arguing the party switch never happened.
Laurel, I think I don't have a debate. But Laurel, appreciate you for coming in. Gonna see if we can grab a debate. And yeah.
Okay, sure.
Have
a good one.
Sammy, appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some dubs jumps in the chat for Sammy? Appreciate it. Again, we are having a subathon if you guys want to support. We're going to be on until 3 p.m. today for a long one. And if you guys want to head over to the YouTube and watch over there, would appreciate it. Trying to blow that up and, a little bit earlier than the normal lines. But
3.5 hours,
I don't know
man.
how even people build... I don't even know how people build platforms over there, to be honest with you. But if you guys want to double tap the screen, we're almost at 50K likes. You guys want to help get that up. If you want to debate, go ahead and hop on in the box. Steve left. And yeah, I'm looking to see. There's a lot of MAGA that watch and they just sit there. Maybe they're getting it. Maybe some of them are getting it. Basically, everything that I've been saying was going to happen is going to happen. And I gave you guys my updates on, insofar as what was going to happen with the economy. And, I think it's going to be really bad here, pretty short. I don't think that Trump administration is going to react. I don't think the Trump administration is going to react. I think that MAGA is going to attempt to justify it up until it fucking collapses the economy.
Maybe we should do a teaching live for an hour or so during this. Like, let's teach people about fascism or the differences between fascism and nationalism. And I don't know. If you have questions about it.
This guy said, "Are you an economist?" Sorry, we could do a thing like that really quick. The guy said, "Are you an economist?" No, but you don't listen to economists anyways. We could do a live on fascism or something to that degree, or have some sort of informative live. That would be great. Rena, do you have any clapbacks up over on the Reddits? We could go look through there. Can we do that? Then shut up. Okay, well, what if I quoted you? What if I quoted you? The Economist is saying this is going to be disastrous. Then what are you going to say? Huh?
I need food. I want fruit.
Rich, I like your bowl cut.
Bowl of fruit.
Okay, I don't know. Is this person debating? Peg? Hey, Peg. What's going on?
Peg Dicks. This is going to be a
Okay,
troll.
how are you?
Careful.
I can say my
Hi,
name.
what's going on?
Trump is a crackpot. Do we know that?
Yeah?
Okay.
Yeah, we know that. For sure.
Anybody here need to be told? Does anyone here need to be told why? They don't seem to all get it.
No, we sort of all seem to get it.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Thank goodness. I hope everyone's getting it. This is very dangerous. Our economy is in trouble.
Is Peg Dixon your real name?
Yes, Peggy. It's a nickname for Margaret.
Okay.
It was before the Urban Dictionary.
Okay. Okay.
Made it weird.
I was expecting a troll. I apologize.
No.
Had my finger on the button.
Level of
you're a
culture
teacher?
elevated. Yeah.
Yep. Oh,
I am.
okay.
I teach gifted kids.
High school?
I'm retired.
Oh, okay.
I taught all ages. I worked in a museum. I developed the astronomy exhibit. I'm an engineer. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Okay.
They did see that.
I think we have
What do you do?
I think we have a
I
debate.
think we have a debate in here.
Is it a debate?
Well,
What are we doing?
Peggy, I appreciate you for coming in. But yeah, we agree. Trump is
Okay,
going to
I'll go
destroy
find
this country.
somebody to talk to about it then. If you have any action plan, let us know.
All right.
Got any new
I'd
leaders in
appreciate
mind?
it, Peggy.
All right, bye-bye.
Not the ones we got. Take care.
I'm still running for vice president for Kamala. I don't think it's gonna work out now. Tic Tac for VP.
Wasn't connecting. Richie, what's up?
Not too much, man. What's up?
What's going on? What's your take on Trump?
Nothing. Not too much, man. What's the fit today, anyway?
What's the fit today? We're in a
Yeah.
hoodie. It's kind of nippy outside.
Yeah. What you got on, dude?
I need a hoodie. I need some food.
Got the gray sweatpants and a hoodie.
Shirt.
I got the meat packer
Debating?
deluxes. Nice, dude. Yeah.
What?
No, I was saying T-Tech has the meat packer deluxes. All right. I'm here to debate.
What? Anyway, what are you debating?
Trump.
Are you trolling?
All right. What's your take?
1 second, just a minute. Hold up. Give me 1 second. I'm good to go.
My spidey senses are going off.
They're tingling.
All right, sorry about that. I'm back. Yeah. I think he's doing a pretty good job, dude. Well, primarily, I came here to discuss two things with you. Number one would be, how do you feel about the situation with the Kill Abrego and the deportation of him? And do you think that he should be brought back into the country? And number two, I wanted to discuss with you your thoughts on some terror stuff. But I want to start with the Kill Abrego.
Okay. Yeah. Kilmer should come back.
Okay.
Pretty simple. The Supreme Court ordered the facilitate because the Supreme Court ordered the facilitation, and they determine what is legal and what is not.
Do you believe that he does have gang affiliation?
It does. It's irrelevant. It's not even worth talking about. It's completely irrelevant. I can
Well,
tell
I
you
think
that MS-13 is not a bigger threat than MAGA. Very clearly, MS-13 wasn't on the steps trying to overthrow the United States government, so it's irrelevant, right?
yeah, I
He's
don't think we
entitled
should
to
be.
due process. The Supreme Court has ruled what the law is and what needs to happen, and Trump needs to facilitate it. That is what the Supreme Court has ordered.
Yeah, but I don't think the criminals, like to that extent, that come into our country should get due process. That's the issue.
Everybody is entitled to due process, even criminals. If
Well,
you
no,
support the
wait, hold on.
Constitution, you must support that. If you do not support the Constitution, you do not support that.
Well, no.
How
To
do
be
you know they're
clear,
criminal if they don't have due process?
yeah, sure. So there's obviously tons of
Because
scenarios.
he doesn't
where-
have a record. But I just want to point out he doesn't have a record. And it's funny because you guys were saying, well, was Donald Trump convicted? That was your argument forever, remember? But Kilmar hasn't been convicted of anything.
Well,
So
no.
you
So
now
I'm like,
turning
well,
around and saying, oh, no, actually that standard, we're going to abandon that standard is crazy.
well, I
You agree that he would have to be convicted of something to be a criminal, right?
No. He was already a criminal in his country, and then
So
came
then,
back.
No, he wasn't. There's
was.
So is Trump a
absolutely
criminal?
No criminal record in El Salvador or in America.
Wait, dude, we can discuss Trump in a
Garcia.
minute. We can discuss Trump in a minute. But wait, take that. Here's the
I
problem.
just want to clarify: is Trump a criminal? First, for consistency's sake, is Trump a criminal with or without
Yeah,
conviction?
he's a criminal.
Okay, all right.
You say with conviction or without conviction? No, he's a criminal regardless. Yeah, Trump's a criminal. I agree with that. TikTok, you asked a question. You said, "How do we know he committed the crime?" Because you need due process for that. Well, there's tons of examples where crimes are committed, and we know without a reason of a doubt the person committed the crime, but they haven't been through the due process. Like for example, there's times where a school pew-pewer will go in. We have camera footage of the person committing the crime, of the police arresting the person, and they go to jail and they get due process. But we know without a shadow of a doubt that person committed the crime. They're just going through due process. When it comes to Kilmar, we know that he's a criminal. We know that he
How?
obviously has.
How do we know he's a criminal?
Yeah, sure.
didn't know that.
He sought refuge here and said that he was his family was being targeted by MS-13 gang. Okay. Two things here. First thing is that if he actually was trying to get into the country, he would have never told.
He was saying being targeted by MS-13?
Or by a gang.
MS-13 is a domestic. Yeah.
So sorry, his parents were being targeted by a gang overseas. Two issues with this. Issue number one is that if he was trying to get into the country, he would have never told the immigration judge that, hey, listen, I'm being attacked by a gang. He would say that it was someone else. Why would he ever say it's himself? They wouldn't let him in the country.
Because he has to prove
He was a kid.
that his life is in danger. Yeah, he was 16. He has to prove that his life was in danger.
He was a kid.
Saying that his family was being extorted by gang members in El Salvador and risking his life as the extortion, that's a legit reason to seek asylum.
And
that
actually,
would be a great reason
but
for
he
him
does
to
not.
come in
He
here
does
and
not
tell
have. And I don't know why you're trying to split hairs here. It does not matter. You are entitled to due process in the United States, regardless of anything you have done. You do not. No crime that you commit absolves you of it. And he hasn't committed a crime. And you're calling him a criminal and saying that due process needs to be. I'm confused.
No, I mean,
I hold the position, as I held the position with January 6ers, that they are entitled to due process.
Yeah, sure. So I don't think that a person that comes into our country as a violent criminal gets to get due process when they came from another country, came here.
They get due process. He didn't come in here as a violent criminal. That's framing. He did not come in as a violent criminal. He came in as a child.
Wait. So I hold impartial views until the evidence comes out. And if it points towards one or the other, I will then take the evidence and I will build my opinion on it.
It doesn't matter because you're trying to build this exception that doesn't exist.
No.
Either you support the Constitution in granting due process or you do not. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You either support the Constitution or you don't.
I don't have to support the Constitution to its full extent in certain cases. I can still support the Constitution though.
So then it becomes completely arbitrary, which is
And for example,
exactly
I
what
don't
I
think
say about MAGA, that you don't care about the rule of law, that you don't care about that whatsoever, because Donald Trump is over here bringing in people to the White House for photo ops like Conor McGregor and Tate that have cases out against them for some really vile stuff. And when this
Okay.
guy is sent off to El Salvador illegally, which the Supreme Court says, no, you can't do that, suddenly there's a problem. We have to worry about criminal undocumented immigrants. It's crazy to me.
Do you support the Constitution to its full extent, dude?
We have to. Yeah.
I support the
Great.
Constitution. Yeah. Yes.
Would you support something being passed where hate speech, to a certain extent, let's say against anti-Semitism or things against people of color, was like banned in America? Would you, wait, hold
The
on.
mob rule argument.
No. Would you support that? Would you say no?
But I support what?
This is a hypothetical. No, this is a
No, no, no.
hypothetical
It's
that's
not a
not going to happen.
hypothetical.
Like, you would literally have
Is
to
he
have
asking
the-
me if I would
the
support
two-thirds-
legislation?
To ban hate speech.
Is he asking me if I would support legislation to ban hate speech? Would I support legislation
against people of color?
Yes.
Let's say people
Yes.
of color. Yes. But
Right.
okay, so you're not
Yeah.
for the Constitution fully.
Yeah, I would support legislation. I am for the Constitution. Absolutely.
You're not. That's
Just because I have a
anti-Constitution.
disagreement in the meeting, and then I don't think that certain, it's not, because I'm not saying that one group of people is subject to due process and the other isn't, or I'm not saying that one group of people is subject to free speech and the other group isn't. I'm simply having a disagreement about what should constitute free speech and what should be protected free speech in this country.
Great,
You're
what I'm
saying
saying
that he shouldn't get due process at all, which no one is advocating for. It's like one of those things. It's like, oh, well, should this group of people be subject to cruel and unusual punishment? I don't agree with that at all. This is a thing that we in the Constitution are granted as a basic right. There's no disagreement there on whether or not people should have due process or not, except for, I guess, now. But the question of whether or not hate speech constitutes free speech is, an argumentative question, which by the way, the case law would not support my stance on. But would I support the legislation? Yes. Does the Constitution, like as far as the Supreme Court, does it allow for that, for hate speech to be banned? No, it doesn't. Would I support the legislation? Yes, because I don't think it serves any good purpose. I don't think it should be protected speech. I don't think it does anything but spark hate and allow for hate crimes to happen in the future. So I don't think that it has any sort of benefit to society, period. Now, does that mean that, like, if we're having a disagreement, right? Like if we're talking about what is the aspect of search and seizure, right? Just me saying that you shouldn't, this would be the disagreement. We could have a disagreement about what qualifies as search and seizure. We could have a disagreement about what qualifies as due process. But in principle, we're not disagreeing that either of those things exist. You're simply saying he should not have due process. Not you're saying, well, the degree of due process based off this factors. The entire, and by the way, the entire factor that you've created about whether or not he deserves due process has to do with an invented scenario in your head. Like you've just created that he's a criminal and therefore doesn't get due process. And you see, like, this is fascism, right? Law and order, except for when it disagrees with you. It is fascism. You're saying that law and order,
100%.
I support the Constitution until this person that I don't agree with is subject to it. And then we can get rid of it. You're picking and choosing based on what supports your ideology, right?
Sure.
That's what you're saying. I could say I disagree with Supreme Court's decision. I could say I could disagree with the Supreme Court decision on X, Y, and Z, right? On Roe v. Wade, the overturning of it on Dobbs. Doesn't mean it's not what the Constitution says.
So let me lay out my argument for you so you can at least understand where I'm coming from. Okay. So there's three aspects to this. Now he doesn't fit into all of them. Okay. One would be deterrence. Okay. So providing due process to any undocumented immigrants or things like that, okay, it actually not only does it incentivize for more illegal immigration, okay, but it almost kind of like it deters the entire thing in its entirety, okay? So by giving due process to every single person who comes into the country illegally, it incentivizes them to do it. Number two, okay, first of all, most of the people, they broke the law by entering the country, okay? So I'm not referring to people always that are
don't
legal.
understand the logic here.
Okay.
Watch. Josh,
Hey,
here, watch.
can
Just
I-
look how dumb this is. We should get rid of due process protections because it allows for people to commit crimes because they know that they're likely to get off with it now. So we should get rid of due process
one up
protection.
you
That's
on
all
that.
your...
I think we should be able to do cruel and unusual punishment to prisoners because clearly they're criminals. So
What?
they don't deserve due process.
It doesn't even follow. What?
Yeah, that's part of
It
that's
does.
part of the amendments.
That's follow.
It's,
It doesn't make any
You're
sense.
saying if they're criminals, they don't. The Constitution doesn't apply to them, and the Constitution literally protects them from cruel and unusual punishment. So if they're criminals, you know,
Okay.
let's.
So yes or no question. Are the immigration courts already backlogged with hundreds of thousands of cases?
Yeah, we need more judges.
Okay, cool. So we now have a person that the claim here that you guys are disputing is, first of all, I agree with dude up until the hand tattoo, which is a clear sign he was in MS-13. This isn't up for debate.
No, it's
Yes,
not.
it is.
No, it's not, dude.
No, it's not.
You even know the argument.
It was literally. It's not a clear sign. I don't know why you guys get this. Like, do you even know what MS-13 is? Hold on, I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you even know what MS-13 is?
Obviously, it's a game.
Can you describe
About
it for me?
In regards to what? It's
Can
an
you describe it
international
for me?
criminal game. It's an international criminal game. It
It's
obviously
not
originated-
international. No, it's
originated
not.
in America. It originated in
No,
America
it's
in
not.
Los Angeles.
It's not an international. It's not an international gang. And by the way you're describing it is not. It's a decentralized structure. It is not an international gang. And most of the MS-13 cliques in the United States and segments don't even interact with each other.
Nope, completely independent of each other.
Does that
Like
have
cells.
to be no argument? He has a hand
So
tattoo.
you
that really
pointing out
signifies
like he
MS-13.
has a hand tattoo. They literally did. Trump took a Photoshop photo, literally where they like put MS-13 on it, and you're saying that that's legitimate.
Well, it's just a question. Do you know what the 13 stands for in MS-13?
I don't
Wait,
remember.
I don't.
To be
You're
honest with
deflecting.
you, I
Do
don't
you
No,
think
I'm
that
not.
picture that says MS-13 is real?
Wait, I'm tying this together. The 13 in MS-13 stands for the 13th letter of the alphabet, which is Salvatrucha. Okay, so
Jesus Christ.
wait, no,
You
MS-13.
got this. You got this straight from older millennial, man. I saw.
No, I
this
did
video.
not.
Yes,
Wait.
you did.
So you have the marijuana leaf. Wait, hold up. You have the marijuana leaf. You have the
Well, hold on.
smiley
No, it's
face.
so Sabbath. You can say grass. You can't say
Wait,
that.
wait. Okay. Sorry, the leaf. You have the leaf, which stands for the M. The smiley face, which stands for the S, and then the cross. Listen.
You're gonna. Yeah, we've heard this, man. We've clearly heard this. I'm
So what is the
repeating it
argument
before
against
you
that?
even say it. So we've clearly
Great.
heard it.
So
It's
is-
not true, man.
Okay,
It's not
great.
true.
So tell me, are you saying that my position is irrational?
Yes, I'm saying
Are
you
you
are
saying that-
stretching greatly.
Are you saying that me saying that the MS-13 hand tattoo that's a crazy statement?
Yeah. I'm done. I'm done with it, man. This is lunacy. This is really like this is
So why
nuts.
did the
You guys
why
are
did
over
the
here. I just want to
girlfriend-
point out. When Donald Trump was sued successfully by E. Jean Carroll and lost, was found to have committed SA, you guys said, was he convicted in court? That's what you said endlessly. I
That wasn't
dealt with it
me.
a million times. And now I'm asking you, was it proven in court that he was MS-13? The answer to that is no. Was it proven in criminal court? You guys don't use the same standards. And frankly, it doesn't fucking matter. You're arguing something that has nothing to do with whether or not someone receives due process. You just going, oh yeah, well, I mean due process, but he doesn't deserve it because he's a criminal. That's all you're saying. You have not proved he's a criminal. There's no way for you to prove he's a criminal. Gang affiliation does not mean that somehow that you're circumventing due process. You are simply trying to find an out for the fact that you are against the Constitution. Period. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. He is entitled to due process protections under the Constitution. And the Supreme Court has said, yes, he does. Bring him back. And Donald Trump is still saying no. So I don't know what the fuck you're arguing about, because the Supreme Court that he helped build said bring him back. So I don't even know what the fuck you're arguing anymore. Why you're even arguing it is weird to me. It's bizarre. It doesn't make any sense other than, oh, Donald Trump can't do any wrong. He did. The Supreme Court said Donald Trump's in the wrong. The end. They determine what the Constitution says and what it means, and they said bring him back. So I don't know why you're still arguing about this. I really don't.
I mean, you're obviously trying to derail the
And you know what?
conversation.
And you know what this is? You know why I do say it's fascist? You know why I do say it's fascist? Really has to do with the fact that you are trying to build a circumstance that you can create in your head to justify removing due process, because he's not a fucking criminal. He's never been convicted in court. There's very scant evidence that he's a gang member, but you're trying to create a situation in which you get to revoke someone's due process so you can use it in the future. That's what you're trying to do. That's it. There's no other ifs, ands, or buts about this. You guys don't care about the fucking rule of law. Very clearly that became obvious with Trump. So don't sit there and go, oh yeah, I voted for the felon, but I really care about the fucking law. You don't. You don't. It's fascist. Period.
Also, for the people saying that
You're crazy.
I'm a dual citizen. So anyway,
Cool.
Yeah.
Richie, they did the exact same thing in the 1930s. They made Jewish people second-class citizens within Germany, and then they gave them reasons to expel them from Germany and lock them up in camps. It's the exact same thing. It's just a different marginalized community.
Dude, you
It's the
can't
exact
just
same thing, bro.
you just throw these hot words around like fascism. It's like the most common word that I see you use.
Yeah, no, this is literally, there's parallels
It's-
between this.
Yeah, it's
You
not
gotta
even
read
like,
books
oh,
on
it's
this
kind of, no, there's direct
It's not even
parallels.
remotely
Yeah.
close. Or,
Josh and I have
it's-
both
it's
read-
the exact same thing.
Anyway,
We both have read quite a few books on fascism, and we can explain it to you, actually, if you would like to know what fascism is. I'm totally fine with that. Josh was saying he wanted to talk about it, so.
I
I'll
know
go
it's
over all 14 points of them if you want. We can
I know-
attribute it.
I
We can
know-
attribute it to both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. We can say, hey, which one does this fit more?
I already know the 14 points of fascism.
Oh.
And obviously you don't know what fascism is.
I don't know.
It's far right paleogenic.
I don't know what
ultranationalism.
fascism is.
No, I'm saying you don't you throw it around loosely.
Oh.
I'm not throwing it around loosely. I'm throwing it around very specifically. Donald Trump and MAGA
What would be the-
is a
what would be the
fascist
continuing-
movement.
What would be the powerful or continuing nationalism? What would that be? What would that be?
Literally what
propaganda
we're
that he
watching.
uses.
But by the way,
Propaganda?
just to point out, the 14 points is a benchmark that Umberto Eco made. He's not the only one. But yes,
I
the
like
continuing
Jason
and powerful
Stanley's more.
nationalism would be America first, would be isolationism. That would be what we're doing now. We're watching the nationalism going on in America. Oh, we're cutting stuff because it's helping the nation, not because it's helping people. That was what we would talk about. Like they're wearing their fucking a cape, or fucking the flag is a cape. They have their Donald Trump shit on. Everything is related to
propaganda,
nationalism in the country. It's very isolationist. Isolationist. It's very, very.
Is there a delay with your headset? Because you're talking like and then I'm talking. But even if I granted you that 13 out of 14 he matched up with, it doesn't matter because the most
He matches
important.
all 14, dude.
Hold up, wait. The most important one, which he isn't doing, would be military supremacy, dude. Where do you see that
He's
at?
doing that. Both
seeing
parties
that.
do that.
He literally he's sending the military to the border to deal with another tenant.
There's a crisis at the border. That's
There's
not a
no
fucking-
crisis. He's sending the military. He's talking about moving the military into cities. They're talking about bombing Mexico. They're talking about moving military forces around throughout the world. Like, yeah, he very clearly has been powerful and continuing nationalism and military supremacy abroad. He's given money to the military at every turn.
I think it's so disrespectful for you to say to the hundreds of thousands of families out there who lost their children and to like the F drug that there's no crisis at the border. That's so disrespectful, dude.
There's a crisis. I'm sorry. Don't start with the bullshit. Donald Trump killed. No. Donald Trump. No. Donald Trump killed over 1 million people by his inaction in COVID, and your response was, "But yeah, what's the percentage of Americans that is?" So don't give me the fucking bullshit of you sitting here going, "Oh, we care about fentanyl." You don't. By the way, most of that stuff is brought in by U.S. citizens. So you sitting here.
Hey,
Wow,
Richie, real
crisis
quick.
at the border,
did you,
dude.
Cool. Did you know that he wants to do a military parade for his birthday? Powerful and continuing nationalism.
I don't know about the military. What's wrong with the military parade? How does that prove military supremacy?
It doesn't bother you because you're fascist. You're getting it. Sean, appreciate it. Thank
You're okay
you.
with it.
Sean, appreciate the 5.
We're
Thank
proving
you.
the point. So you've clearly looked them up. Go to the second one.
Sean, appreciate it for the 5. Remember, if we
What
get
up?
rid of due process, anyone can be grabbed, including citizens. Exactly.
Wait, look what up? What? I don't
You
have anything.
clearly looked up the 14 tenets, otherwise you want to come up with powerful and continuing nationalism, because that's not something that's typically part of a conversation unless they're reading from Umberto Eco.
I'm
'Cause
literally in
that's
my
the
car.
first.
I'm in my car. I don't have anything in front of me.
So you just came up with that on your own, powerful and continuing nationalism? You didn't look that up?
No, I'm in my what? I read them before. The second one is something
Oh,
about recognition
okay.
of human rights.
Yeah, well, there you go. That one too.
Yeah, I mean, I can succinctly describe what fascism is, and but you probably would argue with me anyways.
Tell me what it is, Tommy. Is there anything in front of
Fascism
me?
is far-right, fanatical
Mhm.
ultranationalism characterized by extreme conservative beliefs.
Okay.
And right, so it is inherently fanatical in that anything that crosses your ideology, is bad. So, for instance, when you're talking about due process, this is a really good point. You know that the Constitution supposedly is above everything else. But when it
Mhm.
comes into contradicts with Kilmar, you then go, oh no, we need to get rid of that because it contradicts. Anything that contradicts your ideology, you can throw out, right? Which is why rule of law, due process with people that you disagree with, you're so willing to get rid of. Would you ever have this thought process for people that tried to overthrow the United States government on January 6th? Absolutely not.
Yes.
Would you have this
No, I
thought
will.
process
I
with
will.
Donald Trump? No, you wouldn't. Would you have this thought process with the other
You're assuming my
immigrants that
position, dude.
so where was your anger at the other immigrants that were brought in by Donald Trump
You're
into the White House for
assuming.
hold on, I'm asking you a question. Where was your
170,000.
anger with Conor McGregor that was just convicted of R, or Andrew Tate that is under trial for things he obviously did, trafficking women that he's admitted to? You don't have anything to say for him. Or
Wait,
Elon
which
Musk
one?
that lied on his visa to get here. You don't have anything to say for Melania that's literally has an
Okay.
anchor baby. You don't have anything for Donald Trump, who also has another anchor baby with his previous wife. You don't have anything to say with them, but suddenly when you're talking about Kilmore, yeah, then that's a problem. But if Donald
Okay.
Trump
So
brings
let
it,
me.
yeah. So you don't have the same level of standard. You
Hold
are
on. Let me
out here.
respond.
You are out here going after criminals, but in the same respect, defending criminals by saying, yeah, he's totally a good president. That we have a felon with 37 whatever, 34 felonies.
Can I respond?
Yeah.
Okay, dude. Numerous things to address here. Number one, I am not advocating for searching and finding individuals that have committed crimes and getting rid of them with no due process. We're speaking about Kilmar, who has already been deported. Now, in regards to the people you just mentioned, if they deported Andrew Tate, who is a disgusting human being and he's a misogynist and he spreads misogyny, if he deported these people, I would be perfectly okay with it. I wouldn't care about due process. But I'm not advocating for it to happen. But if it happened, I wouldn't care. I'm consistent in what I'm saying. I'm not inconsistent. I'm trying to find.
No, you are. So you're saying that an arrest is totally okay in the White House as long as they weren't deported first.
Well, you're assuming I voted for Trump. I didn't vote for Trump. I'm an independent.
I'm just saying that's your logic, the way it plays out. You're
You know
saying
what?
it's totally okay that an arrest is at the White House as long as they haven't been deported first.
No, again, but I didn't vote for Trump, dude. I'm independent, bro. But I think that I'm defending Trump to some extent, but I didn't vote for him. No.
I'm so confused.
I
You're
talked
defending
to you before.
fascism
You
is
know
what
my
you're
position,
doing.
dude. I literally talked to you before. You know my
So
position.
again, fascism is built on vast contradictions, which is what we're watching right in front of our eyes. You're saying crime is bad, but the criminal that I voted for, or that at least I support, is okay. The people he brought into the White House, I can justify that. But God forbid this guy gets improperly and illegally deported and he doesn't get due process. I don't understand. This doesn't make any sense. And especially when you guys were crying, and the right was crying that Donald Trump wasn't receiving due process and January 6ers weren't receiving due process, which wasn't true, by the way, that they could just be like, nah, no more for
I have a
anyone.
simple question for you. Very quick question, because I think you missed
Tommy,
it.
I'll be right back. I gotta change phones. I'll be right back.
Super important question. I think you missed it. Did I ever once say that any American citizen should ever have their right to due process taken away no matter what crime they committed? I never said that.
No, but you're creating an exception.
That's the whole point of my argument. There's an exception, yes.
Right, and there shouldn't be an exception because there is no justification in the Constitution for your exception. Your exception is built in your head. It's built off of fascist ideologies of, I don't agree with this guy. I want to support my fucking cult leader. So I'm going to go ahead and create some sort of standard so that I can justify why I want to do something that is unconstitutional and illegal.
Well,
that's what you're
saying
doing.
fascism. You're saying fascism. Do you think I hold this position?
Yes, fascists hold this belief. Yes, this is a commonality. If you go back through all of European fascism, if you go back through fascism throughout literally the 20th century as it emerged, you will find out very clearly that what they believed was that they had an enforcement mechanism, right? Like they had the black shirts in Italy, they had the brown shirts in Germany, and they had variations of that, green shirts, whatever, all throughout Europe as being the party enforcement, and basically worked out to whatever we believe is completely justifiable, completely legal, and anybody that crosses us, anybody that disagrees with us, anybody that we ideologically don't like, that is a problem, what they're doing is illegal. We see it all the time. Right? So, for instance, a good example of this would be what we just watched with the Trump administration is now going after CBS over the 60 Minutes interview, trying to criminalize free speech, right? Even though they say they love it. They're going after them for saying they're like dispersing fake news or something like that. Some part of the act that they're trying to bastardize to go after 60 Minutes in terms of, I can't remember exactly what act it is, but do they talk about Fox News and the disinformation there? No, despite the fact that Fox News lost lawsuits over spreading disinformation. Do they talk about this? Do they think that they should be gone after? Do they think their free speech should be taken away? No. They do it incessantly. Donald Trump gets up there and lies every single day. He makes shit up every single day, and he turns around when people disagree with him, and he goes after them for their free speech. That's fascism. That's part and parcel of fascism, is we can do no wrong, only they can. It's built in narcissism, contradictions, and a whole heaping toxic pile of we're always right.
You ever Googled you have a headache and it says you have stage 4 glioblastoma cancer?
No.
Okay. You ever Googled you have something like a headache and it says you have a deadly disease?
Sure.
Okay, cool. The same way that literally all these symptoms overlap, okay? You can find microfascism in any single society.
I'm not finding microfascism. I'm finding fascism. I can run down the list of multiple different fascist tenets across multiple different fascist scholars. I can find you the list.
Wait, you can find numerous different.
I can give you the list. I can across the board. I can give you the list. I can go down the 14 points. I can go off Jason Stanley. I can go off Stanley Payne. I can go off fucking Roger Griffin. There's a whole host of them.
Okay, what's the end goal?
The end goal of. Would you like to know? I think that you would like.
Listen, you're holding this position, so you think there's an end goal. What's the end goal? What is going to happen?
What's the end goal is fascist accelerationism.
Okay,
is authoritarianism. It looks like
what?
I don't know what it's going to look like in modern day America. But they're going to try.
That's what
I mean, we're watching it. They're undermining. I mean, it probably is going to be corporate autocracy. They're undermining literally everything that has to do with human rights in terms of migrants. They're trying to target migrants. They're trying to remove their rights, as you're trying to do. They're trying to go after people that disagree with them and bastardize the First Amendment and various different laws to try and criminalize and go after people that spread information that they don't agree with. We're seeing it all across the board. They're going after Harvard. They're going after NBC. Trump even tried to go after a pollster because he's obsessed with his numbers. But yes, we're watching it. I can give you the thing. Like I said, fascism is far-right, fanatical ultranationalism. It's characterized by predominantly extremely conservative beliefs. So what we would see, right? The idea of Sodom and Gomorrah, right?
So immigration?
Immigration falls into scapegoating.
So immigration...
Scapegoating of a marginalized group.
Immigration to Trump...
Scapegoating of a marginalized group. Doesn't have to do with immigration. It has to do with brown people. Has to do with brown people. Has to do with creating an identifiable market.
Brown people, trans people, yeah, 100%.
Anybody that they perceive as a threat to the nuclear family or the patriarchy or anything that doesn't produce for or reproduce for the nation. That's what they're going after. We saw the similar thing in Italy, for instance. They started targeting North African people and Slavic people, basically saying that it was destroying the culture of Italy and that they needed to return to a time of national greatness. Italy had only been a country together for about 50 years at that point, but they started targeting that. In Germany, they went after Jewish people. whole bunch of shit.
What
Your
if they're
position.
disabled
So in the
people
United
first?
States,
So
in
that's
the United
really
States,
important.
Hold on, wait.
the
The
people.
position you hold doesn't make sense. Just a minute, time. Just a minute. The
I don't know if I
position
can
you hold
finish.
doesn't make sense because white people are way more lazy and benefit our society less than immigrants.
Okay.
They're way harder working. They actually fulfill jobs. They do things. There's more lazy, useless white people. So why would he be trying to get rid of due to your agenda? It doesn't make sense. You're saying you're not benefiting our society or culture.
He's trying to get rid of migrants because they view migrants as being the downfall of American civilization.
But how? And they actually are part of the foundation.
I know that. I know that, but that's not what their argument is. Their argument is
Right.
that migrants are destroying America. You may think that. I know that to be true, that migrants are beneficial for America in literally every way. Quite frankly, adds a little bit of seasoning to a fucking sea of white. But, like, real talk, because I'm sick of raisins. I'm fucking sick of raisins and potato salad. But yes, like migrants like do help America. The Trump administration is targeting them, and MAGA is going after migrants and blaming them as the root of all cause. It doesn't matter what the reality is. That's what they're doing.
Well, I'm only
But it's
saying
not just about race, though. Fascism
saying
just
based on the
doesn't always
agenda,
focus on race. It actually just others, individuals, marginalized communities.
Right.
Immigrants
Fascism.
happen to be that one.
Sorry, say that last part again. TikTok, say the last part again.
Fascism doesn't always deal with race. It just deals with othering marginalized communities. In
Obviously,
this
yeah, I
country,
know.
in this form of fascism, it happens to be transgender individuals. It happens to be people with disabilities, immigrants. These are in 1930s. When Hitler first got into power, they actually had the doctors. They went to the doctors and they made them fill out lists of children that were born with visible disabilities. They had what it was called. What was it called? Life unworthy of living is how they put it. Lames unverticus lames was the saying that they had. And it meant that you consumed. You did not produce because you had a disability or you were mentally disabled, something along that lines. These are the people that they started with. When the camp started, it was called the T4 Project. They literally tested how much Cyclone B, I don't know if you know, that's the gas that they use. They tested how much was necessary to do what needed to be done on people specifically with disabilities because they didn't produce for the nation.
Okay,
And
yeah, no,
did
I
you
know.
did you know RFK just started a list of people with disabilities?
Oh, Chuck's
Yeah, I
a
saw
tight.
that.
I didn't think Chuck was going to join. Chuck,
Okay,
join in a
so I
second.
want to address that. My entire point is that I hear what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. It is true. But there is something also like the key point here is that when can we say Schmittler, whatever? Okay, when he gave his 2-hour speech, okay, he quite literally and blatantly said that if other countries wouldn't take the Jews in, if they wouldn't house them, if they wouldn't bring them in, that Germany would take care of them themselves by eradicating them. He literally said it in his speech. We've seen Trump say that if people are here illegally, they have to go. They can go through the right process. We're seeing two separate types of dialogue.
Yeah,
How
it
are you
didn't
comparing
start with
Trump?
that, dude. It didn't start with that. It starts with
It
consolidation
started off
of
pretty good.
power. That's what it starts with. It
Right.
starts with burning the Reichstag. It starts with the consolidation of power. It starts with undermining the courts. It starts with targeting representatives that disagree with you until they fall in line. That's what he's attempting to do.
I
And we're
understand, but
watching it.
the law of Reichstag that was implemented, which was one of Schmittler's first things he did, which is literally crazy. What is Trump's equivalent to the law of Reichstag, which gave Schmittler ultimate power?
It hasn't happened yet.
It hasn't happened,
that's
but
our
we've been
prediction.
watching it happen throughout executive orders where he's saying, this is the way I view the law. This is the way I view this. This is the way I view that. And he's going to court and he's
Okay.
losing. And those are upholding right now. But he's going to find different ways to try and fuck with it. But just saying, and here's the thing, it's never a one-to-one, right? And this is a theme that's talked about pretty extensively when you study fascism, is that fascism emerges in its own way based off the cultural parameters that it exists within. So fascism that's emerged in Pakistan is different than fascism that's emerged in, for instance, Wahhabism in Saudi Arabia. It materializes different, right?
Okay, so you're
And
saying
in this
that
instance, there are tenets that we're following, that we're watching, that are happening, that are commonplace of that. We're watching the sexual repression that's happening. We're watching the anxiety that's happening in terms of sexuality in this country. We're watching, the attacks on the LGBTQ community, even though just a few years ago they said they were very pro-LGBTQ. It was a complete lie. They're targeting the LGBTQ community because they view them as a threat to the norm, right? Where people reproduce and they have kids and it's in the benefit of the nation. You're watching, rural, this is a commonality, rural places are where the heartland is and the cities are where the country goes to die. You see toxic masculinity, you see anti-feminine feminism, you see being against arts and intellectuals, so they're targeting schools, they're targeting anybody. Like, people come in here and they're like, you don't even have a real job. It's like, I would take a fucking normal whatever you got over this most days, or at least not most days, but like, it's frequent. But to undermine value in your labor, right, is, oh, that's just a remedial job, you don't deserve to exist, whatever, to that degree. And then you see those social hierarchies that end up defending corporate values, which is what we're watching. There's a lot of similarities across the board.
Okay,
It's
so I
not
get what
just
you're saying.
one.
So you're
It's pretty
saying,
much everything.
okay, so you're saying because they operate different in different societies, that the way it's operating in America could be leaning towards it happening. The thing is that, like, okay, yes, I understand your point you're making, and that it could be leaning towards some sort of actual like fascist, dictatorship in our country. The problem is that, like, there are some things that he would have to be for that he's shown he's against for it to actually to work. Things like state control of the economy. He literally advocates completely against that. He like
So that's a misconception. They don't have state control. It's a merger of state and corporations.
Yeah, but do
It's not
fascist
state
regimes,
control.
right? But
It's not.
fascist
It's
regimes,
not.
they have total control over the
It's
economy.
it's more the
No.
corporations control the state than the opposite way around.
No, they don't. They don't have
And we see
control of the
that now.
economy. Actually, what you see most often is crony capitalism, which is a lot of what we're seeing now, where it appears to be very, very cronyism. The people that make their way to the top, the people that are involved, are billionaires, which is why about half of Trump's administration is billionaires. You see crony capitalism in Italy. You saw the monopolization to corporations of the telecommunications systems and various different government infrastructure, right? In Germany, you saw something very similar. They did allocate resources based off of war effort, which, fascists usually do. Obviously, they were in a more isolated economy in the 30s and 40s than we are currently now. But you do see that isolationism happening. You do see the movement towards we need to spend more money on militarization. And yeah, like there's parallels there. And in Germany, by the way, they did allow corporations with excess after they had created what they needed to do for the military. They were allowed to take whatever they had left over and make it for other things. Obviously, they had a very strict economy that was very isolationist, so they had to allocate resources like that. But we wouldn't expect that in every economy, especially one this global, that something similar would happen. Sean, appreciate it. Thank you for the 5. You need due process to prove if someone is a citizen, so you have a problem. Appreciate it, Sean, with the 5. Dark, appreciate it. Trump said the same thing about Palestinians. Dark, appreciate it. And Sean, appreciate the 5 again. Didn't literally Trump call Bezos and tell him to stop with his tariff taxes on his site? Yes. Sean, appreciate it. Thank you. Could we get some dubs and drumsticks in the chat? If you guys want to support, we are having a subathon. You guys can sub to any one of the platforms. I would appreciate it. We're trying to make it through Trump's tariffs and through the TikTok bullshit. So if you guys want to support, would appreciate it. We're probably going to have another one this weekend. But if you guys want to help out, sub on any one of the platforms, and I would appreciate it. If you guys enjoy the content, being live, yeah.
My cash app is thick and spicy 20. If you want to send me some money. Anyway, so
all right, I'm gonna be right back in 1 minute. You got it, Josh? I don't know if.
Do you read books, Richie?
Do I read books? No, I actually don't read books. No.
Okay.
I'm not even kidding. I don't read books at all.
All right. Well, you should. There's some good books on fascism that you should pick up, and they're quick, easy reads. Maybe 10, 12 chapters.
No, I mean, the thing is that Trump obviously operates more like a populist nationalism type of way, which can look like authoritarianism. I don't think it is, though.
Nationalism isn't good. There's no form of nationalism that has ever been beneficial for our country. So I don't know what.
You know what populist nationalism is?
Yeah, it's a myth. It doesn't exist. It always ends in we're the best and other countries are subpar to us. So it would make sense that since our culture is the best, we should invade them because that would benefit humanity. That's how nationalism ends.
No, that's not populist nationalism.
Yeah, you're gonna try to say that they take care of the people, that
No, that's
it's
not what it
more
is.
of an
Wait, I have a question.
isolationism.
Wait, dude, you just asked me if I read
Okay.
books. You don't. Come on, dude. No, populist
Yeah, come on.
nationalism.
Okay, what is it then?
Yeah, it's when the society is divided into two groups. So you have the people like us, and there's a corrupt elites, and it's basically us against the elites. Because obviously, do you believe the world's run by elites? Yes or no?
A populist is somebody who wants to take care of the population, take care
No,
of
it's
the
not.
people in the country.
No, that's not what
Am I
populist.
wrong on this? What the fuck? When the last
No,
time did I look this up?
look it up. Look up populist nationalism. You have the pure people, if you will, and you have people that are called like the corrupt elites, and everyone believes that there's elites out there. It's kind of not up for discussion.
Yeah, they're called billionaires.
Well, not billionaires, more than that.
No, they're called billionaires. You're tiptoeing around anti-Semitism. I'll just let you know.
Dude, I'm not an anti. I'm literally Jewish, dude.
Okay, then you shouldn't say like
I'm a
elites
Hasidic.
control the world.
Sorry, so I'm not taking anti-Semitism. I'm literally a Jew.
All right, you're right. Populism. I was wrong. You're correct.
Okay, you should read more books. Anyway, but
did you just say I should read more books? You fucking.
well, you
putz?
just asked me if I read books. I said no. You said you should read more.
So I didn't. I mistook the.
That's fine. I'm just messing.
The definition of populism. Okay. All
I'm just
right,
messing.
I got you.
Anyway,
so
the
tell
idea
me,
is that
this elite group of people, what do they control?
right. So Trump operates in a way where it's like he says that there's corrupt elites, and it's basically us against these elites, and it looks like authoritarianism.
Who's the elites?
Huh?
Who's the elites?
That's a fucking great question. I would say probably like nobody really knows, but there is elites out there. Do you disagree that there's elites out there that kind of run the world?
Yeah, they're called billionaires.
No, they're more than that, dude. Billionaires aren't like sure you can say billionaires can run the world. But
If you're gonna claim these people exist, then you're gonna have to give me an example.
Wait, that's the whole entire argument here. Is that like there is
then
that
it's conspiracy.
Okay, dude. Do you believe that people that have lots of money can have influence on the minority? Yes or no?
100%, and we see it every day.
That's a world.
We see it every day through things like Citizens United, where corporations are considered individuals, and they can put as much money as they want into super PACs, and those super PACs get people elected. 100%. 100%. I agree with that. If you're going to tell me it's a select group of people doing this, though, you're going to have to show me who.
Yeah, so one argument would be like the Rothschilds. People say that they could be them. I mean, they have trillions and trillions of dollars, probably more than that. Wait, hold up. Wait, what do you mean there you go? That's an argument people make. They do the Rothschilds run the banking in the world, yes or no?
I don't know, you tell me.
Yeah, they do. Okay, man. So listen, and also
the Rothschilds own the banking in what, like Saudi Arabia? They own it in Europe. They own it in Latin America. They own it everywhere.
Right, and my argument is that that people argue that.
Can you show me how that works? How the
Rothschilds
own all the banks
I'm not saying that my
across the
position,
world?
Hold up, I'm not saying my
this
position.
This is the anti-Semitism I'm talking about, my guy.
I'm literally Jewish. I'm not anti-Semitic. Also, my position,
that's wild. You would have these takes. Hey, do you know what the protocols of the Elders of Zion are?
No, dude.
No.
Listen, wait, take that. Can I hold the position that I hold? And it not for me to say that people that are ultra wealthy, just by coincidence, they're Jewish. I'm saying they could have some influence over the world. That's an anti-Semitic take.
Yeah, like historically.
Because they possess a ton of money.
So, are you agreeing that it is the majority of the people who control the world are Jewish?
Say it again.
I said, are you saying that the majority of people who have all this money and control the world are Jewish?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that in regards to them, and also when I mentioned the Rothschilds, I'm saying some people. Wait, if you listen to my words, I said some people argue it could be them. That was my exact words. I didn't say that was my position.
Well, that was your argument. I asked you to point at who it is, this small group of people, and you said Rothschilds.
No, I
took that as your argument.
No, I said some people would argue. Was my exact words. Some people would argue it could be the Rothschild.
What people argue that?
Don't
be vague, man. I'm not gonna let you fly with this. You got to be very specific. Who controls the world, and who says that it's the Rothschilds?
Oh, I'm just saying some people say that, and I don't know who controls the world. It's so dumb. I love how the entire chat is saying that they were literally just saying that yes, there's elites, and then you disagree, and they say no, there's no elites. There's no elites. That's ridiculous. They can't even make up their own mind. They don't have a mind for themselves. But what I'm saying is that I don't have an answer for that. I'm saying all I was explaining to you is that Trump acts in a populist nationalism way, which is the society against the elites. That's how he operates.
Who are the elites?
I just said to you that I don't know who the elites are.
Ultra rich, right?
Yes. It could
The
be the
ultra rich.
Yes.
Who's the richest man in the world?
That we know of?
Yeah.
Elon Musk.
Okay. Who does he work for?
Trump.
Yeah, okay. So are you saying that Donald Trump is part of the elites? Or he just has the elites working for him?
No. You just asked me if it was the ultra wealthy that does it. I said it could be, yes. I'm not saying that Elon Musk.
Okay, so you're gonna just seesaw. You're gonna middle of the road. This is a very coward way. You're gonna make a stance on what you're saying, dude. Are you saying that the ultra rich are the elites? Yes or no? Don't middle of the road bullshit me.
Yes, but I also told you that it's more than.
Okay, cool. So the richest man in the world then would therefore be one of the elites, correct?
You know what? Tell you what. Yes, you could be. Yes.
Okay, cool. And who's he work for?
He works for the Trump administration.
Okay, cool. Would that make Donald Trump part of the elites?
Well, no, because also.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
It wouldn't make him one of the elites. No. Actually, you know what?
Do you tie your shoes in the morning or do you use Velcro?
Could be. Could be. Listen, man, don't resort to ad homs, dude, just because you're losing the argument.
I'm losing the argument. You just admitted Donald Trump is one of the elites, but you refuse to see it. This is fucking weird.
Okay, listen. Even if I said to you, my argument in the beginning was, and just so you know, you're trying to redirect my words. You said billionaires. I said trillionaires, or people that have way more money than that. Then you wanted
Name
to
one
refine.
trillionaire.
Hold up.
Name a trillionaire, dude.
We don't know. The Rothschilds are trillionaires. The
Rothschild isn't a person.
The Rothschild family is worth trillions of dollars.
Okay, then BlackRock is a trillionaire then.
No, I'm saying
that's a group of people.
Well, some people also argue that the the royal family over there, some of them are trillionaires as well. Also, there's a few trillionaires.
Are they lizard people?
Wait, hold up. And also, there's a few trillionaires.
I want Tommy to come back. This is weird. I'm getting weirded out.
Yeah, you're kind of weirding me out too, man.
People in Saudi. Yeah, this is fucking weird, dude. So hey, you should go look up the protocols of the Elders of Zion. This is from the 1800s. It was conspiracy that originated in Russia, was adopted by Germany, and it is 2025, and we're still hearing this is literally from anti-Semitism wrote in the 1800s, my guy.
Just a minute here. One sec. My son's getting off the bus. I have to go here in a minute.
Oh God damn it!
Yeah, come here, buddy.
Don't tell him these stories, bro.
My son? He loves me, man.
I'm sure he does love you. My dad used to teach me a lot of racist shit when I was growing up, and I think about it today, and it makes me hate him.
What's also the argument too is that nice. Yeah, kind of a crazy take there, man. Again, ad homs.
No, just
life
experience. Life experience, man. Life experience.
Why would I ever talk to my son about these topics?
I don't know. Like later in life, when he's a teenager, you're going to tell him that a certain elite group of people rule the world, which
no.
Bro, you just told 500 people that.
Yeah, and that's literally a fact that people agree upon. It is that you're acting like what I'm saying is delusional. I'm saying there are people. That me holding the position that there are people
here's your half-assed fucking argument again. It's not me. It's other people say these things. Then don't argue for those people. What's your argument?
Well, my argument is that there is elites as well, though. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Then stand on that.
Yeah. All right, man. Sounds good. I'm gonna go play with my son. Take care.
All right, man. Holy schmoly, y'all. Tommy, come back. You can blame it all on me. Somebody come up here and talk with me. Sharon.
Talk while I'm making my lunch.
That was weird, dude. You let me on that wild ride by myself?
I didn't even think about it. I forgot it was on, to be honest.
Jesus Christ. Were you not listening to any of that?
No, I was very, yeah.
All right. What's up, Kenneth?
Yo, do you want some support? I just
Sheesh.
was listening there. Oh my god! Like, as I was saying in the comments, like Trump is literally part of the elite. He is the establishment. The idea that, as you said, the richest man in the world works for Trump. But oh no, he's not part of that elite group who controls society. Not that guy. But you know the rest of them, of course,
Look over
do.
here. Look over here.
It's,
Fuck.
and what he said he was an independent. Who are all these group of people who are like independent? Who are like, well, it's as you said, they can't stand on their beliefs. They like have to, they have to kind of say, well, I don't agree with everything he does, but then they make excuse after excuse after excuse for Trump and what he does, and basically act like a Trump supporter, but say, well, I don't, I'm just an independent. I don't really, blah blah blah.
So weird, man.
So yeah,
It's little kid arguments. It's
you.
like
I think
it's like when a kid gets in trouble
Yes.
and you're like, "Hey man, did you take that lollipop?" And they're like, "But Daniel took this lollipop." And that's not what I Hey, did you take this lollipop? But I saw somebody do this. Come on, man.
I know, and it was kind of quite sad when he said about his son, and you know, it dawned on me there as well. Like, can you imagine kind of stuff that, as you said, you grew up with your father. Thankfully, mine was fine, but like it's so like, especially those kind of conspiracies of like, oh well, son, the whole world is against us. These group of people are. Yeah, that's the funny thing about that whole conspiracy of Jews taking over the world, and there's this secret group of elites who are running the world. When it's like, well, they're there. They're already there. We know who they are. They're Elon Musk. They're Mark Zuckerberg. They're Jeff Bezos. They always say it's like this secret shadow group behind the scenes, when actually they're right there. They're at Trump's inauguration. He's in the cabinet of Trump. It's like
Sitting behind him.
exact. It's like no, you're so close to getting it, but again, you have to go down the conspiracy route of yeah, but secretly they're poisoning people with vaccines and chemtrails and all this shit, and it's just like fucking. Oh god, yeah, I think COVID really fucking broke a lot of people's brains. The amount of people I had to fucking argue with about COVID and vaccines, and it's just like so many people just like went into the conspiracy, the rabbit holes of conspiracies and stuff, and it's just like, man, have you seen that guy who does podcasts with his dad and his mother? His dad is basically like, his brain is turned to mush because of Fox News and stuff, and so he does a podcast where he's like, he just asks him questions. You're like, what do you think about universal healthcare or something? And his dad's like, why should I be paying for that? And it's like, his dad is just like, literally his brain is just Fox News propaganda day in day out, and he just can't. He has no empathy for anyone and all this, and it's just like, yeah, it's just fucking sad, man. So yeah, I can't remember what the name of the. It's come up on my on my FYP and stuff. Yeah, and his mother seems to like, she's in them as well, and she's like, she doesn't seem to be as mad, but she kind of like also agrees with the husband at times, and it's like, because sometimes she's like, well, I wouldn't go that far, but then other times she agrees with him, and you're like, oh my god, is she lost as well? So yeah, god, I like watching these lives, but it is quite sad when you see some of the people come up here and believe in Trump and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. By the way, I'll be back on in like 2 minutes. So, waiting for this to finish. Sorry, guys.
You air frying?
Yeah.
No, I'll be honest, man. I've lost. Well, I say lost, but like people that I've known since like high school, I was friends with on Facebook, and it's just like I can't. I'm not. You voted against my rights. We're not friends anymore. You're not who I thought you were. Family members, I never really liked my family in the first place, so that wasn't as difficult. But like friends that I've gone out to the lake with within the last 5-10 years, coming out, and they're like, trans people in sports is right, and it's just like, God bless it. I delete. I don't have any bad feelings. I wish it didn't happen, but I don't have like guilt about it or anything. Just I had one person actually. I wasn't a really good friend of him, but he said something. He popped off, and I popped off back, and ended up unfollowing him. And he texted me recently, DM'd me recently, and he said, "Hey man, did you ever forgive me for that?" I'm like, "There's nothing to forgive you about, bro. Like, if you want to ask me questions on why I'm not okay with you, that's fine. But I'm not just gonna be like, yeah, you're forgiven for voting against my rights. So no, take care, man. We got a lot of fighting to do. You're either with me or standing against me. Which one is it?" And apparently it's standing against me.
Yeah, you're kind of seeing that. I think, particularly with this election, I think there was some grace after 2016 where it was like, maybe they were misinformed and they vote for Trump because they were desperate. But this time around, I think a lot of people are like, nah, this is just like, this is, a step too far, and you voted for him again, or maybe it's the first time or whatever. But like, you've got enough a view of what Trump is like, what he's done, to know who you're voting for. So the idea that like, oh well, I didn't really know. I just feel as I saw him on TV, but it's like,
It's
there's some
been
guy.
12 years.
Yeah, exactly. Some guy in the comments here is a fucking moron who's saying, "Oh well, if Kamala won, it turned into Europe," and I'm as a European, I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? Um, I'm blessed every day that I was born in Europe, and this idea that Kamala was somehow like she wouldn't fucking deport some people who were like given protection orders by the court, that's for sure, and she also wouldn't crash the economy, start putting tariff like, and that's the other
Started
thing, like,
tariff wars.
yeah, and like that's the other thing is, as I said, I'm in Europe, and like in Ireland, for example, we have a lot of U.S. pharmaceutical companies, and like if they put tariffs on pharmaceutical products, that's going to be a big problem for us. And it's like, again, all of it is just fucking. Well, there's a trade deficit. It's like, yeah, because America is the richest country in the world, and it has what
We buy a lot of shit.
365 million people compared to Ireland, which has 5 million. Yes, there's going to be a trade deficit, of course. So it's like this idea that naturally a trade deficit is like, we have to get it back to 50-50. It's like, it's not happening. Like, the US is like a powerhouse for that reason. And that is and you could also say that the US is kind of ripping off some poorer countries with deals and stuff like that, harvesting their resources and stuff like that. So the idea that somehow the US is getting screwed over by these deals, and is it's like fucking loony land. It's upside down world. Anyway, yeah, I see that you're back now, so I'll let you get back to it. I was just listening along, so Tic Tac needed some moral support.
Appreciate you.
No problem.
Just drowning.
Yeah.
I'm not good on my own.
All the best. Thanks for
shows like Jaden does.
All the best. See you guys.
All right, man. Hey, did you hear there's a tuberculosis outbreak in Kansas? Fucking wild. Thanks, Kennedy. I can't believe this shit is happening.
It's a good thing I have no want to ever go to Kansas. Anyways, if you guys want to double tap the screen, comment, interact, help get some people in here. We might reset in a minute if we don't. But if you guys want to see if we can boost it back out on the For You page, see if we can grab some debates, so I don't have to reset, that would be awesome. That would be cool.
Yeah, tuberculosis, Normie. The consume. They got the consumption. I call it the consume just because it makes my wife laugh. When I have a deep cough, I'll be like, I've got the consume. And she laughs. It's silly. It's consumption. Which actually isn't funny. It's killed more people than any other disease in history.
It's crazy. Do you know what sucks about MAGA? How many times have we asked for a single reason to support Trump? They don't have one. Not a one. He didn't follow through with any campaign promise. Nothing.
Other than hurting people.
Yeah, I know. That's the only thing Well, he's hurting people, destroying families, and you can't even claim that they save money because they cost us money. The deficit actually went up and save us a penny. By the way, I voted for representatives to determine whether or not we were spending money appropriately. I did not vote for Musk. Didn't see his name on the ballot. If you guys remember.
Representative democracy. Like I said, tariffs are a taxation without representation. Our congressmen did not put this into law. Our congressmen represent us. We want representation if we're going to pay taxes. We want a say-so in it. It's somehow, even if it's as small as my senator or congressman, I want to have some sort of say. And when he imposes tariffs, that is literally taxation without representation. We should start throwing tea in harbors. Who's with me?
We should start throwing Trump steak in the Boston Harbor. Or Tang. Spray tan?
Let's throw Tang. Let's, you know how like the Chicago River dyes it green.
We should dye the Boston
For
Harbor
St. Patty's
orange.
Day.
Yeah.
That was my Jerry Maguire moment. Who's coming with me? Me and Jaws. Anyway, we're still doing a subathon. If you guys are liking the debates, you can sub to the channel. Or at least, at the very minimum, go to YouTube and subscribe over there.
Yeah. Help us out. We're trying to stay live. Unfortunately, when the ad views dropped off of TikTok, got rough.
What are you eating?
Chicken wrap.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
I'm hungry. I don't know what I'm going to have.
But yeah, if you guys want to help out with the Corgi goal too, that'd be awesome. Help us boost it out on the For You page. We're trying everything we can here to survive. I don't know if it's going to work.
Shake
But
that booty, baby.
I honestly don't know.
Did you think about that twerking thing I said yesterday? That was dead on, wasn't it?
It was dead
fucking
on.
spot on.
Mm-hmm.
Never really thought about it, but you ain't doing it right.
You know what I find so funny about that? Mega men were sitting there like,
huh? What?
What? And mega women were like, I've heard about it, but I've never experienced it.
Got a lot of
lot of
mega
people.
women following me after that.
A whole lot of people are real confused right now. Got a lot of mega women following me after that.
Hey, Mel's here.
Mel, you want to hop in?
Come up and bullshit.
Mel was on a live, so I don't know if Mel wants to join. Yeah, you can hop up and bullshit.
Party.
I don't want to have to reset, so we could get it a little bit more popping in here. Liberals can't win election. Your literacy is terrible, but also, liberals have won what? 7 out of 9 elections. So that's a pretty good win percentage. I just want to finish this, and then we'll.
I want
resume.
music.
I don't really
I
want to
some
have
music.
to reset. I don't really want to have to reset, but I don't know. Marina, put that on Twitch.
Kristen.
It's a debate.
Hello.
Hey guys, how are you?
Yeah, what's going on?
Good. Yeah, what's going on? How are you?
Good. Hey, is there
Sorry,
an echo?
There's an echo. It's a bad echo. Try and rejoin. Bad echo.
You can try again.
Try again what?
So I was just telling Kristen to try again. So no Jaden, or you're just not sure?
I don't know. I haven't messaged him. I should message him. Paul.
All right, is that better?
No.
Still? No. Nope. All right. Next time.
Sorry. Hmm. Yeah, he said he was going to be back, so I don't know. Anyway, if you're debating, go ahead and hop in the box. Would appreciate it.
The Supreme Court just announced they're going to allow Trump's administration to immediately enforce its policy banning transgender people from military service on May 6, 2025 in Washington, D.C. This measure implements Trump's January executive order to restrict military service from current personnel and applicants diagnosed with gender dysphoria, reinstating a policy that has been overturned by President Biden. The Pentagon's February 2025 policy disqualifies individuals with a history or symptoms of gender dysphoria from service unless granted a waiver and requires separation of affected personnel by March 26. Approximately 4,240 military personnel have been diagnosed with gender dysphoria, and from 2015 to 2024, the Department of Defense allocated about $52 million in related medical treatment. Meanwhile, legal challenges contend that the ban discriminates against individuals based on sex and transgender identity. The ruling pauses a lower court's injunction blocking the ban, underscoring ongoing litigation over military readiness of the political branch's authority to determine armed forces composition. So, we're attacking
Pamela,
transgender people and taking their rights away. That's
yeah.
Like I don't.
Now, you remember that they said that Trump was the most pro-LGBTQ president in American history.
Yeah, he hosted a gay wedding, so.
Yeah, it was at Mar-a-Lago. Yeah, for sure.
So,
Yeah.
But they did. They said that. I don't know what happened to it. Pamela, appreciate the 25. Thank you, Pamela. We got 25 in the kick pool. Pamela, I just saw that. Appreciate it. Can we get some dubs and drumsticks in the chat for Pamela with the 25 over on Venmo? Thank you, even though that was from a minute ago. So there's that.
Sharon sent me 25 to kick you, but I wasn't sure how I could do it.
Kick the host?
Yeah.
Yeah, good luck.
25 to kick me? All right, I'm out. Pamela, appreciate it.
I was just saying if he was paying attention. Hey, it's Jaden.
Hey.
What is up, Jaden?
How's it going? Did I
What's
miss
going
anything?
on?
I'm doing all right.
Did you miss anything? Not really. Not
Oh,
really.
well.
We're having a subathon, so if you guys want to sub, would appreciate it. Help support. You can
Nice.
also gift subs to people. But we're having a subathon. I think we'll have another long live on Thursday. And then if I don't have Baby
Okay.
K this weekend, which I'm not sure of yet, I'll run it live this weekend. And I'll let you know as I know more.
All right. Well, full disclosure, I've been busy as hell. I was in Vegas and then had 2 days back here before zooming off to Arizona for my mom's graduation at Grand Canyon University. She's got a degree in education, bachelor's, I think it is, for educational counseling. And once I came back, I had a show to do. I'm a drag photographer now, apparently. And that was nice. That's where I was last night. So I got a crap ton to edit. I haven't been following too much on the news, but what I have seen is Trump hit accelerate on the whole Nazi regime thing. I'm seeing, the Supreme Court is allowing trans people to be banned from the military, and what else? Movie tariffs? The fuck is that? Foreign movie tariffs?
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. I was
I'm
gonna
not
say
really
that.
sure.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
What are the implications? I'm confused. Like, what are we...
I don't know, but look
Like,
out,
Lord
Bong
of the
Joon-ho.
Rings is gonna be so expensive.
Yeah, the Parasite.
Do you
sequel's gonna
remember-
run me out?
Well, that actually might be what it was, because Donald Trump's still upset. Do you remember when Parasite came out and Donald Trump was like upset that it won a Oscar because there was subtitles
He's Asian, yeah.
and he didn't want to read?
Mm-hmm.
Remember that? That was a big deal.
Well,
And it was
because he
like,
can't
I think
read.
even. Well, yeah. I just have to sit here and read the whole thing. That's not a great.
What does that say?
What is that?
Can you pause it?
I have to keep
I'm
leaning
trying
over to
read.
Melania, asking what they're saying. It's horrible.
I never was a very good reader of things.
Mr.
It's true.
TikTok, what does that say? I'm Singaporean, sir.
You know, he's like, that was a thing though for him, was he was losing it over Parasite. I remember when that happened and people were just like, what the fuck? That was like at the beginning of the pandemic. And he was like, yeah, freaking out. Nobody wants to read the subtitles. Like Parasite, I think if anything, the subtitles for that movie made it way more intense, to be honest with you.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that was an anxiety fueled thing. Yeah, it's that movie was intense. It was like,
Or like the representative from the United Kingdom handing him a letter from the.
That
from
was
the
so
king.
fucking funny.
He's like,
oh
this
yeah,
is
wow,
great.
it
Thank
says
you.
wow.
Now
you
read
want
it
me
out
to
loud.
read it out loud?
I know. Can we get him to read a page of Harry Potter? Like, can we just see how much he screws up? Because you saw, what was it? Pete Davidson said he was illiterate because for a scene in SNL, he was like, the end line was supposed to be turkey legs, like they were going to get turkey legs, and he ended up calling Pete Davidson turkey legs. And so, like, he's just fucking illiterate. I don't get. Holy shit, Zuni! Appreciate the 10 gifted subs. Can we get some dubs and drumsticks in the chat for Zuni with the 10 gifted over there? Thank you. Appreciate it. Making our way up, getting some memberships. Would appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it, Zuni. Dubs and drumsticks in the chat. But yeah, he very clearly illiterate as fuck.
Dubs and turkey legs in the chat.
I mean, he just is, and I always wonder like how they get him to work on a teleprompter, because he still fucks it up. But then he'll just like stop, and then he'll just start saying random shit and come back to it. Like he's like, I'm tired. Reading is a lot of work. I don't know how to do all this all the time, so I'm just going to over here in Thailand, Turkey land, as Pete Davidson calls it.
Isn't that fabulous?
Yosemites.
Azurasians.
Oh man.
How do you fuck up Arizonans?
I don't know.
Azurasians? I don't know.
I mean, maybe they might have misspelled it on the prompter. I don't know.
Nah.
He's just a Ron Burgundy.
Nah.
He's just a Ron Burgundy. Just reads whatever's on the prompter. Thailand, China.
Flip dibbity boo.
Bing bong. That honestly is the dumbest thing I ever. The bing bong thing is the craziest thing. Bing bong. Yeah.
I had a horrible dream the other night. Lucho was squatting in my parents' room, and I couldn't get his big ass up, and my parents were trying to get him out of there. I couldn't do anything about it legally for some reason. And he was just there, and we had I was trying to organize like a GoFundMe.
GoFundMe.
I was trying to organize a GoFundMe to pay a bunch of like strong men to lift him out and like cut a hole in the wall to get him out of there.
Oh my god. That's chaotic.
It was
chaotic. Yeah.
It's one of those dreams where you could feel stuff. And, you know, the smell was horrible.
I bet, yeah. I bet.
There's actually something we use on the ambulance that it's a large sack that we use for obese patients. It helps us move them. It's called
A
a
large
man
sack?
Yeah, it's called a man sack.
You guys just like put them in it and lift them?
Yeah, essentially it takes a whole squad of firefighters, but yeah, we'll do it.
I don't do it.
If somebody's injured, you got to get them. You got to get them to the hospital. You know, you can't just leave them there injured. So
nice. Well, what else happened? There's some big news story that I wanted to talk about.
We have can of trash that looks like a child.
Oh,
Someone want to
gross.
check that?
Trump might be dating them in 10 years.
Is that a child, by the way? Damn.
Oh, yeah, the National Cancer Institute fired its scientific advisors. Make America healthy again.
Yeah, apparently the RFK administration, the regime, I don't even want to call them administration anymore, but RFK is going around trying to find evidence against vaccines. It's like not evidence of like, scientific evidence. He just wants evidence to verify what he's been saying. And there isn't any. It's crazy. And what's wild is he wrote a whole ass book that I have around here somewhere about how vaccines were bad and then turned around and is now like, no, measles are the best way to stop. What the fuck is this? This guy's going to destroy health and human services to an irreparable level. We're going to see fucking disease outbreaks. I know, we're going to see disease outbreaks like fucking mad. I can't even believe I think the craziest thing for me is like, I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. If you're going to be in Congress, if you're going to be a senator, and you're going to look at these people, I'm not co-signing these idiots. Period. I'm not co-signing them because they're going to go out there and wreak fucking havoc, and then they're going to be like, why'd you approve them? You knew. I can't believe they fucking did it. Hey, Pepper, appreciate it. I love it when the chat turns green. Me too. Pepper, appreciate the membership over on YouTube. Appreciate it, Pepper. Thank you.
I think the best thing we can do right now is actually everybody go out and get vaccinated because they still track that stuff. And if all of a sudden there's a surge in people getting vaccinated when RFK is fighting against, that's going to send a pretty clear message.
We have to shut this down.
We can't do this. Marjorie, make it stop. Give me another bear to slay.
I'm hungry. It's got the zest.
God,
somebody left the White House recently. The congressman that he plucked, what was his name? Waltz. He's out as national security advisor.
I think he's gonna put Steve Miller in.
Oh,
yeah,
that's the scary worse. Stephen Miller is literally Goebbels.
Yeah,
I think he might be worse, to be honest with you. I really think he might be worse.
Is he on something? Or, like, does he have some kind of disorder or some shit? Because when you look at him in, like, just simple questions, he's agitated as all fuck. And it's not normal.
I think he's just fucking evil. I think he's just evil. Honestly, I think he's just evil. I think he's a psychotic person that's doesn't even know how to pretend to be normal. That's honestly what I think. I think that
he doesn't have kids, does he? Because like the idea of him getting it on is kind of abhorrent.
I think he's mentally deranged. I honestly, if in another life, not even another life, in a life where he hadn't gone into politics, he'd probably be a serial killer. Just being real. Stephen Miller. No, there's something wrong with him. There's something off. He's. If it dropped that he tortured animals as a kid, I would not be surprised. It would not surprise me.
If it dropped that he did that yesterday, it wouldn't surprise me.
I wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't at all. No soul indeed. I don't think anything is going on upstairs besides hate.
And a forehead.
It's true. There's a lot of real estate for hate up there. It's a good one. All right. Do we have any debates? I don't want to have to reset. I might have to reset here, though, if we don't get any debates. Pam, appreciate it. Thank you, Pam, and for the Venmo as well. Jessica, appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it. If you guys want to support, you can help us reach our Corgi goal. That'd be cool. Would appreciate it. That'd be spectacular, superb. Help us get some people in here to debate. Otherwise, I'm gonna reset.
Want to see some photos from last night?
Just real quick, this is Joseph Goebbels. Somebody leaned down in his ear in this photo and told him that his photographer that he had known for quite a while whispered in his ear, "Hey, your photographer is a Jewish man," and this is
Oh,
the
yeah.
look that he gave. This is Joseph Goebbels with hair. This is him. That's exactly what it should. That's the exact look I would expect Joseph Goebbels to give a transgender individual. It. I don't know. It's there.
Looks like Stephen Miller. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, you want us to go full screen for you, Jaden?
Yeah. Take a little look. That's one of them. I was pretty satisfied with that one. Let's pull this one here. This was the host. Took that one. Let's see what else we got here. I got paid for this, so I'm pretty happy.
Hey, appreciate
But,
it. Thank you.
yeah, they were really happy with it, and it seems like they're going to be calling me back. But I don't know. I was nervous as all hell. This was pretty intimidating. I'd never done something of this like scale before. But it was a Cinco de Mayo show. They were having me. I was front row, close as all hell. Thought I'd be stepped on. Almost was. But came out pretty good. Wait, where's the other one?
That's awesome.
Nice.
There it is. Damn, it's not changing. I took a lot of great ones here. Let's see. Here we go. Load.
Nice.
Yeah. This could be a promising new career for me.
Don't know if this person's debating.
Sit them on in. Look at the drag queens. You know you like them. You know you want them. You know you crave them.
There's a whole bunch of Republicans just like
dirty bitch.
A whole bunch of
That's right.
Republicans.
Come on in.
Just,
Don't be afraid.
they just stopped. It's like,
Oh. What do we have here?
oh, I had that
Oh,
lunch.
yeah. They finally did some shit at the airport that I like and have been saying they need to do, which is let the people who sit in back board first or simultaneously. They loaded up a stairwell, a mobile stairwell up to the back where the back entrance is, and I got the fuck in. I sat down. I didn't have to do all that, excuse me, that's my seat bullshit. I got in. Make this a regular fucking thing at every airport, for fuck's sakes. It's so much more convenient. We got in and got out in 20 minutes or something like that. I think they need to follow my lead. Okay? Do it. But that trip, though, I will say, reinforced my belief that there's no such thing as bad kids, just shitty-ass parents and guardians. There was a grandma with two little, I suppose, granddaughters or whatever, that were just nasty, loud as fuck, and she was so passive about it and could have done something about it. What's up, Musk?
What's going on?
Musk.
You,
I don't know what the
you driving?
audio deal
Probably
is,
Mr.
but
Musk, yep.
All right, listen, Adolf Tesla, what do you got?
Are you driving?
He's muted.
They always lie about it anyway.
I know.
It's like asking people their age and then their year of birth.
When they
'Cause
say,
I'm like, why make them lie twice though? They're gonna lie to you a second time.
Because they can't do math.
My uncle used to always tell me that. He's like, you'll never get a liar to tell the truth, but you can make him lie twice. So I live by that.
Shit, I forget how old I am 3 times a day. That's not a fair question.
But you'll remember what year you were born.
That's true.
All right, well, this guy's not connecting, so. That food made me tired. What the hell? I did wake up really early this morning then.
Bunch of
though,
starch.
so- No, there really wasn't. Some lettuce, a wrap, but it was a low carb wrap. Some chicken.
Luna. Hello.
Luna's my
All right,
cat's
well,
name.
if you're debating, go ahead and hop on in the box. Would appreciate it.
I got Chipotle yesterday. I got some left over. I think I'm gonna make a baked potato and put it on top of that. That sounds delicious.
Nice. You should. That sounds actually really good.
It's the barbacoa.
Yeah. I told you what. So Jaden wasn't here for it, but Baby K yesterday, he found a dog in Minecraft or a wolf and turned it into his pet. And then I asked him like, what's its name? And he called it Puppermints. And he came up with it himself, and I was like, that's so cute. He came up with it himself, just Puppermints. It was really quick too. So there's that. He had like a full-blown meltdown because I told him we're going straight to bed, and he goes, I don't want to go straight to bed. And so I was like, fine, you want to talk for a minute? He's like, yeah. And then he passed out within 30 seconds. Literally, like we were both like, yeah, you like fishing?
I do that to my wife all the
I
time.
don't even remember when we fell asleep. What?
I said I do that to my wife all the time.
You fall asleep while you're talking to her?
Oh, all the time. Knock out.
Okay.
Wake up, finish it.
He calls it Puppermints.
It's just power naps. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah. We take like, 20, 30-minute naps. That's good. We got Nick. Oh. We're double or nothing in. Maybe one of them will join.
Yeah, let's do
What if
both.
of them join?
Just keep it under control.
Dre. I'm sorry, Dre. I forgot about you.
I don't actually fall asleep when she's talking. I was just don't forget about Dre.
Yeah,
Dre, you
like
there?
You guys invite me up. Yeah, someone invited me up. I don't know why.
Oh, what were you saying?
I said the left keeps taking L's.
Oh.
Keeps taking L's? Where are we taking them?
We're all taking out this administration, bud. Get ready.
Yeah, I don't think it's that bad. Like every time it's like the news makes everything seem so much worse than it really is. But like,
I mean, I think measles is pretty bad, right?
Does he even live in the
Tuberculosis
United
just broke
States?
out in Kansas.
no, I don't live in the United States. I don't know
Yeah,
why.
okay,
the fuck
shut
you
up.
invite
You
me.
don't live here.
See,
He doesn't
not
even go
affected
here.
by any of this
Fuck
shit.
you,
He
Jack.
doesn't even
You
go
invited
here.
me up.
Your
Chris.
dad already did. Now, if you could please refrain from engaging in this conversation, okay? You don't go here. You don't see the effects of the policies. You don't see your 401k crashing. You don't see grocery prices going up. You don't see measles on the rise. You don't see or experience any of that shit, so I don't need to hear from you, okay?
And even if you did, you got free health care to take care of it.
What?
What?
Where are you from?
All right, Dre, back to your cave.
Maybe we should forget about him again.
Dre is a Christian nationalist?
That's embarrassing.
How's that going for you?
That's embarrassing.
Is God
Well,
back
the
yet?
Bible-
Is Jesus back?
No, he's gonna come, and you all will bow to him.
I bet you say that to your wife, don't you? Anyways, when will that happen exactly?
I'm not. I
That
don't
sounds
know.
kinky.
He says it will happen
I
like
bow
a
and then he
week.
comes, or does he come and then I bow? Which one?
I don't know. Sometimes I think some will be made to bow, and some will bow willingly. I'll bow willingly.
I don't know what the hell that slurred ass speech was, but if you can please answer the question.
I'm not sure if he's drunk or British.
I don't drink, so yeah.
This is you sober.
So British.
What was your question again?
When is Jesus coming back?
Oh, it's South African. I just heard it.
Oh, that explains the whole apartheid.
But I'm not sure.
Anyway.
I don't know. No, no, no.
Yeah.
Pepper,
What exactly is Christian
Pepper,
nationalism?
appreciate the 5 gifted subs on YouTube, Pepper. Appreciate it. Thank you. 5 more to the subathon. Appreciate it, Pepper. Could we get some dubs and drumsticks in the chat for Pepper? Thank you. Thank you, Pepper.
He's muted. I didn't do anything.
This is such a great conversation.
Bring
Yeah,
someone
Dre
else
Your
up.
South
Subs on
African rap
YouTube.
name.
Got 28
No,
subs
it's
on
just a name.
YouTube.
Well, I don't think your name is Dude, is it? Dude.
What?
Me?
Can you
No.
speak
I'm a
fucking
dude,
English,
dude.
please?
The host. What's his name? Dude.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the dude.
You don't think that's a stupid username?
Hey, dude.
Is he Australian? No, he's South African.
No, it's South
okay.
African for sure. How's the panel being racist? That's wild.
That's just boring.
Sorry, what?
All right, you may go.
Cheers, guys.
Jaden,
Pick up your knuckles and go.
apologize for being.
I was wondering if he got. If
Who
he
was
a
racist?
refugee. I was wondering if he was a refugee from South Africa, part of that. The asylum seekers that Trump brought over.
Pepper, appreciate it. Thank you for the 5 subs over there. We have 28 subs over on YouTube. Making progress. If you guys want to sub, support the channel, would appreciate it. Help us out. Trying to keep it going through the Trump administration's bullshit.
Democrats don't know why their supporters camel. Republicans don't English good.
I want the guy who said we were being racist to come up. That was
Yeah, bring your ass in here.
Being racist to the really white guy.
They think nationality is race. Like, if you
They
insult
do.
a British person, they call that racist. Stupid people. Doesn't work that way.
Well.
Hmm.
So, Jaden, how was your time off?
Yeah, what was it like in the real world, in People Land?
Peopleville?
Yep.
Peopleville?
Strange. Yeah.
I visit as little
Unusual.
as possible.
That was the most traveling I've done in a month ever. I've been in 3 states. Now time to sit the fuck back and not do any of that ever again.
Did you get your card yet?
My card?
Your travel ID? Real ID,
Oh,
whatever it is?
what is that bullshit happening at the airport or something? TSA needs a special ID or some shit?
Yeah, you got to do it by. I think it's coming up
tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it's.
I
This
don't
month,
have
yeah.
that fucking time.
Yeah, the 7th. The 7th.
What do I
It's-
have
you
to
just
do?
Make it so it's not that hard. You got to have your driver's or not your driver's license, your birth certificate, and like a bill or something. Make an appointment with DMV. Go to one of the satellite DMVs because those are always a lot quicker. Go through. They have to retake your picture and just make sure it's you, essentially, and then you get a new ID. I just did this last week. You get a new.
I thought you
ID,
have to take
and you
like
can-
what
you can fly.
documentation do you have to take in?
I have a passport card. Is that fine?
Yeah, passport will also work, but you're gonna want a real ID.
Okay.
What do you need for that? You need something with documentation or something like that? Like something
It's
with
got
your...
a star on it, apparently. I don't know, man. Something.
I gotta bring the fucking
What-
sticker I got from 3rd grade.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, my Disneyland hat with my name on it. A bronze shoe from when I was a baby.
Well, I think
And the
I
works.
think it's just you just have to bring something with your social on it or something like that. Is that right?
I had to get my birth certificate. I had to order my birth certificate from where I was, the county I was born in.
Oh. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah, they called the doctor.
So-
They called the doctor that delivered me. To double check.
You still around?
Shut up, dude.
You need 3 forms of ID to get real ID, to get birth certificate, SSN card, and didn't look at any of it. I'm gonna be real. I don't even know where my social security card is, period. And I've already had to go back in to get them again. And then I found it. Found the social security card after I went in to do it to get them reissued. And then I lost both of them. I don't know where the fuck they are. I think they're in a box
Oh.
somewhere. I
did
have
birth
no idea.
certificate, ID, and just a bill with my address on it. It was good.
So that's awesome. Probably gonna have to go find those sometime.
They're not going to tie this into voter ID, are they?
Maybe. I could see
I
that
feel
happening.
like that's
Probably.
the works.
Probably, yeah.
Like, was
What
that
was
the,
wrong with the other
intention of it?
IDs?
I don't know, but I think that might be the result of it.
Yeah. What was wrong with the other IDs? My Six Flags
know.
Fast Pass was enough to get me through TSA.
So my border pass
Yeah.
that allows me to cross from Mexico and back and take the fast lane, I have to go to the post office for that. I can't even get that at the DMV. That's freaking silly. So it's another one just says that I've been vetted essentially.
That is weird. But the SAVE Act, though, even with the SAVE Act, like the real ID is not going to matter.
Yeah.
No, fuck them.
This sucks.
I got to fly in July, so I had to get it.
I'm
I'm
gonna have to
staying
get
put.
it soon. Pepper, again, appreciate it. Thank you. I'm gonna have to get it probably. Plus, I kind of want the. I think in Washington you have the enhanced one, so I can actually like go to Canada with it. I should probably just get a passport anyways, but in the Trump administration era, I don't really think I'm gonna have enough money to travel abroad. So, we'll see. You don't need real ID if you had a passport. I don't have a passport. Maybe I should just go get a passport. It'd be easier, right?
They're not cheap. Like, well, it's $120.
It's like $300, right?
Not, when
Like
I got
$300?
mine 10 years ago, it was like 125, I think. Excuse me. Still, $300 is a lot of money, man. What kind
Yeah.
of money you making there?
Not that.
Let me see $100, bro.
Not that. But I mean, for 10 years? For 10 years? By the way, I have TSA pre-check. I didn't pay for it. My credit card did. Fucking nice. Nice.
Yeah.
If you guys don't have pre-check,
I thought
you're missing
about it.
out. It's worth. Oh, it's worth it. It's what, $80 for 5 years? It's worth it. Honestly, it's worth it. I've flown. Actually, I might need to re-up it here soon, but I've flown quite a bit since I got it. Oh my god!
Yeah.
If you guys don't got it, you should get it. It like the wait time there. The wait time most of the time is like less than 5 minutes to get through security. I take my belt off, my shoes off, none of that shit. They don't even really care. They're like, whatever, just go through the fucking line.
I fly a lot. I really should do it.
Is it 160 now? I thought it was like 80.
Inflation.
Oh, 160. No, that's for passport.
Oh.
Yeah, because pre-check's like $80, but pre-check's worth it. I wish they did a longer time period. Pre-check is really worth it.
Do this shit.
You don't fly enough now? It's worth it, I think. I think even if you only fly once a year, I'd say that's like $20.
Before
and
COVID,
now
I
fucking-
flew all the time, man. But now it's like less than once a year I'm flying. I was always going to tournaments before COVID.
People
Yeah?
seem so much nastier now that COVID's gone on the plane. Something about it. Like, did we not learn anything?
No.
Can we keep the mask policy? People sneezing, I'm feeling the fucking mist from that. The coughs, and fucking piss and shit and farts and nastiness. Stop.
I
Yeah.
still wish shaking hands would have went away during COVID and just stayed.
Would have been
no more
nice.
shaking
Oh, I wish.
hands.
No, you know what I really wanted to go away? Fucking birthday cake and candles.
Oh,
Yes.
I think we have some.
Spitting on birthday
Kids
cake.
and
That
old
needed
people.
to go.
Bleh.
They needed to go. Planes piss me off though. Planes piss me off so fucking bad. Cause like there's like you're sitting there waiting to get off the plane because everybody's slow as fuck, and there's always those people that just wait until like nobody moves in front of them, and then there's nobody there, and they're like, oh, I gotta go, and then they stand up and they're like looking around, they're like, where's my bags again? And everybody's behind them, and there's like 10 of those people a flight, and it just fucks everything up. Just be ready to go. You know what I mean? Unless
Fucks all
you've got like a
250
disability or
of us.
something like that. Unless you got a disability or like something to that degree where it's whatever, I understand that, but like fucking people just No. Oh, it's my time to. And then, fuck.
People in
Knees to
wheelchairs have
chest
to
off
wait to
that
the
fucking
very end.
plane, okay? Knees to
Yeah,
chest
they
off
make
that
us
fucking
wait to the
thing.
very, very end.
Yeah.
Everybody gets off the plane, and then they'll bring the wheelchair because they have to unload the wheelchairs for us. So the wheelchairs are in the belly.
Oh.
They'll pull them out, and then so we'll sit in the front and just watch everybody get off. I would love it if they just got the wheelchair real quick and scooted us off. That'd be
It'd be
freaking
nice.
Awesome,
Like
they
I was
don't.
saying, they have
They
multiple
should.
fucking doors on the plane. Why don't they have multiple exits?
I don't understand why we can't make planes just a little bit wider, a little bit more spacious. You know, doesn't need to be a lot.
Oh, they'll just
What's wrong
put
with
people
that?
in
I don't.
area.
Just
I
a
don't
little
know.
bit wider, a little bit more spacious. As someone that's fucking 6'3", planes
Probably something with the aerodynamics or some shit.
not fun.
Have you
Yeah,
ever
see the
this
flown,
ones where
person,
the-
I don't know what they're.
Tommy, you ever
Go
flown
ahead, Mel.
first class?
I wish.
Have you ever flown first class?
No, I don't make that kind of money. Maybe if I get big enough on one of these apps, I'll be able to do that.
Nice.
That's literally the only gripe. I just want to be able to fly first class so I can get the extra leg room. That's literally it. Kasi,
So
what's
I
up?
flew.
Oh, we got a bait.
Yeah.
Hello, Kaz?
Hello.
I was just
Okay.
All right. Go ahead, Josh.
My ex-wife used to work for the airline, so we flew first class if it was available, and I actually got a flight to Rome first class, but I fucked it up. I took a Xanax before I got on the plane, and I slept for 8 fucking hours the whole way, so I didn't enjoy anything on the first class amenities. But I've gotten first class a few times. But the international
be the
first
way.
classes, they're a lot.
I wouldn't even be mad. I wouldn't even be mad, honestly. If
Yeah, well.
sleep through 6 hours, 8 hours of flight, yeah. Wouldn't even be mad.
Well, no, they give a lot of good food. I mean, you miss a lot of the amenities when you sleep
do.
through it. So
They do give a lot of good food, and so the chairs are wide enough for me that I can cross my legs in in first class, but I can't. I'm too short and I can't reach their built-in headrests. So, well,
Good.
good.
Rubbing it in.
I was
Suffer.
just saying it would be nice. Okay, fine, whatever.
Be nice to have leg room too.
You get bumped. They get bumped to first class at 6 foot. God damn it! I
She's
don't
got
ever
all
get
that
fucking
leg room,
bumped
and
to first class.
she folds herself up in the chair anyways.
That's crazy. I will say those
Someone's in the
flights
box.
where like there's nobody on them are so nice. Where there's like you got a whole ass empty row.
Oh,
my
yeah.
God.
You can switch seats.
Yeah.
I light
Yeah.
out.
Poor
Yep.
people first class. Yeah, nobody sitting next to you.
Yeah. I got this guy.
The plebeian first class.
Right?
It's pretty nice.
A plebe. I do. That's all I want in life is to be rich enough to buy first class. Not because I want the amenities, because I want the fucking leg room. Okay, that's literally it. That's all I want. What's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask
What's
a
up,
question
Tommy?
about tariff. Not much.
Yeah, there can only be one Tommy. Yeah, go ahead.
Be about that.
No, we
So
won't.
about a week ago, my dad had me call around and get some rates for some septic tank and some septic tank supplies. And I found a couple businesses, found the cheapest place, and then just a couple days ago, so about a week later, he called in and asked about that rate that was given to me, and it's gone up $2,000, and he asked why, and they said tariffs. Well, from my understanding, tariffs haven't quite hit yet, right? How can they do that if they haven't hit yet?
Yeah, it's because they're having to pay tariffs on their new stock coming in. So that would be why. I'm assuming it's 2,000 on the tank.
Just the tank itself, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Where you live?
Which, Idaho.
Oh.
Yeah, real close to
I don't know
Spokane.
anyone in Idaho. I don't know anyone in Spokane. But if you dig your own shit, it's a lot easier. Just it's a lot cheaper. But I don't know. Yeah, they're a lot of them. So I saw this from an HVAC tech that was basically like the new stock is not being or the stock that's current is not being tariffed, but everything as of about a month ago, they were adding tariffs into the price because they were going to have to pre-buy, they were going to have to pay the tariffs on the next set that came in. And so the companies didn't want to get stuck getting screwed on tariffs for that reason. But I don't know. Maybe you could call around, see if there's a different company
Yeah,
that take it.
funny enough, like I said, the cheapest place went to the most expensive place, and he ended up finding a place that's they actually haven't added those tariff costs yet, so he got pretty lucky. He digs
they
his
might
own
have.
stuff.
I'm gonna be real. They might have just been trying to screw you out of money.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. But all right, I just thought I'd kind of look into that. Ask you guys. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, they probably.
All right, best of
All
luck.
right, appreciate it. Take care. I'm so glad I know how to use an excavator. I'm gonna save myself so much fucking money in the future. That's assuming I'm able to ever buy my own home. You know, just saying.
I think about all the things I would want to build on my land with an excavator, but then I'm like,
I would just want a pit.
like
just to dig
I want to
and
do
toy.
I want to do a what are they called? The tiny houses. What are they made of? The storage tiny
yeah.
houses. Do like a mother-in-law or something for the kids if they ever need a place to stay in the back. Then I'm like, fuck, that gives them a reason to come over. No, I'm just playing.
I would want one. I mean, like, you know, I don't have the money. I know that there's a bunch of people that have been blowing up across the internet and stuff and making a ton of money. If I did ever so happen to run into like Hasanabi levels of support or Dean or Parker, I'd probably buy a house with some land and put an excavator on it just so I could dick around with an excavator. And Baby K would have fun, you know?
Yeah.
That'd be cool. That'd be cool. So, I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
Insofar as that, if you guys want to support our Subathon, please go sub over to YouTube. You guys can sub over here and help us hit the Corgi goal. That would be awesome. I don't know why the thing's not. What happened to our goal? We didn't hit it, did we?
Where's everybody at?
No. I don't know what happened to the Corgi goal. We're going to set a new one, I guess. We have 10 Corgis. We have J-Rez. Yeah, if you guys want to support, would appreciate it. J-Rez, what's up?
What's up?
How you guys doing, and ladies?
Jay.
I'm doing all right.
What's going on?
No, man, I'm just here having some tea, and I just, as Republicans, don't know why they support Trump.
They can't read either.
Hey, you know, drinking tea. So
No excuse.
I mean, yeah, whatever. So I think this last election, honestly, and you guys don't want to get to the, you know, to the realness about this, is if you're with wokeness or if you're with not wokeness.
Wokeness.
I think wokeness went too far left, and people got scared, people got worried, and they voted for Trump. They had no other choice, and that's it. They rather
What is
vote for
wokeness?
someone. I'm not finished. They rather vote
Yeah, you
for
are.
someone.
Stop talking. What is wokeness?
No. They rather vote for someone.
Excuse me.
that
Shut up. What is wokeness? I don't want to hear your diatribe. Let's go down
I don't
that
know.
road,
It's
okay?
something fugazi. Do you know what fugazi
What is woke?
means?
Something for gays. So what is the thing that we were giving gays too much?
Fugazi.
What?
Do you know what fugazi means?
For gazing? That's what you said?
No,
I didn't hear what you said.
Fugazi. It doesn't
Fugazi?
exist.
No.
What?
It doesn't exist. Woke doesn't exist.
Okay, you're saying people went too far woke, but it doesn't exist.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to invent a word.
They got too
and put
drunk, but
something
drunk
behind it.
doesn't exist.
Yeah, we voted for Trump because it went too far left.
Yeah,
on the
you're
other side.
aware that the majority of Americans have a favorable view of the term woke.
Who are the majority of Americans? Because that didn't seem like
It's
in this
over
last
60%.
election.
I think it's like 62%.
Really? Are you confusing? Are you okay? Do you know
Well,
who
he
won
got a
this last
plurality.
election?
He didn't receive a majority.
So he didn't win the election?
He did win the election. Do you
Okay,
know
so
what
yeah, all
majority?
right, check.
Stop.
So
Do you
that's
know what
it. So
majority versus
end the
plurality is?
conversation with that, right?
Do you know what majority versus
Do you know what
plurality
an
is?
election is?
Do you know
Do
majority
you know
versus
what an
plurality? Because
election
the last time
is?
he ran, he did not receive the popular
Do
vote.
you know what an election is?
Do you know how
Do
electoral
you know why you
politics?
vote?
Stop asking the same
Stop
question.
asking the same dumb
Do you
question.
know the difference
Do
between
you know why you
plurality and
vote?
majority? I'll just
Do you know
explain it
what
to you because you can't shut the fuck up, Jersey City, okay?
doesn't know
The
why he
difference
votes?
is he did not receive a majority of the votes. He received a plurality of those who voted. Most people did not vote
Who
for
won the
someone
popular
named Donald.
vote?
Stop talking, damn. Most people did not vote for Donald Trump in this election. The same cannot be said about Biden, who had an outright majority. Same cannot be said about all previous presidents, such as Obama and even Bush. Most people voted for those people. Most people did not vote for Donald Trump, all
All right, are
three
you done?
elections.
Are you
That's the
done?
difference between plurality versus majority. Do you
Right,
understand
right,
now?
right. So
Most
why do
people
we
did
vote
not
for?
support him.
So why do we vote for?
Most people didn't vote for him.
So
Do
did
you
you vote?
understand that?
Did you vote?
Yes.
All right. Who'd you vote for?
Not him.
This is a weird.
I voted you
So why do
off
people
the
vote?
island.
Fucking annoying.
Nutcracker, goodbye, you soprano wannabe. Nutcracker, appreciate it. Can we get some dubs and drumsticks in the chat for Nutcracker? As always, appreciate it. And one of these. Appreciate it, Nutcracker. And that one was a little bit louder. But yeah, appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some dubs and drumsticks in the chat for Nutcracker for paying to get rid of that problem? Again, if you guys want to support the subathon here, by all means, you can sub to any one of the platforms. We have 28 subs over on YouTube. I think we got a handful over here. I have not checked Patreon because I can't really see, but if you guys want to sub over to Patreon, that'd be a great way, or over to YouTube, whatever tier you want to pick. Like 5 over on Twitch, which is nice. Appreciate it. You know, it does suck. How are? What is the secret? Do I just have to be a twink? What is the secret to blowing up on the TikTok debate debate sphere?
Don't start a sentence.
Like, what is
with
the
that.
secret? What is the secret to this? Because, like, they're over here doing.
What you think it means?
I don't. There's what do I have to do? I don't. What do I have to be? Tell me what you want me to be.
I don't know. Do I have to go on camera more? Because I don't like it.
I don't know. I'm literally just. I was literally just trying to, like, you know, work TikTok and be able to see my son on a regular basis. I don't know if it's going to continue. We're going to see. I mean, I hope, but if the videos don't come back. Jan, appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the membership over on YouTube. Thank you for taking the time out to do that. We're back to the early 2000s of that. Jan, appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know.
You guys should give them gifts. I appreciate that.
I don't know.
Yeah. Anybody competent want to debate? No, I thought so.
Nah. I thought we were just doing a kind of a chill one, but crazy people keep coming up.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'd rather just have
Yeah,
conversations
I'm just hoping
at
for
this point. The debating seems kind of pointless
Yeah.
sometimes.
Yeah.
Is there an Amazon wish list for Baby K? He pretty much gets everything that he wants. So I don't really know that he needs the wish list, but if I was to set up a wish list, it would be exclusively for monster trucks that he wants, because he literally just, that's all he asked for. So Nutcracker, appreciate the 5. Thank you. Tommy, have you thought about becoming a VTuber and streaming as a cute anime girl? I haven't. I'll keep that in mind.
I have now.
Nutcracker, appreciate the 5. Thank you. Appreciate it, Nutcracker. Thank you. You know. Anyway, if you're debating off on in the box, would appreciate it. Hey, Patty, appreciate it for Baby K. Much love, Patty. Appreciate it. Thank you, Patty. Can we get some dubs and drumsticks in the chat for Patty? As always, appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know. I don't know what VTube is, but anyways, couldn't tell ya. Get some debates up in here.
We should host
No one.
divorce your MAGA husbands. It works.
Divorce your mega husband.
Yeah, that's what Reggie has for a background sometimes. It's great. It works well.
I've got one on nationalism. That seems to be a talking point. Everybody's a nationalist now.
Yeah.
I just don't like talking to those people that are off.
Yeah, Paige did give me
more
one.
learning though.
Where's Page's?
Like, do you even realize what nationalist is?
There we go.
It's all men. Mega men are dangerous. It's true.
Perfect.
We got Kyler. Oh, I don't think Kyler.
Kyler?
Is Kyler debating?
Oh, I know him. Not really.
We do accept it now, Reggie. We do.
What's up,
Oh,
Kyler?
what's up, guys? Nah, man, I just wanted to say I hope everybody's good. Oh, Jaden, you remember me?
Uh-huh.
From the dating show? Oh, yeah, you remember
Yes.
me, buddy. I'm your favorite, ain't I?
Apparently.
Okay, well, I'll let you guys go, but y'all take care. Keep doing the
Okay.
good work. All right,
Thank
bye.
you. Take care.
Someone said most violence towards public are directed those who support Trump. Citation, please. They just say shit. Really, self-victimization is crazy. Just saying.
It's true.
Just saying.
Oh, he means we hurt his feelings, you guys. That's
Oh.
what he's
Oh.
Well,
Hear my
anyways,
feelings,
how's the
that's
weather over there for
violent.
you guys?
It's actually kind of
The weather's actually. What is it today? I don't really. Yesterday was hot.
Kind of chilly here.
It's been, yeah, cold and overcast over here.
75 today is what it's supposed to be. Yeah, it's supposed to be
We got a
75 today
overcast.
and overcast.
Yeah, 74.6 degrees. A wind speed of 2.9 miles per hour.
I just
What's the
deflected
dew-
to this
what's the dew
topic
point?
to ignore that guy's feelings.
What's the dew point?
The dew point, it does not show. Oh, 28% humidity. I don't know what the fucking dew point is. What does that mean?
I don't know. I don't know either. I just heard someone say it once.
Yeah, I bought one of those
What is
weather things off TikTok, y'all. Shut up.
Oh, I remember.
What is the
I remember you
humidity?
doing that.
I never heard anybody say like 74.6 before, so it was epic.
Let's drop 0.2. 74.4 now.
Oh.
Seattle humidity is 35%, which is actually really low.
Ouch.
It's supposed to be 75% humidity at 8 a.m. Damn. Damn.
It's actually days like this with the overcast that it's more susceptible to sunburns because the sun rays just bounce back and forth on the earth. They don't actually escape the atmosphere. So it doubles up on sunburns if you're in this kind of, if it's sunny and overcast like that, like it is here in Arizona, it's more of a risk of sunburn.
I don't know what it is. In Seattle, I haven't noticed that to be true. I think it's just because it's usually like really dark clouds. But I remember one
'Cause you
time
guys
out on
get
the
2 minutes of
ocean.
sunlight.
Well, no, I mean like out on the ocean, it was all overcast all day. This was several years ago, and I was out there for like 4 or 5 hours and just got fucking scorched and never felt it. Just got scorched.
Because it's coming
all
off the
overcast.
water, and you're magnifying it.
I know. I don't know.
Yeah.
It was just weird. Never experienced. Not something we really experience in Washington because usually just like dark clouds and it's Anyway, any of these mega men hopping on in the box?
Yeah, man, I lived in Seattle for a little bit, and I heard the flowers on the sunshiny day one time scream, "Go, go, go! We don't have long. Go!"
Get the fuck out!
You get like 9 weeks of sunshine before it gets cloudy again.
I took Baby K fishing. He caught 2 fish. He was like,
"What kind?
I'm not
Trout?"
strong. He was. They were rainbow trout, but he was trying to tell me, I'm not strong enough. I can't reel them in. And I was like, it's okay. I'll help you. So I helped him. Sat there and helped him, like grabbed his hand while he was reeling and stuff. It was really cute. He's like, I can't do it. I'm not strong enough. And I was sitting there just helping him. So he caught 2 fish, and yeah.
Did you get it? Did you skin them and everything?
No, I didn't keep him. I didn't keep him. I let him go. So
I took my son out a couple times. We went fishing, and then I taught him how to, properly kill him and skin him. And he told me later in life, he's like, I didn't like doing that. I'm like, yeah, well, at least you know how to do it if you ever need to. That's the important part.
Yeah. Yep. It's really not that hard to, like, I don't know. Well, I mean, obviously skinning is, a whole deal, but like just, or descaling is a whole deal, but, just cleaning them, just literally 2 seconds. It's really not difficult to clean a fish. I should do like a dad YouTube where I show people all this stuff they should have known. How to clean
I want to go
fish.
fishing.
Yeah.
I've never been.
What's up, Bobby? Come to Seattle.
What's going on? What's up?
Hey.
What's up, Bobby? Paige, you can join?
Yeah. What's that?
Oh, you're good.
No, you're good.
I was just wondering, I voted for Trump. Just responding to your background. Who am I dangerous to? Am I dangerous to a specific person, or what am I dangerous? How am I dangerous?
Who wants to take this?
Well, I want to get some more water, so Mel could take it, or Paige.
Mel, you want to take it?
Men that support rapists are dangerous to women.
Here we go.
Rapist.
BRB.
Okay, so that's the simple answer.
I'm just starting
Well,
there.
that's part of it.
All right, so I mean, I understand what you're saying. I'm just looking for your opinion. I'm not trying to argue you or tell you you're wrong, but if I found a woman that voted for Trump, how am I dangerous to her?
If you're a man and you're supporting someone who is a rapist, you're dangerous. Like, you don't.
Right, you said a woman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I have a girlfriend who also voted for Trump.
Well, she's dangerous for herself.
You guys can stay together so you can be dangerous to each other.
Right.
Well, how
but
am I
rape
dangerous to her,
apologists.
though?
Right. Do you recognize that that Trump raped someone?
I mean, I don't really know the details of it, but I'm sure if he did do it, he wouldn't be the president.
Yeah, you being a grape apologist isn't limited to one's political ideation, okay? You having a conservative MAGA girlfriend doesn't mean you're not susceptible to accepting that kind of behavior, because you still are.
So am I dangerous if I voted for a different Republican candidate, or it's just Trump?
Are they a rapist?
No, let's just say it's no one who committed any crimes, is a clean slate.
Oh, that's total. I mean, yeah, they probably have very bad views when it comes to social safety nets and things like that. But that's a lot better than somebody who's
right.
a
But does that make me
fraudster.
dangerous?
You still voted for a fraudster and a rapist. You still support both of those.
Right. Being MAGA is
So-
what we're talking about right now.
So
Supporting
it's
Trump
just
specifically.
Trump that makes me dangerous. It's
No,
just
it's
because I
not.
vote for
It's
Trump.
MAGA. It's MAGA because you guys have this very cult negative behavior.
Right. Well, the left also has a cult behavior.
I mean,
I'm
no,
not
we
gonna say
don't,
that
because
MAGA
there's nothing on our side that's an equivalent to, say, the 2020 Michigan plot to kidnap Whitmer, or January 6th, or the raiding of public facilities with guns and weapons and firearms and things like that. That's not on our
What
side.
about all the school
Nor is that
shootings
cult-like
are by
behavior
Democrats?
because we don't follow a personality. There is no unified leader of the left. You have Trump. Who's our guy or girl? No one.
Well, I mean, why is your approval rating down? Can you answer that
What
one?
the fuck does that have to do with what I just said?
You know
Well, you're
what?
saying who do you
That
want?
kind of illustrates. Hold on, asshole. That illustrates my
Oh,
point that it's
now
not
you're
a
making
cult
personal
because
attack.
the approval is down, because there's no unified identity among Democrats. There is with Republicans. So you just made my point, numbnuts.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I
we're
mean, there's no
because
reason.
Bobby,
I'm sorry to cut you off. Let me
Democrats.
just
Hold
say
on,
something real quick. I don't know why you're calling me
No,
an
stop.
asshole.
Let the woman talk. Let her
I don't
finish
know why you're
first.
calling me an asshole and taking
Bobby,
personal
because
attack.
you are, but let women speak.
So, Bobby, here's
Oh,
the
you're
thing.
mad.
This is the difference between MAGA and the left. I have a lot of criticisms for the left. I find a lot of less spines on the left. However, we are critical, sometimes hypercritical, and we're not happy. So, of course, their rating is going to be low, but so's Trump. But MAGA, you guys overlook. You look to the left. You look to the right. You defend him. You support him. He literally told you guys he can walk out on in Fifth Avenue and pew pew somebody and get away with it. And you guys, every goose step, have proven him correct.
Right. So I understand what you're saying, and trust me, there are, and I'm not saying there's not people like that, because there are. There's many of them. So I don't want to, I'm just going to tell you a little brief part of myself. I'm not one of those people who agrees with every single thing that Trump has done or what he says. My profile picture may be Donald Trump, but I think personally his character and the way he speaks, it's not presidential, and he's an asshole. Like he kind of is like a goof and a clown, but I agree with his policies and the way he goes about his business, but I don't think you're going to change my mind on that, and I'm not going to change your mind on your political views.
Bobby,
Like I
The
said,
courts don't. You don't agree with him
let
saying
me just
that.
finish what I'm saying, please.
All
I
right,
gave her,
finish
I
up.
respected her, and I let her finish. So
Not really,
I
but
just
go
want
ahead.
to say, all right, listen, are you the guy that just called me an asshole and got really mad at me and took it really personal?
I wasn't really mad at you. I'm just
Well,
mildly
you
annoyed.
took
But yeah, you are an
personal attacks.
asshole,
Like,
yes. But
yeah,
go ahead. Finish your
exactly.
thought.
That's the difference between me and you.
Finish your lack of thought,
You
please.
call someone an
Excuse
asshole because
me.
they
Pick up
disagree
your
with me
knuckles and
on
finish your
political.
sentence, sir.
Knuckles, was that a racist? Was
Bro,
that
no,
racist?
that's not. I don't even know what the fuck you look like.
Okay, so I'll get back to what I was saying and take a seat for a second.
Go ahead. I've been trying to tell you to finish.
Paige, just responding to what you were saying. That's just who I am. I'm not one of those people who agrees with every single thing he does. I disagree with some things he does. I agree with some things Biden has done. I lean towards the right, and I chose the right. And I'm not 100% all in on Trump, but I still voted for him because the left is so bad and they are so out of line
Right.
that someone who's maybe not perfect and isn't that great is still worth my vote.
It's your
and
party.
that's why I
It's
voted for
your party that has sabotaged and took away rights from women, from the LGBTQIA plus community, marginalized communities. You guys hate them, and if you sit with the Schnazi and break bread with Schnazi,
Hey, let her finish.
Stop generalizing.
Let her
You're
finish.
generalizing. See, this isn't
You
me.
voted for
Damn
the
it, Bobby.
person.
Go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
Mel. Go ahead, Mel.
I was gonna let you. I was trying to get you to finish, Paige. It's just the way that they're just like.
I'm sorry.
I don't agree with everything.
Shush.
I don't agree with everything. I
I'm
don't
sorry for.
care if you agree with everything. You're supporting someone who is a literal criminal rapist who is hurting marginalized communities. Why do you agree with that? Bobby, you can unmute yourself.
I shouldn't have done that. I should have given you.
Mega Wi-Fi.
But
Bobby, the point is, you might not agree with them, but it's obviously not a deal breaker. Attacking human rights, attacking civil rights, attacking marginalized communities, you might not agree with it, but it's not a deal breaker for you. And
Can you
that's
hear me
what
now?
makes you a
Is that
bad.
better?
And that, oh shit, okay.
Jesus Christ, yes.
No, I heard what you said. I just wondering. Okay, so if I disagree with, let's say, a few things that Trump did. Listen, I'm not tokenizing, but I have members in my family part of the LGBT.
You are
LGBTQ
tokenizing.
community.
Jesus Christ.
That is
Okay,
the definition.
so
of
I have
tokenism.
nothing against them. I have nothing against them. If you do your own thing, leave it to yourself. I'll do my own thing. Nothing wrong with it. Be yourself. Transition if you want to. I think they should not have their rights taken away. Right? Okay. Let's say that.
We were just banned from the
I
military.
disagree with that on Trump. Okay.
Right,
I
but it's not a deal breaker,
with other
right?
things. Also, hold on.
Bobby,
No,
that's
it's
not a
deal
deal breaker,
for
though,
me.
right?
No,
Okay.
not for me. Because
So
I'm not,
This is why you're dangerous.
Right.
Okay,
You love
because
the people in your
wait, hold on.
family. Hold on,
You
Bobby.
cut me
You
off.
love the people in your family, but it's not a deal breaker to attack them, right?
Okay, attack what? Personal attacks with words or what?
Their
No, their
rights.
rights.
What rights? What rights is my gay brother getting taken away?
Oh, we have states that
Discriminatory
are,
rights.
yeah, we have
What is
states that are, hold on, Bobby. We have states that are, I think it's 4 now, that are petitioning to have it go to federal courts to overturn same-sex marriage, which has been
Oh,
around
so that's a
since.
state issue. That's a state issue, not
They're
Trump.
trying
That's
to
a
take
state
it,
issue.
Bobby, get the peanut butter
That's
out
a
of your
state issue.
face.
He just
Okay,
said
here's the
state
thing.
They're
They are
trying to get it to federal court.
Oh, okay, they're trying to, right? You said states are.
Yes,
Good
these
thing
are
that the
trigger
presidential
cases. These are
election,
trigger cases designed to go
the-
up to the higher courts in the intention of overturning Obergefell. That's what their desire
Okay,
is. It's not seeing much
okay.
pushback from the Trump administration. He supported an abundant amount of homophobes in his administration, including the 3 Supreme Court picks that have indicated that they want to roll it back. So yes, this is on the chopping block. Just today, the Supreme Court rolled back the rights of trans people to enlist in the military. You say that you have those people in your family. You say you support them. Why was that not a deal breaker for you?
And if you
Because
don't think they're not going to
you
stop
asked me a
there,
question. You want me
they're
to
going to
respond?
go for gay people and lesbians and bi people. They're going to go for all LGBTQ people in the military.
Yeah,
It's
Paige.
just that they hate trans people. They want to scapegoat trans people first and foremost. Bobby, you cannot. If you're over talking to me, you can't be hearing the words.
Well, I keep speaking, and someone asks me a question, I'm trying to respond, and then everyone starts talking, and then when I start talking, someone talks over me, and then like I'm just trying to get a conversation going here.
Okay,
So
go,
all
bud.
these things that you're mentioning about he's trying to go after these people, let's
Which are
just say
true.
he is, right? Okay, let's just say
No,
it's
he
true.
is.
Right?
We're not
Okay,
just saying it's true.
Address,
all right.
Bobby,
I'm saying
address
it's
the thing
true.
about the,
I'm saying it's
Bobby,
true. Okay. Okay. Once again, I'm getting
address,
cut off again. It's true.
address
Okay.
the thing about trans people in the military. Are you okay with that?
Okay.
That's federal.
I don't know exactly what is going on in the trans in the military.
Being
So I
banned
can't really
from
get
the military.
on it.
Banned from the military.
So, what was that?
Banned from the military.
Okay, do you ask me if I agree or disagree with it?
Yeah.
Disagree.
Great. So
Okay,
you were
so
like,
can I
but this
continue
is
what
a
I was
state's
saying?
issue. This is a state. That's not a state issue. That's a federal thing.
Okay.
So
Okay. So I was gonna say something, but I guess I'll respond to that now. That's not a deciding factor for me for my vote. And you could call me selfish, but that's the part of being an American. You have the right to vote for who you want and why you want to vote for. You can call me selfish. I don't care. I
okay, but
voted for
what the
him
whole
because I
point of
wanted to.
this, Bobby, is
I
we're
don't
trying to
vote for
prove that you're
other people.
dangerous, right? The
Yeah, yeah.
background, you're being dangerous. This makes you dangerous. You just ignoring things and being like, well, you know.
Right.
I don't care. It's my
I didn't
right.
ignore it. I just said I disagreed with it. That's not ignoring it. I said I disagreed with it. But apparently that's
You don't
ignoring it.
care that much.
No,
It
I
is.
just
What
said
are
I
you doing?
disagreed
What are
with
you
it.
doing to combat it?
What was that?
What are you doing to combat it?
I don't have enough pride in political agenda to do something about it. I go about my day.
Okay, then you're
live
being
my life.
complicit.
I support my girlfriend. She works. I work. I live everyday life like a normal human being. I don't let politics take over
Listen,
my
man,
life.
unless you are actively working to uplift the very people your vote has negated the rights of, then you're not doing anything. You're not helping.
Wait,
You're
say that again?
actively
Say that
harming
again?
these people you claim. Unless you are doing something right now to actively uplift the lives of marginalized communities that have seen their rights rolled back by your vote, you are not doing anything. You're not doing enough.
Okay, so
You're
what should
ignoring
I
the
do?
problem that you've
What can
become
I do?
complicit to.
What can I do?
Stop voting for little fascist people who are taking.
So it's all about my vote.
That's where it starts.
Let's say, okay, let me ask you a question, Jaden. Let's say I regret my vote tomorrow, right? And I
Which you
want to do
don't.
something to. Okay, I'm just saying. Let's
If
say
you
I
want to do
right?
something, you get organized, okay? You get people
Okay, how do I
registered,
do
you
that?
get them informed. What are you asking exactly? How do you do what?
How to redeem yourself, Bobby?
No. You said something. You said
You get people informed. You rally people. You
inform
organize.
people. Right.
Yes.
Right. So
You can inform
I gotta
yourself,
go. I gotta do something on my spare time. So I have to care to do that.
Jesus.
which you don't, which is why
No,
I
I don't
say that
care.
you're ignoring
No,
it.
I am ignoring because I care about more
Because
important
you
things in my
don't
life,
care,
like
I know.
working.
More important
Working.
things.
I
Oh, of course, they have a Wi-Fi.
Bobby, you have enough time to degrade my fucking ears with your shitty Wi-Fi. You have enough time to organize. You have enough time to educate people. You have enough time to attend a seminar, a conference, a rally, something,
I
and
know,
get
I
people
do.
informed.
I do. I definitely do. I definitely do have the time, but I don't want to because I
Okay,
don't
then you
care
don't
enough.
care.
And I am
Don't do
ignoring
it then. If
because
you
I
don't
have a
feel it
right.
as
I
incumbent
have a
upon
right.
yourself, shut up. If you
And
don't feel it as incumbent upon
Because I
yourself to
have a
help the
right.
very people you've destroyed the lives of, don't do it. Don't fucking do it. Continue to be complicit in fascism. Continue to be on the fucking downcline of American progress. Continue to roll back civil rights. We don't need you. They don't need you.
So is this TikTok live the purpose to make people like me do that?
It sure
sort of thing?
is. It sure is. I want you to
So
feel
how
as
many people
small
have you
as you've
gotten to
made
do
these
that?
people feel.
So how many people have you gotten to do that? Let's see if it worked. This TikTok live. How many
Doesn't
people have you
matter.
gotten?
Doesn't matter,
Me.
Bobby. This is a you issue. This is for you. Stop. Shut up. God damn, you're annoying. I pity your neighbors. Bobby, this isn't about how many people. This is a you issue, okay? Because you asked a very direct question. And clearly you don't care. You don't see it as important to reverse course on the fucking disastrous agenda that you've supported. Full head.
And this is what makes you dangerous. You're very
Yes.
dangerous, Bobby. You were actually bragging that you don't care. Your apathy is
Well, I'm
dangerous,
bragging
and
I have a life.
it will get women in your life unalived, some kind of violence, whether it's emotional
Not
abuse,
funny,
financial
Bobby.
abuse, and you think
This
it's
is why I
funny
voted for.
when somebody
We
talks
know,
about
because you don't
violence.
care.
When somebody mentions, a woman in particular mentions violence upon women, whether that's emotional, physical, financial, you laughed. You're
Wait,
dangerous,
say it?
Bobby. You laughed.
Left at what?
When I
What, you got
mentioned,
amnesia now?
I know, right?
Jesus.
When I mentioned
What do
that
you got, amnesia now?
Don't ever do it again.
Shut the
Never.
fuck up, please.
All right, that's enough out of you.
Okay, he's just
Yep,
proving.
I'm reporting
He's
the live.
proving.
Nigga,
I know
nigga,
you're
nigga,
not.
nigga, nigga.
What do you
did
say?
he say
Oh yeah,
he
See
said
the N-word
reporting
there?
the live, and
he
then he
did.
said the N word.
Of course he did.
Oh, but he's not dangerous, guys.
All right.
You might want to find him to like block him.
I blocked him.
Okay.
Gross.
But he's not dangerous, y'all. Bobby's a good one.
Wait.
Yay!
Red flags. Here's mine.
I've been spicy today.
I have all the red flags over here.
How am I
All
dangerous?
right, well,
How am I dangerous, you
know, why do we live in a world with stupid fucking people, you know? I think what's most fascinating to me is they don't even have, like, the concept of self-preservation, you know?
No.
They don't even have that concept. I really just like, how did these motherfuckers make it through fucking Darwinism? How did they make it through natural selection? I don't get it. Left men are delusional. It's the people in the center with absolutely no stance on anything. They're the people that should be running it.
I think Republicans
Not
just
the
have a
people on the
death
left with a vision.
I think they actively want to die. They believe in, the
I think that's
afterlife
so
and shit
too.
like that. So they don't care. They didn't care about COVID. They don't care about measles. They don't care about really any kind of preventative measure. They don't believe in universal health care. Maybe they just want to die. The reason why violence and gun violence specifically is so much higher in those states, they carry them around gung-ho wherever the fucking McDonald's, they're strapped. I think they just want to die. They want to kill each other for some reason.
They're asocial and they're homicidal.
Right.
That's pretty much it.
Yes.
They're it. They're trying to drag all of us with them.
I've never seen people who just hate living so much than conservatives. They hate the environment. They hate public infrastructure. They hate feeding people. They want to die.
But this is like actually, James, is true. We talk about on Juan's live. Mel goes on there as well. We talk about how men don't understand how the patriarchy actually hurts them. They don't get it. They don't understand, like, hey, if you break down the patriarchy, you probably have more success and you don't have to beg for paternal leave, right? some companies don't. They don't understand it, and we try to explain it to them. They still don't get it. They still don't understand how if they don't deconstruct and break it down, they're going to continue to shoot themselves in the foot. The
Literally.
toxic masculinity. Yeah, literally. Clean their gun with the crotch.
Oops.
Yep. They understand. They don't care. Right.
There's a lot of people in here right now. Nobody wants to come talk about the background?
Oh, they're scared. We got to dedicate a
Yeah.
portion of our show to the anti-Tate agenda that we talked about. Some life advice.
I agree.
Yes.
I agree.
Unred pill them.
Yes.
That's
Number
so
one, cut your
2023.
goddamn nails, Edward Scissorhands. That shit's gross. Only women should be able to grow that. And maybe that is sexist, but it's fucking nasty. You guys don't clean them. At least paint them if you're going to grow it. Okay? But people don't want to see that shit. It's nasty.
Especially your toenails.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, toenails is rough.
Yep. Wash your ass.
And wash your ass. Yes. Wash your ass.
Learn.
With a different rag than you use to wash your face.
Yes.
Please.
There are 3 washcloths that should be in rotation. 3.
Listen, if you're a red pill though, first time, take your ass to car wash. Keep some distance. No need to go destroying a rag like that. All right. Hit that bitch with the pressure washer. Be good.
Oh God.
Anyway, if you want to debate up on it in the box. I do think this red pill shit, they're just so fucking clueless. Let's be real, they're like the male loneliness epidemic. What does this fucking Andrew Tate have to say about women?
And it's ironic
it's so
that they're
toxic.
crazy homophobic.
They wonder why they end out in...
Every straight person should have a gay friend. A gay best friend.
I know.
They'll keep you in check.
Exactly.
Okay? They'll keep you clean.
That's
they
true.
know all the girls. They can talk you up. Great wingmen. Okay? Have a gay friend, but they think it makes them gay if they hang around gay people. Who gives a shit? If you're so confident and secure in your masculinity, have the gayest best friend you can.
Be real. I'm kept in check a lot. I have John,
Yeah.
who I talk to on a regular basis. So he's my gay best friend that does that. And my girlfriend's a Scorpio.
Even better.
So I get checked a lot.
Wait, what day?
The 5th.
Oh, you don't know? Oh, what is it?
To the 5th.
The 5th? Oh, I'm the 20th. Nice.
Yeah. So I get checked on a regular basis. It's awesome.
I don't know what that means.
So there's that.
Get checked?
To get checked? Ego
No,
checked?
Being a Scorpio.
Oh. It means you're born in like late October, November.
Yeah, I don't know what that has to do with checking people though. Like, are people born in
Scorpios.
We read
No,
people.
it's just Scorpios. It's
I'm
a
good at
Scorpio
reading
thing.
people.
They read
I'm good at
people.
reading people.
Yeah.
Haven't you noticed?
What are you? What's your sign, Josh?
I don't know. I think I'm one of the.
What?
It's your birthday?
It's either a Sagittarius or a Capricorn. Capricorn.
I thought
It's
Sagittarius.
It's the day after Christmas.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I think you're a Capricorn.
Yeah.
I'm the 30th.
What's that mean?
Oh.
December 26th, Zodiac. Boxing Day? Yeah, Capricorn.
Because I'm December 30th.
You get a app for that?
No, I just looked it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was born at 5:44
Yep.
in the morning. I just got my birth certificate the other week. I saw all of that.
Oh. I was born at 6:08.
It was a Tuesday.
Were you
I was born on a
assigned
Friday,
male at
which is
birth?
why I like Fridays.
Why do you
I
like
these
Fridays?
lame-ass
I
Tuesdays.
don't know when it was. I will tell you that
Probably don't like
I'm a I'm a Leo. I was not supposed to be an August Leo. I was 3 weeks late, I think. 2 or 3 weeks late. I don't know. I don't remember. Yeah.
That's late. Your poor mom.
So, real took my time
took my time on the introduction there. You know what I mean? I think it was like 2 weeks.
I had to share
It was
my
like,
birthday
I think
with
it was like 2 or 3
Jesus.
weeks
I don't
late.
even want to hear it. You know how hard it is going up against Jesus when it comes to presents?
It's true.
It's rough. It is.
All
And
he
you
got
never
was
won
gold
that.
and frankincense, and you got an Xbox.
Well, I think he would have taken the Xbox, to be honest with you. I'm just being real. He just would have.
It was always
would've,
here's your birthday
you know?
Christmas present. Fuck. What? I don't.
Oh yeah, you gotta share that shit. You combine
Yes.
it. That's
Yeah.
lame. You need to have your own thing.
Oh yeah.
It does get
Yeah.
expensive. I get it, but still.
Yeah.
My
Who
mom was
cares?
really good about. I got one present for Christmas and one for my birthday. She was really good about trying to break them up, but everybody else was, here's your birthday Christmas present.
Did you get them early or something?
Yeah.
That's good.
What do you mean?
It would have been lame if you opened up your birthday gifts at the same time as everybody else.
No, I got. She saved the birthday gift for birthday.
That's good.
Most
Like
people
one
just
year I
do
got a
that.
bicycle
Not really my
seat.
thing.
The next day I got the handlebars. You know, just kidding.
Oh.
3 years later, I had a big wheel. No, I'm just...
It's all coming together.
To debate Charlie Kirk, I don't think he would debate me. I was gonna say, I don't like birthdays weren't a big deal for me. I still to this day don't really celebrate birthdays because my sister and I have very similar birthdays, like within a week. And so my mom would always be like, "Oh, well, we're gonna have her party this week and then next week." And after like 3 years of that, I just gave up. I stopped asking.
Aw.
So birthday parties were not a big deal. So, I mean, I try to make sure Baby K has a good birthday, but for me, it doesn't really bother me when people are like, you know,
Yeah, I don't even recognize mine.
this hasn't been a thing.
I'm a twin, so
Charlie
most of my
Kirk would
life has been
destroy
shared.
you. Why is he gonna use that
Oh, yeah,
cheese
being a
grater on
twin.
me or something? The little, is he gonna gum me to death?
Who's got
Is he
the
gonna? Is that
chainsaw,
forehead?
the
He
chop
gonna?
saw going?
The weed whacker.
No, that's a saw. Somebody's
Jesus
got a table saw
Christ.
going.
Yeah.
He would, buddy. Why do you guys always
They were
feel
putting
the
up a
need to
fence.
like go bat for conservative
door.
debaters? Did it work with Parker and
I know
Dean?
that I know he's running from them. It's not like the circumstance of like, you know, it's not a situation where I need anybody to stand in for me. Like, you should be able to hop into this box and debate as good or better
Right.
than Charlie Kirk. He's not a good debater, so.
I've never had to be debate, dude. You know you
He
want.
was in lives the other day. He was in the.
I
chats.
saw that
didn't-
older millennials.
Yeah, I didn't see him in the actual box, but he was in the chats cheering on older millennial.
I would hurt his feelings if he
Who,
joined.
Kirk?
Yeah,
yeah.
Charlie Kirk was.
I would take
Yeah, the day before.
I would take the
he was-
suspension.
The day before, OM was on Charlie Kirk's show.
Oh, I missed that.
That's why.
And then Charlie Kirk had a live, but he wasn't responding to the chat or anything. It was just like a studio kind of live.
He's said some really disgusting shit recently.
Oh, both of them have. Which
I'm not
one?
surprised.
Yeah, I meant like Charlie Kirk, like some of the. Ugh.
Yeah, Destiny's disappointed me recently too.
Yeah.
Destiny's fallen
Well, he's always
Yeah.
kind of.
Hey,
Didn't he have a
Charlie
thing with
Kirk
Fuentes?
really should be very vigilant. Charlie Kirk should be very vigilant with brushing and flossing his teeth. Because can you imagine if this fucking guy loses his teeth? How terrifying he's gonna fucking
Oh
look.
God, it's got to be difficult to do. You know, he's just scrubbing the gums the whole time.
He already looks like Mr. Mackey.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh gosh.
Poor guy. I hope people make fun of him.
Relentlessly. Like, I hope he cries in his car on his way home from work.
I have big teeth. Damn it.
Somebody did
The
ask
biggest.
him on that at that college whatever. Someone did ask him about his. I'll try to find it back. He said college is a scam, and they said, "Do you say that because you didn't finish community college?" Crowd goes,
Yeah.
"Ooh."
Whoop! He's got you there.
Oh,
Nothing wrong with community college, but
No, I went to one.
nothing. It's just weird to call. Okay, Nick. It's really strange to call college a scam. I mean, you're asking for it.
Why doesn't he just support free public higher education then? That'd be a remedy.
Nick, are you gonna join? I know you're not about to talk shit with that hairline.
No.
Come on in, Nick. A face only a
Insurance
sex
is a
offender
scam,
registry
too.
could
We should
love.
fix that as well. Oof.
God.
I think we need to take the show on the road. Not a debate show like Go Fuck Yourself America. Sorry, Unfuck America. But like a stand-up kind of thing. We have so many bits that we do. I think it'd play well.
Yes.
I like that idea.
Like our debates as the presidents, that's funny. When I do my bit about Jill Stein, like how she carries fucking bird seed in her third cargo short pocket. And the one about Trump being leader at a different time in history, like if he was leader during World War I. I told Franz, don't go down that street. It's a nasty street, and look what happened. He should have listened to me, that Ferdinand, but it's so sad what happened. Listen, I had a great call with Hitler. He's a tremendous guy.
See,
love that
we could
idea.
do that. Friends, he got in that car and then bing bong, World War I outbroke. It's true. Bing bong, they got him.
I told him, put the lid on the car, Franz. He decided to go for the convertible. Isn't that sad?
I love that idea, Jaden.
Yes.
Do
We've
it.
been talking about it for a
I
minute.
would never.
I'm
We've
not
learned
doing
if we've
it.
learned anything from Franz Ferdinand and JFK, we've learned to stay away from convertibles. It's true. Also, it's very bad for the hair, so I can't go in one regardless. But usually, when people shoot at me, I'm standing still and I'm not even on the move. I just wait there for them. They've just not got me yet. It's true.
Well, Tommy has a camper now, so you guys
That's
could
right.
hop in the
Do
camper
the show, yeah.
and go for it.
Yeah.
You could do
We were
little
talking about-
interviews from the trailer, like yeah.
We need security, though, as people might tag us or
I'm gonna be
deflate
real.
the tires.
Everything you guys are talking about requires me to be like Parker Dean, fucking doing really
Get to
well.
work.
None of which is
I
happening
know, it's
right
just
now.
an
So,
idea.
Get to fucking work, man. Hey, we were talking about if Jaden does stand up when he goes to open mic, we're all gonna meet out to where it is and watch him. Surprise him out there. Oh shit.
Oh, that'd be nice. I have so much material I can use.
Then do well. I mean, that's really dependent on you guys. I don't know how Parker and Dean are doing it, but they're doing it.
Yeah.
So if I get to their level, then that's something we can talk about. But I don't make enough money streaming and shit. So it's the fucking neighbors.
What's that noise? Is that your neighbors, Tommy?
They're building a
I saw
fence.
something.
They're building a fence next door.
I don't know if you can
Oh,
hear my
wow.
dog in the background. He's throwing a fit because we gave him kibble and not wet food. He's literally knocking his bowl over in protest. He's pissed off.
I mean,
Shepherds are wild. All the noises stopped.
You have to be really annoying when people tip and do grifter battles. I know. I've never wanted to do
I don't
them.
understand
So, I mean, I've just relied on people supporting. You know,
Yeah.
I've never, so there's that.
I've been
I
off
didn't
for
wanna
a
do
while.
the battles because those fucking things are annoying.
Yeah.
So, private funding.
Any support
don't
you
give
can
that
provide
shit,
would be much
but-
appreciated.
Grow your hair out. Let it get all floppy.
Like me.
Floppy hair. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta diet constantly
You have to
Wear
dye
tighter
it. Get it
pants.
all super floppy. Yeah, skinny
and
jeans.
shave.
Skinny jeans
Mhm.
for sure.
You don't need. Yeah, you have to shave. You have to have like that baby's bare ass, like
Yeah.
smooth, hairless.
You have to
look.
scream more.
I'm just.
Yep.
yeah. Is any of this worth
Just
it, really?
not-
Tommy?
It's appealing, huh?
Any what?
I said, is it worth it? Doesn't
None
sound
of
like
it sounds fun.
Yeah.
None of it sounds fun.
Thanks for the
at all.
$25. That's
Oh,
awesome. W's in the chat. W's in the chat.
Can we get some dubs in the chat,
Oh
please?
my god!
W's in the chat.
Thank you.
Can we
for
get
the
some dubs?
$500
Everybody, can we get some dubs?
donation.
Get some dubs. Let's fucking go! Oh my god! With the $500 dono, let's go! Don't do it, Chad.
Man,
Don't do it. Don't sit.
Do it.
Fucking do it. That shit.
Like I'm very appreciative when people tip me. I'm very appreciative, but I feel awkward yelling it.
I am
especially when
appreciative.
there's
I'm just
people
not doing all the
talking.
weird extra shit.
Yeah, after the debate.
I'm not doing all the weird
sometimes
extra
I feel bad
shit.
because it's like they're not even around anymore. But I don't want to interrupt people and be like, "Thanks for the $5." You know, it seems rude. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm old.
I don't know. I agree.
Let's fucking go! Let's go!
Let's go!
Oh, speaking of which, if you guys want to sub, just hit the gold star on the lower left-hand corner. You can sub, you get emotes, you get access to the Discord, and you get
Start doing it for subs.
door picks. If you know
Door
what.
picks.
Door picks, I
Tommy
think.
standing in a door.
I think Beige still has them.
For
John
the
tried to
top
start a
tier, she's
rumor that
got-
I was 5'8". Did you see that? Did you see that?
No, that's funny.
Feet pics in the Soros tier. If anybody Soros tier, you get feet pics.
Actually, he's got pictures of carrying me on his back like my giant. It's kind of.
I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Those are in the
about
top
that,
tiers.
but if anybody,
Hey,
Soros
remember
is
the No
watching.
New Wars thing? A war broke
5'8"
out.
energy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
Where?
war?
What?
India just launched an operation against Pakistan. They just fired a missile a few minutes ago, 13 minutes ago.
They're always
Oh
going.
no.
Oh
Always.
shit. Yeah, they're going back and
India,
forth pretty
the Indian
regularly,
Armed
though.
Forces has launched Operation Sindoor, hitting 9 sites in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Well, thanks, Trump.
Good knowing you guys.
Yeah, usually these situations amp up and then they go, "We both have nuclear weapons. What are you doing?"
They fizzle.
And then they go, "Oh, okay."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
This is the deal
It always
with
gets.
Jammu
It
and
scares me when it's
Kashmir.
quiet. It was quiet this
Yeah.
morning.
It's very quiet.
Yeah, Pakistan
They
is a
do hate each
very
other.
unstable country. Pakistan is a very unstable country. Very unstable. Thought we were chilling with Pakistan. Why do they hate each other? Because Jammu and Kashmir has been basically like central. It was supposed to get resolved something 80 years ago, and it just never has. But Jammu and Kashmir basically has just been at the center of arguments between Pakistan and India and who controls it. And it's been that way for a long time. Goes all the way
It's
back
got to
the
do with their
partition
Muslim
plan
majority
movement.
population.
Yeah. So, but there's also, there's a lot of history.
Religion's
in
the
there,
root
and
of all evil.
Obviously,
Yeah.
pretty much.
Isn't that interesting? All these wars we're fighting over that. Name one war an atheist ever started. Hmm?
War
Exactly.
on hungry children.
Yeah.
War on hungry children.
War on.
Yeah, I don't know what the international recognition of Jammu and Kashmir is, but it pops up every so often. So
Yeah.
Communist countries are typically atheist countries, and they don't.
Have they started a war?
Yeah, they don't. They don't attack. They defend. They.
Yeah.
Hmm.
War on
think we're onto
Christmas.
something here. That's it. We should abolish religion.
And the Met
Figure it
Gala.
out.
That was yesterday. Why do we still do that?
Bite your
Went on
tongue.
a-
Bad
went on
Bunny
a
was
Chapel
there.
Roan.
Nah, fucking
Rabbit
Al
hole.
Sharpton was there looking like a fairy godmother.
You're
That's
supposed
the
to be
weird
looking
part.
at only Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny.
he can
took
stay,
pictures at a
but
drag show all day yesterday, and you're dogging on
yes,
the Met
I don't
Gala.
want to see richer people doing that shit. It's
It was
weird.
good, though. Did you
It's
know the
all-
theme,
It's all
Jaden?
playing makeup, man.
I don't care what the theme was. If you've got tax the rich written over your ass in pig blood, I don't want to see it.
No, it's basically it's tailored. I don't remember what it is. It's to celebrate black fashion.
What? What is any of that? Okay.
Not all of them paid attention.
None of this shit looks like black fashion. You got a fucking Willy Wonka ass hat? What the hell is this? Where's the kente cloths? Where's the dashikis? Where's all that? Nah, I call foul.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
The Met Gala.
Yeah,
I don't like it.
I saw Chapel Roan in her outlandish dress, and
I don't like her either.
I don't know why she's. I guess Pink Pony Club. I guess that's her.
I don't like her. Who's in the box? God first.
Oh my! I bet he's a Christian nationalist.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, I was wondering if you were interested in donating to a charity that helped out homeless gay kids.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, awesome. I'll sign you up. Anyways, what's up?
You said homeless gay kids?
You said it's fine, so no backsies. Anyways, what's up? What do you got?
It's all men. What do you mean by that?
That's
You want to take this?
It just says all men.
Oh.
That's what it means.
You know who this is, right, Paige?
Oh,
Yeah,
hey, Milmo.
that's why I said good
I
luck.
see you down there.
Mm-hmm.
Who is this?
Their name used to be No More War.
Used to be what?
No More War.
Oh, how's that going?
Yeah, how's that?
Well, no wonder you changed.
They gave up on that real quick. Yeah. Oh, is that Lucho and thing?
Is it?
Yeah.
Lucho, did
Is
you
that
hear my
Lucho?
dream?
Yeah, that's Lucio.
Lucho. Wait, what's Lucho's full name again?
Jose Lucho Delgado. He lives in
my.
Richmond, California.
I'm from there.
He works 21 minutes at the San Pedro, I think, casino. His mom passed away, Josefina. I can keep going.
Please, I'm from Richmond. I might have some hookups.
I should contact the casino. Like, yo, you got this guy stalking people for years.
Bad.
How old is he?
You should do that.
San Pedro.
How old is he?
51. He's 51.
Damn.
In the
He's
picture,
51? Damn.
Harassing people.
What do you mean it's all men?
Oh, San Pablo.
Oh, you're still here?
Oh,
I forgot about
Oh
you.
shit! I forgot we had.
Damn.
Thought he dropped.
You know what that means?
So out of all the things that I've talked to you about, we haven't talked about that before.
No, I don't think so, ma'am. I don't think y'all had a topic like that. So what do you mean it's all men?
Anyone? I feel like it.
Y'all take this. I'm a man.
Talked to this ding dong too many times. Paige.
Yeah. What do you mean? It's all men till it's no men? Meaning under the patriarchy, basically, you guys fall into one of three categories. You're either hurting women, you're either defending those who hurt women, or you're staying silent. The staying silent is where the until it's no men kind of comes into play. You guys need to fix yourselves.
Men? When you say you guys, you mean all men?
Every single man, and yes, trans men are included, even though they do have a very unique experience. Yes, gay men are included. All of you, all men.
All men, okay. Let me ask real quick. Do you believe that about women too? Is it all women too?
No. No.
Women
No.
hurt other people too?
Right, we don't have an unequal. Do you even
But
know
do
what
women hurt
patriarchy is?
other
But we
people
don't
too?
have.
Good question, Paige.
Yeah. Do you know what the patriarchy is?
Paige, answer that for me. Do women hurt other people too?
I know you want to control the way I speak, but do you know what the patriarchy is?
I know what patriarch. That's. Come on now, Paige. Don't ask me stuff you know the answer to. I'm asking you. Do women hurt other people too?
They can, but that's not what the patriarchy is. The
Case
patriarchy
closed.
is when men hold
Case
primary
closed. Y'all
power
have a
and
good
dominate.
day.
Oh, he's running already?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. I was gonna cook him, but all right.
Okay.
They always want to deflect to women.
He
Well,
was
what about
boring
women?
anyway.
He
Yeah.
comes into Mel's all the time.
Calls me Melmo.
Melmo.
Melmo?
All the
Like
time.
Elmo?
Mm-hmm.
Melmo.
Okay, that's kind of funny. I'll give him that.
Yep.
Anyway, if you guys want to support the channel, we're having a mini subathon today. So please sub. You can sub
Yeah.
over here. You can help out with the corgis and helping us hit the goal, because this stuff helps us get on the For You page. And be real with you, all of the other people on TikTok, the reason they're doing so well and out so many people is because they get a lot of support in the live there. So if you guys want to support and help get us out, because, you know, I feel like somehow we ended up being the least problematic ones on TikTok.
We survived.
That'd be cool. You
Clint.
can help out by sending ass-shaking corgis, because we're not PG. What's up, Clint?
What whack shit did you say on my live that got you banned?
I didn't get banned.
Well, I have you blocked, and there's a reason for that. So what did you say?
I'm not sure. I think
You
you're
have a
doing.
history.
You were trying to set me up when I'm not homo. You're trying to.
Oh,
set me
that
up
was it.
weird.
Yeah, you said some homophobic slur.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Oh, you did. I mean, you just
No, I
said it
promise you I
now.
didn't.
Okay,
I
nobody
said
said
I
anything
didn't
about
wanna
your
be-
sexuality.
Yeah, no,
I was
listen,
trying to get you on my
Jaden,
dating show
Jaden,
for
let-
ladies,
Jaden, let
and
me
then
talk.
you threw up,
Jaden,
bro. Calm
Jaden, you can
down.
keep
There you
obfuscating.
go,
Just let me
spiraling now.
just let me
That's
say my
not what
piece.
obfuscating means, my guy. Pick up a goddamn dictionary. I'm just trying to recap where I remember you from, and you came on my show and said some homophobic slur, and so I blocked you. Seems like you're heading in that direction now, so preemptively, I think it's for the better
Well,
interest
there
of
are
our
bad
lives,
things
excuse me,
about-
for us to do it again. Goodbye, Clint. I was going to say another C word, but goodbye, Clint.
Is he part of the fam? Is he part of the community, Jaden?
No, he might be
Oh,
secretly.
Okay,
But
so Clint.
yeah,
Oh
you
yeah.
notice how upset he got. I didn't even suggest that, but he got
Yeah.
upset over it, so.
Yeah. Clint, when you say homo, that's a slur. If you're not a gay man, if you're not a queer man, don't be saying that.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of, I think right corner's gay.
100.
I'm gonna just full out say it. I think that is as gay a straight
100%.
man as I've ever seen. And
Yeah. The gayest
there's
straight-
indicators, okay? The shirtless profile pictures, the shaved face. He writes books. It's kind of gay. So I don't know. Can't say for sure. I just know it's true.
Sammy.
There's something deep down.
100%.
Okay, appreciate the sub. Thank you, Sammy. Appreciate the gifted sub over there. Thank you. Wah, appreciate the 5 gifted subs. Nice. Can we get some dubs and drumsticks in the chat for Sammy and Wah? Also, somebody else subbed over here. Kay, appreciate it as well. Thank you. Appreciate it. Can we get some dubs and drumsticks in the chat for them? Would appreciate it. Bert, what's up?
What's up, man?
How's Ernie?
What's up?
Yes, he's all right.
All right, you debating?
Yeah, what y'all want to debate about?
It's all men. MAGA men are dangerous.
In what sense?
In the sense that you guys support a convicted felon rapist who defrauded children's cancer charities, preys on children, was involved in Epstein in a pretty lucrative degree, and for some reason that wasn't a deciding factor for you. So I'd have to question your judgment and overall everyday course of action when it comes to that kind of behavior. If that's what you're not willing to draw the book at, then what is?
Yeah, I just I don't believe any of them convictions, to be honest with you.
Okay, well, the courts do.
That's
So do the
dangerous.
appellates. It doesn't matter your opinion. I mean, your lack of knowledge does not usurp what the courts have said.
Well, I just think you've been so captured by an ideology that you don't see that both sides are kind of evil. That's
Yeah,
what I
find me
think.
one Democrat that has committed 34 felony counts. The ones that you can were pardoned by Trump, by the way.
Or they were preemptively pardoned, which is illegal.
No, Rob Blagojevich was a Democrat, corruption charges pardoned by Trump. Menendez pleaded for a pardon up in Jersey.
Well, yeah,
so
that's
no,
because Rod was wrongfully convicted by Obama.
he was not.
there was some corruption
How
there.
was he
Yes, he
wrongfully
was.
convicted?
I
How?
don't know, but I
Explain
know
the
he
case,
was.
please.
Why do you think
Excuse
Trump
me,
pardoned
can
him?
you explain how he was wrongfully? First
Why
of all,
did
Obama didn't convict
Biden
him.
pardon
But can you
Fauci?
explain? Stop pivoting. Can you explain
Well,
how
I mean,
Rob
you asked me if
Blagojevich
Democrats do the
was
same
wrongfully
corruption.
convicted? Bert, okay,
Are
put
we
down
going
the
to have a
goddamn.
debate, or are you just going to try to
Bro,
vilify
I
me?
am trying to have a debate. You made a claim, and I'm backing
Well,
you
when
into
I
a
came
corner,
up
and
here,
now
you
you're
kind of
fleeing like the
started
wacky
dish
inflatable
galloping.
arms bitch. Now, can you answer that
started
question?
dish galloping
How
a
was?
bunch of points.
Excuse me. How was Rob
You're not
Blagojevich?
an effective debater, man. I mean, I
You
came
can't
up
answer
here
my
and you
question.
started
You
listing
claim
off.
that, excuse me, you claim that Obama engaged in lawfare and wrongfully convicted a corrupt politician who was pardoned by Trump. And I'm asking you how that case was flawed.
Yeah, I'm not really quite sure.
Then don't speak on it.
Well, then why did Biden pardon Fauci and his son if preemptively you don't
He
think that there could have
didn't.
been
Yeah,
some
they had
corruption
not
there?
committed a crime. You can absolutely and have
Well, then
total
why would
authority
he
to preemptively
preemptively
pardon
pardon them?
people, probably because of the lawfare that Donald Trump is willing to engage in. I mean,
What you
does it
guys
not
do with
bother you?
him with
Does
the
it not bother you
convictions?
that right now he's
What you
deporting
guys do
children?
with the convictions? Is that
Stop talking. Does it not bother you that he is denying due process, that he is questioning whether or not he, as the president, is meant to
the
serve the
Kilmore Abrego
Constitution?
story? We can talk about this if
I'm
you want.
just going on about
If you
lawfare
don't
because you
mute me.
claim to be against that and you don't mind it when people who are actually denied due process are deported or are sentenced to Guatemalan prisons. That somehow doesn't bother
You
you.
mean El Salvadoran?
You know what, Bert?
El
I find
Salvador,
it
well, there's
very.
Guatemalan prisons as well, but yeah.
You know what,
Okay,
Bert?
well, let's
I
talk
find
about the
I
Kilmore
find it.
thing.
Be quiet. Be quiet. This is in the background, but of course you come in with
He
your
brought it
leading
up.
up for
Why don't we talk
self,
about it?
and
We're
now
not
you're
talking
not going to
about
talk
that.
about
I'm
the
making a
background.
comparison here. You claim to be against lawfare and then support it when it happens.
Well, no. Well, let's talk about the
Can
Kilmore
you
thing since you
can
brought it
you
up.
Okay.
stick to the background? What is going on?
I mean,
Stick
I
to the
just think
background.
Jaden is
If you want to
so.
go to, be quiet, Bert. We
My
know
guy,
you
I am
hold on
so
for him.
far out of your league as a debater that it's not even worth
Okay, well, let's
finishing
talk
that
about the
insult.
background. Well, then let's talk about the background,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Pompous.
Jesus.
So, do you think that women or men have more rights in society?
Men have
You think
more
men
rights.
do?
Yes,
Who
and if you're
do?
going to
For
bring
real?
up divorce court, if you're going to bring up things like,
How
what is
about the
it,
draft?
maternity,
We involuntarily have to go fight for
men
the
set up the
country
draft.
to get
That
some
is a
more.
system upheld and created by men.
Still, we involuntarily have to do it. It doesn't
You
matter
created
who
it.
did it.
Women did not disproportionately
Did
sentence men
did
to
I
that Jesus
specifically
fucking
create
Christ
it?
Tommy jump scare.
Did I
Men have
specifically create it?
subjected themselves to that system. And yes, toxic masculinity, these harmful toxic
Is that
practices
you,
that we're
dude?
decrying here, no.
Looks like you,
Those
dude.
anyways, you're not funny.
Well, let's talk about this. Let's talk
Bro,
about this. When
if
men
your
and
mind
women
is like
get
a
convicted of the
goddamn
same
billiard
crime.
ball, then we can't have this
Hey,
Oh my
look,
God,
conversation.
can we
Jaden,
stop?
You are
if you
popping
don't want
off
to have
from
this
point to point to
conversation,
point to
that's
point to
fine.
point.
Well, then let me
Stop.
talk.
Bro, let me
Talking over
finish.
me. You
Shit.
Ugh.
You're
No,
going on
well,
about the guy
I
in the
think
back.
you
Just
How
shut
you
up.
doing, Mel? How you doing,
All
Mel?
right. Well, get your points out so I can concisely
Okay,
refute.
stop talking. Damn, there is no draft. We have not used it in 52 years now, and that's still a system created by and upheld by men. That's
It
not a
doesn't-
right
it
that's
doesn't
been
matter.
taken away from
Men still
men.
have to serve it.
No, you
And
can actually.
We
you
have to go put our
don't.
lives on the
Do you
line.
know what
for it, buddy.
conscientious objector status is?
Okay. Well, I'll give you that one. I'll
Okay, I
concede
got
that
you
one.
there.
How about this one? How about when men and women get convicted of the same crime, men have like 30% longer sentences? Why is that?
Because they're more violent. And typically use more violent means to commit those crimes.
The
If
exact
we're
same
talking about
crime.
murder,
The exact
okay,
same crime,
men
Jaden.
usually use more stringent ways of unaliving their partner, are more likely to unalive their partner than women, who typically use things like poison.
There's a reason I'm going to ask this. I don't know who's... Bert, your ride's here. Do you believe in systemic racism? Bert, by the way, I don't know, that cop might be for you. We're filming within 500
No, there's
feet
a
of
fire
school,
truck in the background.
so I don't know if that's...
There's a fire truck in the background, and I'm bodying all of y'all, so we can just keep going with the debate if you want.
No, you're not. What points have you
You're
made?
Okay, so you can't refute
really,
the fact.
really quick. Do you believe in systemic? I just want to ask something really quick. Wait, do you do you believe in systemic racism?
Define systemic racism. Because I do think that black people are at a lower advantage in certain factors. Like, I don't think that necessarily everyone has the same equal I guess, standing in society based upon their childhoods.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to.
Like, for example,
Just
like I
women.
know that black people
Jaden.
are at a higher disposition. I know that black people are at a higher predisposition to be born in a bad area, so then they're going to be in bad environments. That'll be bad for them their whole lives. So I do think that there isn't, equality amongst the board.
Okay. So.
Anything else, Jaden?
All right.
I didn't ask the question.
Okay, so I got you on the draft.
I asked.
I got you that.
What did you get me on? Wait, how did you get me on the draft?
30% longer on the
Wait,
same
I
exact
explained all of those
Women are-
things.
But do you have proof of
Women are
that?
getting
Because the
drafted.
stats
What do
say
you want
otherwise.
proof
I can
for?
provide a source.
Wait, what do you want
provide
proof
a
for? I
source.
can provide stats that men commit and use more harmful methods to commit murder or similar crimes.
No. But this is the thing. I'm saying the same exact crime.
I
Jaden. We're
didn't
not
deny
saying
that,
two
but you're
different
still
crimes.
you're still
Do you want the
describing
source?
a system
Do you want the
created by,
source?
upheld by, and supported by men. There's a reason why men do, because they're perceived that way by other men. Unless we can unpack that bias that men hold towards themselves, then we can have a more equal justice system that would lead to more stringent sentences for women. But you don't believe in that.
No. I think that you think because like men put it in place that men in society don't have to be subjected to those laws.
It's not, what?
Like so.
Not what he said.
When did I ever say that?
Just
Bro,
because a
track.
man made the law, doesn't mean that like men are, absolved from doing that law, such as the draft, right?
Yeah. Okay. So
What?
why aren't you guys? Why aren't you guys?
How would I be able
Go
to
ahead.
not get
Go
drafted?
ahead.
That is
Hi,
just
Mel.
something that
How
women.
you
I
doing,
just
Mel?
said it to you.
Hey,
Conscience is objective
Mel. How you
status.
doing, Mel?
Hi,
You doing
Paige.
good down there? You been like I like your.
Here, I'll get the source for you, brother.
Definitely
I
doesn't
didn't
want to
ask
listen
for
to
one.
women.
We don't want to talk to women. We get it.
I'm not denying your stat. I'm saying these are systems created by men based on biases that they hold against women. Men
So
uphold that
it's
dangerous system.
Hold up. So it's a biases to give women shorter
Yes,
sentences
it is biased. Yes, it is
in their
biased.
favor. In their favor.
Yes.
So it's not.
Yes.
Okay.
This
So
is where,
how
this
is
is
that
the point where
patriarchy?
the patriarchy hurts you guys. This is a perfect example where we're seen as the little homemakers, and the kids have to be with mom because men aren't looked at as like a 360-degree robust parent. And this is where the patriarchy hurts you guys. But you guys won't sit and think about that because you.
Yeah, I just think
uphold the
that a lot of this
But
thinking
cry
is
about
flawed
it.
because feminism has rewrote history.
What is feminism?
Like women have been part of society their whole
Wait,
lives.
bro, you
Like in
unironically
ancient
don't
Egypt,
understand this.
Cleopatra, Hypatia of
You
of
unironically
Alexandria.
don't fucking understand that feminism would lead to policies that would give equal sentencing to these people.
Wait, hold up. Maybe first wave feminism, but nowadays it is radical feminism, anti-misandrist. I mean,
Describe no,
misandrist, not
misandry and feminism are not synonymous.
They are nowadays. You cannot.
What
say
is
that
nowadays?
not
Can
the
you
case.
describe any policy that would indicate
Current
that
time,
or practice?
Current time.
Yeah,
First wave
Yeah, can
feminism
you give
wanted
me
to
an
give them
example?
rights. First wave feminism wanted to give them rights to vote. Nowadays, it is misandry, and it's putting men down.
Okay, I'm asking, give me an example of modern day misandry, please.
The Me Too movement, Amber Heard, Johnny Depp. How about
That's
that?
not misandry. That's accountability. And those were all abusers.
Wait. Because she used her women privilege.
She was an abuser too.
To accuse him
And that
of
fucking
sexually.
case ruled against her.
Yeah, but at first, society.
Is that
thought
not
he
what
was
you
in trouble.
want? The
No, hold up,
case
hold up,
ruled
hold up,
against
hold
her.
up.
That was a $1 billion fucking lawsuit that she lost.
Yeah, but what did society think the first 6 months before the trial was there?
That they were both abusers.
No, they
That's
thought
what
that he was-
society
no,
thought.
they vilified
Yes.
him. They vilified
Yes, society
him.
recognized
No,
that
you're
they
wrong
were
about this,
both
Jaden.
horrible
Jaden,
people
look, I
in
understand
a
that you're
terrible
promising stuff,
situation
but
that
I'm
were
beating you on
together
this
for
point.
longer than they ever needed to be.
I'm beating you on this point. Sorry.
No, you're
Just
not.
like
If
I
you
am
have
the
to
other.
say you're beating me, then you're not.
Like I'm gonna be
So-
real.
so wait, hold
I
up, hold
don't
up,
think
hold
that.
up.
I
I
think
just wanna- I
most
just
of
wanna ask this,
America assumed that they were
Dude,
both.
dude, I just want to ask this real quick.
not
Dude, I just want to ask this.
agreeing.
So whenever they convicted him of being that, or their allegations, my bad.
Of what?
You're
Who?
saying Johnny Depp.
He wasn't convicted.
You didn't see him as being the villain because that was the wide.
I
sentiment,
said he
but-
was. Jesus fucking Christ. I said that they were both abusive.
No, society didn't think that though. because
I
the
don't
media
care what
painted him because
society
he was
says.
the
You're
male.
asking me. I can't
Because,
speak for society.
okay, well, I'm telling you on a
But
societal
society
level,
ruled against her, which negates your
when,
fucking point.
when the trial came to be. But before that, when there were
They
allegations,
wait, the first thing they did was vilify her, right?
no, they
Even
didn't.
though they were both.
They
Yes,
made
she
Johnny Depp
was.
to be
I'm
like he was
sorry.
some rapist.
I'm sorry. If you were in the women's sphere, women were vilifying her because they had big crushes on Johnny Depp.
Yep.
100%. I'm sorry. Absolutely.
Serious right
They
now?
vilified
So they had
her.
crushes on him.
Then they
So
vilified
they
him, and
co-signed
come to
his
find
sexual
out,
assault.
Bert,
They
can you
co-signed his
stop? Me
sexual
and
assault
Mel
because he
had
was
barely
attractive.
said anything to you.
Well, all of your guys.
Pause. Just let me fucking finish. And Mel, why don't you go next?
Learn some
Your
fucking
voice
manners on Sesame Street.
So your voice can be heard too. Here's the thing. They both turned out to be shitbags. They're both terrible people. They both were abusing each other. But people vilified her first.
Right.
Go ahead, Mel.
I don't know why he threw the Me Too movement in, by the way. That was a bit off-putting. Joe Biden, appreciate it. Remember Amber Turd? That's what society thought. Appreciate it. Thank you for the $2 over there.
Yeah, and I think toxic masculinity
You guys want to
is looked
support?
down upon. But what's up?
Yeah, because
Can
because it's bad.
Yeah,
That's why it's
but
called
toxic femininity. But toxic.
You ever had anything in your life that
Wait,
was toxic?
what does that
was
have
good?
to do with misandry, though? I asked for an example of modern-day misandry. You gave me a case in which a woman lost. So can you name anything else, please?
Look, Jaden, if you just scroll through these lives, there's all sorts
I don't
of
have
things, like
time
the
for that
man
bullshit,
versus bear
man.
debate. The man versus
Just give me
bear
an
debate.
example, please.
There's all sorts of things.
Okay, just give me an
There's
example.
all sorts of things.
Just give me an example.
Oh, look, her.
Your rights here.
Definitely, you're right.
They're everywhere.
Clown car,
The man versus bear debate right there.
How is that
The fact
misandry?
The fact that you would choose a bear over any man when a bear has no moral compass, I think that's
Neither do
misandry.
men. Neither does your fucking president.
Neither do men. But you know what? One thing that stands out the most in that is a bear's not going to come back and violate me again and again and again.
Are you
I'm not going to
stupid?
worry about that bear to go off. And
Yeah, man,
violate
is a bear
all
gonna
of the
stalk
women.
your work or your
Let
internet?
me ask you a very
Is
specific
a bear gonna
question.
stalk your social media? Is a bear gonna show up in the middle of the night asking for you?
Let me ask you a very specific question. Would you rather a polar bear or a man?
I don't care. I made my point,
So,
Bert.
so a polar bear, right?
I made my point.
So a polar bear,
I made my point.
they would ravage you.
I
in
made
2
my
seconds.
point.
So
It's
yes,
a
I would
thought-
consider that
Bert,
misandry.
It's a thought experiment. Of course, we know what a fucking bear is going to do to us. It's a thought experiment, like the
Okay, well,
gorilla
then why would you
versus
say-
100
then why
men.
would you say a
But I
bear?
will take the
When I
bear
got
because
you in
I
a
know
logical-
at least one thing. It's going to maim me. It's going to kill me and move the fuck on. I don't have to sit there and be maimed repetitively. I don't
Have you
have
ever
to
been in the
worry
presence
if
of a
this
bear?
happens.
Have you ever been?
Have you
in the
ever let a
presence of
woman
bear?
finish, Bert?
Shut up.
Sir, I live in Florida. I live on a conservation. I can literally walk out right now, turn my camera on, and you're going to go, oh, fuck yeah, you see bears.
Okay, so just give me like an estimation how many bears you think you've seen in your life, like
Oh my
up close.
God, who
With,
gives a fuck?
I used
within
to
like
go
50
hunting
yards.
with my
because
grandfather up in Ocala
well, look,
National
he asked for an
Forest.
example of misandry. I thought that was a good one.
That doesn't
You don't
explain
like-
misandry. That is
you
not a
don't like-
contempt for men.
That is an apex predator versus someone with
No.
a moral compass.
That is a
Yes,
psychological
that is misandry.
response to the behavior that men have engaged in and upheld for eons.
It's a thought experiment.
Okay. Yeah, I just think y'all kind of lost this one, but all right.
There's a reason why you have the fucking bear there. Even you prefer the bear than your own ugly mug.
I've seen you, Jaden. You ain't exact. You're pretty.
Turn your
unsightly,
camera
my
on.
guy.
Listen, Bert, turn your camera
You're pretty
on.
unsightly, my guy.
Turn the camera on, Bert. I know you
I'm
ain't
good.
talking looks.
Turn your
Well,
camera on, Bert.
you're
Turn the
pretty
camera
unsightly.
on. Oh, you
I'm
can't?
good.
You don't have enough followers? Not enough people like you? Oh, that
Yeah, I
explains a
guess
lot.
not.
I think
Anyways, you
Bert
may
might
go,
be
Bert. Fuck
lonely.
off.
Bert's a little lonely, I think.
Bert's dangerous.
Bert's a
That's very
little lonely.
Bert actually
If
is
you're
taking-
debating, go ahead and hop on in the box.
That's like the
we
now they have
appreciate it.
100 men versus the gorilla, the silverback gorilla.
The gorilla won.
Yeah, the
I've been
gorilla.
calling people silverback lately.
I'm gonna
It kind of rolls off the tongue nicely.
That's pretty funny. I've talked to Bert before.
Ugh, awful.
Really, what was I gonna say? There's
Really
a
quick.
debate going on TikTok about what would win 100 men or a silverback gorilla. Here's the thing. Who's the men? It's just like your average. We're pulling 100 men off the street.
Okay, Mike Tyson in his prime, because he wanted to fight a silverback at the zoo. You know this. So clearly there's a desire.
Mike Tyson in his
Um,
prime.
Yeah.
Like 100 Mike Tysons in his prime. Mike Tyson would probably win.
I would say the
Just being
silver.
real.
I would say Mike Tyson will because, and somebody explained this. Human beings have more endurance than silverback gorillas. Silverback gorillas are short twitch, or sorry, fast twitch, not slow twitch. But I think they would do a lot of damage.
It's the muscle fiber, yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it's just their hand on you. Okay, so here's my thoughts. I mean, my thoughts are this. If you have 100 Mike Tysons and Mike Tyson's squaring up against a gorilla, Mike Tyson's eventually going to get a hit, right? But I think the thing is, if you just take 100 random men and you throw them out there in the thing, no, they're going to get their ass worked over, right? I would think like in most scenarios, the silverback's going to win. Why? Because what's going to happen is the silverback's going to run at a bunch of people that are going to scatter, and he's going to single people out. He's going to fuck them up. And like you're never going to coordinate. And even if you do coordinate, anybody that gets close, he's just going to, fuck you up. And then, like, sure, they don't have the endurance, but when you're 4 to 10 times stronger, even twice as strong as humans, and you're still fucked. And the silverback would win against like 100 people. It'd be too
on
hard to
average,
coordinate an attack. I mean, it'd be so discombobulated.
Yeah, on average, they're like 400 pounds. So all you have to do is just have to swing a few times and take out like 10, and just keep going.
Yeah, I mean, a silverback like swing is, I know.
Smacks.
SME. I don't know why everyone says they're scared, and I don't even know who you are. Not debated like
You're
I don't
scared.
know,
You're scared of the
20,000 people
amazing
at this
things that
point.
Trump's
You're good.
What?
You're scared of the amazing
What's
things
he
that
done?
Trump's doing.
That's not even the
Oh,
background.
okay.
What's he
Anyways,
doing?
Daily
What's he
crossings
done?
are down 93% since he took office. So you secured
can
the
you give me
border.
a source on that?
U.S. Border
So
Protection Services.
what has he done?
website.
I'm sorry.
What's the
What
name of
has
the
he
source?
done? Wait. Hold on. What
Daily
has he
border
done
crossings are down
to cause that?
93% since he took office. Huh?
That's a claim.
He secured
His
the border.
deportations are also down. Fuck. Can you? What did he do?
He secured the border
Okay, how?
What did he do? What policy did he put in place?
by using the border protection services to secure the border, which Biden should have done.
What did he change? We have border patrol. It's border patrol, by the way.
It doesn't
We
have to be a
border patrol
policy.
that were
He
there
just
under
did
Biden.
it. He told them to secure the border, and they
It
did
does
it.
have to be a policy.
It doesn't have to.
It
be
does
a
have to be a policy because what did he change? It absolutely does, because you have to
doesn't.
show that he changed something over what. Yeah, oh my God!
It doesn't.
You have to
Why does it
show
have to
that
be a
he
policy?
changed something that would affect. I don't know, because otherwise he didn't do anything. He didn't change anything. It just happened.
No.
Shanna, appreciate it.
Gave them
Thank you.
authorization to secure the border, so they did. Something Biden could have done. but
Cool.
he never
Okay,
did.
so you're
He did it
telling me,
before he
awesome,
built the
cool.
border.
You're telling me that Joe Biden handed. I'm saying that Joe Biden, the numbers were already declining, and Joe Biden just handed that off to Trump.
Hey, can you stop interrupting,
gang
please?
members and other members.
Can you stop dude, you gotta calm down. It's getting crazy. You gotta calm down. So Joe Biden handed off really low numbers to Donald Trump, and Donald Trump's taking credit for it, or did Donald Trump change something?
It wasn't 93% under Biden.
I know
Go
Biden
look it
handed it
up.
off to him. It was gonna be the next month.
Okay, I've
Prove it
looked this
wasn't.
up. I can't find
Prove
any
it wasn't.
comprehensive source on this.
It's on the border.
So they're trying to
Protection
show
Services website,
number one. They're
government
showing.
website.
So here's, but really quick. Shut up for a second, because I know what stat he's talking about. But this is what I find most fascinating. Right, is that we don't really know why. Right, because it's not like
do
it's
know why.
changed. It's probably a mixture of a few different things. Can you stop fucking talking? Can you try that out for size? Cool, awesome. that there's a couple of different reasons that it could be. One is that people, generally speaking, are just concerned and scared and don't want to show up under the Trump administration because that was for the first month. The other thing, though, is that Donald Trump rerouted a shitload of people across the country to go and deport people. So how much of this is actually there are less people coming? How much of it has to do with they were fearful of what the Trump administration was going to do in the first month, or what they were waiting to see whether or not they came through? And then how much of it is Donald Trump rerouted Border Patrol and border agents across the country for deportation purposes? Which, by the way, he failed. He failed. Biden was deporting more. And then there's the obvious here.
Doesn't
How does
matter if it was
deporting
fear-
people
doesn't
help
matter
us?
if because they're scared. It matters this is happening. So if they're scared to
Yeah,
cross
but
the border,
Biden-
then it's
but
good
Biden did-
implication and
Did
means
you
they're not
hear
crossing the
Tommy?
border anymore.
Did you hear Tommy? Biden did more. In fact, 20,000 more than what.
Yeah, but he also let in a lot more people.
Great. So
He didn't let
turned
in
them
anyone.
around.
So what?
People came
Yeah,
in.
he did.
How
He
many
had an
people
open
are
border.
All right, I'm gonna.
Sorry.
I have a question really quick. Why should I care about the border? Why should I care about immigration? Why is it a good thing that less people are coming here?
So you don't want borders at all? You think all countries should just be open to everybody?
Can you not answer questions with
That's
questions?
a straw
Can you just
man. I
answer
didn't
that?
say that. I
That's
didn't
not a
say
straw
that.
man.
It is.
You're saying why
Answer
should
the
you
Answer
care
the
about the
question
border?
directly, please.
That is a straw
Because
man.
it's
I'm
important to
asking
have
you
a
why I
secure
should
border.
care about.
All right. Why is it
Why?
important?
It's important to have a secure border because you don't want to allow violent people that come in the country and great people like Lake and Riley that
Like
would still be
Donald
alive
Trump?
today.
Like Donald Trump.
Oh, we already listen.
So-
Like Donald Trump, we already have that. Don't start with the criminal
The
stuff.
difference is
Migrants
yeah,
actually
he's a
commit
citizen.
crime at a lower rate. I was still talking
And you know what
things.
you
I
do
don't
with
give a shit.
citizens?
He's
We
a
throw
criminal. What the
citizens in
fuck?
jail.
He's a citizen. He's a citizen. That's crazy behavior. So migrants actually commit crime at a lower rate. If we were to replace all MAGA with migrants, our crime rate would go down.
That's not a comparison.
So
Migrants shouldn't
it's
be in the
not
country
really
in
a
the
good
first
argument
place.
for you.
It isn't a good argument. They shouldn't
I'm
be in the
asking
country
you
in the first
why.
place. Because it's
I'm
a
asking
criminal.
you why.
It's a
Right,
criminal
we're going in
offense
circles.
to cross over the border.
That's an appeal to legality. I'm asking you for why it's
It's not a-
bad, not what the law says.
Because we have borders, and the law says you can't cross that border, and there's a proper way
That's
to
an
cross
appeal
that
to
border.
legality. That's an appeal
Everything's
to
to do with
legality. I'm
legality.
asking you for why it's detrimental. I'm asking you for why it's
I
detrimental to
gave
our
you an
country.
example, Lake and Riley.
Okay, Molly Tibbetts.
That's not, because when you're pointing out to a single instance and you're
So
you're
that's one
literally
of
saying
many.
that that's the
One
entirety of
of
the
many.
migrant population. Excuse me. You have a real problem interrupting people.
You interrupted me
It's
as well.
real
so-
annoying.
It's his live.
I'm
He
trying to
can do
force
what he
out a
wants.
thought because you keep cutting me off.
No, you
Cool.
just don't want to agree
So
that
you
Donald Trump
guys
done something
do.
good and secured the border.
No, he didn't.
I'm asking you. You have not told me what he's done. You have not
You jumped
indicated
topics.
how it's good.
Hear me out. You jumped
I
topics.
didn't jump
You were talking
topics. I
about
simply
securing the
asked you
border, and now
why
you're going from
should
securing
I
the border to
care?
why
All
should
right,
I care
man.
about immigration?
You won't tell us what he did to secure the border, but I'll ask you this. What is the long-term border solution here? Say over a decades-long period that would actually reduce migration.
The point is to have people come through the proper channels and not to cross
Okay,
illegally. That's
I
it.
understand that. That's not what he's doing.
That is what he's doing.
No, he's
That's why
not.
the
So
border
you're saying
crossings
that
are
he's
90%
opened
lower.
up more facilities. You're saying that he hasn't rolled back the CBP One app.
Okay, people are entitled to come here.
Okay, that's not an entitlement. That was the legal process. That was how people kept up to date with their court dates, with their records, with their interviews and hearings and things
Biden
like
wanted
that.
to.
That was a legal proceeding that he rolled back. So I'm asking you, long-term speaking, what is he doing to address the shortages in judges, the shortage in facilities, the shortages and the backlogs that happen when people who are trying to cross legally?
We don't need it.
You're saying that we need long-term border security, and now you're saying we don't.
Correct. We need long-term birth security. You're talking
Okay,
about judges allowing
this would
people to
be
the
a
country. You don't need
long-term
to allow people into
solution,
the
and you're
country.
saying we don't
People are
need it.
entitled to come here.
The issue was the lack of judges. The issue was the lack of facilities. The issue
we
was the
don't
lack
need
of
judges.
processing. That is how we can facilitate this and make sure that it's not backlogged to the tune of millions
We
or to the
don't need
point that
judges.
people are sneaking in or coming across illegally. They
We
can
don't-
do it, and you should encourage more legal methods, but you're not. So this
Jaden,
isn't a
we don't need
long-term
judges.
solution.
We don't need more judges.
We do need more judges.
We
For what?
absolutely do. In fact,
what?
now hold on. You're actually going against the Republicans. The Republicans have even come out and stated that we need more judges to help facilitate and fast track some of these people. You didn't get the talking point? You didn't get that one yet?
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying that we don't need to be bringing in this many people to the country.
Shit.
Okay,
They're
we
not entitled
wouldn't
to
have
come
to
here.
do that if we had more people overseeing the process. That's a long-term solution.
Or you could just
Mel,
not allow
appreciate
people
it.
in the country.
Okay, how do you do that?
It's exactly what Donald Trump's doing now. We have
Which is what?
daily border crossings. He's
What's
giving
he
them-
doing?
Be
he's giving them
specific.
resources
You're
they need
pointing to the splash.
What is
You're
he
not telling me what
doing?
caused it.
Okay, I'll give you a perfect example. So, for
No, you
example,
won't.
when someone's illegally trying to cross the border, guess what? They're going to be apprehended, arrested, and turned back. Guess what Biden was doing?
Okay,
He
I'm
was just
asking you about a
allowing-
long-term
allowing
solution
them
here.
to
Biden did the
cross
same
over
thing.
river.
Biden
He
did
was
the same
allowing them
thing.
to-
Okay,
Biden did the
allowed
same
let's
thing.
be
But I'm
clear
asking you
here.
for a
Let's be
long-term
clear.
solution.
Let's
You can't
okay.
just keep
watch
kicking
them, and they
people
didn't
out.
arrest
They'll
them or
come back.
apprehend them, and they just let them go.
You're not even listening.
Also, more gotaways happened under Trump.
I just
You
want to
understand that
point
we were
out.
at max capacity at some of these facilities that they've had to let people go.
I just want to point out really quick that Joe Biden and his administration apprehended more people at the border. So I could just
Yes,
make the
there are a lot more
argument.
millions of people coming
Really,
in.
really, I could just make the argument, and you wouldn't be able to combat it. That
No, I
Donald
wouldn't.
Trump is just not able to keep up with catching the same amount of people that Biden did.
Yes, he does.
How do you know? You're showing me apprehension numbers. Joe Biden's was better.
That's because more people were coming in. This is logic.
More people were coming in.
You guys
Prove
don't have
it.
logic.
Where were those numbers
people
coming
were
from?
coming
Because
in
those
under
numbers
Biden.
that you're referencing about more people coming in came from apprehension numbers.
Yeah, that's why daily border crossings are down 93% because less people are coming in.
Those are from apprehension numbers. So if Donald
border
Trump does not
apprehensions
have
and
the border apprehensions that Joe Biden does, couldn't I make the argument that Joe Biden did a better job apprehending people?
No.
Why not?
Doesn't
No,
make any sense.
it does make sense. You're pointing to apprehension numbers and saying that Donald Trump is apprehending less people than Joe Biden's success. You're saying, well, more people
have to
came here under
apprehend
Biden. The
people.
only reason we know more people came here under Biden was because of the apprehension numbers.
But that's retarded. He let in so many people.
Alrighty. Of course that's in your vocabulary.
Oh, God. You know, they're really struggling here. Really
They're not
struggling
sending their best.
here. They're not sending their best, their brightest. These fucking guys are really... you know, honestly, I really think this whole migrant thing is... they're very concerned that they're replaceable by people that barely speak English because they're completely useless as a human entity. MAGA is. So...
I hope their job is replaced by migrant AI. Kenton.
Oh, my God.
Mexican American robots and stuff. Yeah.
Something, I don't know. We'll figure it out later.
A Chinese-built
Just to spite-
AI robot machine.
With the sombrero.
Right, with a chip that was designed by George Soros. Oh my God, and Bill Gates. It runs on Windows. You know what I mean? If Mega was an operating system, they'd be Windows 95. for sure.
God, it'd be awful.
For sure. Definitely Windows 95. Nathan, what's up?
What's up?
What's going on?
Oh, what do you mean by it's all men? Do you mean everybody that supports Trump is men, or?
No.
No.
Nice try.
And what do you mean by it's all men?
Have you heard of it's all men till it's no men?
No,
Never?
I've not. No, I've not.
Because these are separate. They're related in a way, but they're separate.
Okay.
So it's basically talking about the patriarchy, like trying to break that down. Do you know what the patriarchy is?
Yeah. Okay. So
It's a system that all men benefit from.
yeah. So why do you not like Trump or MAGA? Just like
Because they uphold
like a general
systems and beliefs that are harmful to society, specifically marginalized communities.
Like what?
Like just today, banning trans people from the military and veterans access.
I don't see how that would. Okay, sure.
Okay. You agree with that, all right? Rolling back civil rights protections when it comes to schools, okay? There's what's called Project 504, which facilitates programs for the disabled, for the people who are special needs.
Mm.
Okay, they've rolled those back. They've canceled them, sent them down to a lower level.
Okay.
Yeah.
Federal bans on discrimination have been rolled back.
Mm-hmm.
Executive Order 125, I can't remember the exact number, but 60s era civil rights executive order rolled back by Trump, allowing government facilities to discriminate against racial lines, against gendered lines, against ability.
You guys are also MAGA people. You guys are against veterans. Trump got rid of the veterans unaliving hotline, the LGBTQIA plus unaliving hotline. He talks shit about veterans. He got rid of DEI programs, which benefit mostly people like women and veterans and people with disabilities. So it's DEIA, sorry.
Not to mention the registry that is taking place right now of autistic Americans in this country, as administered by RFK Jr., who has a lick of understanding of what autism is.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys are anti-medicalists. That makes you very dangerous, too. Anti-science, anti-medicalists. You guys have issues.
Well, no, I didn't say I was a MAGA fan. I don't like either of them. But I
you
sure
voted
as hell,
for Trump.
I didn't vote at all.
Okay.
Oh, great. Okay. You know that
Well,
that doesn't make you a good guy. You know that, right?
I didn't say I was a good guy.
It makes you dangerous because that's apathy, which is a characteristic of toxic masculinity. Stoicism.
Okay. So you'd rather me vote for the dangerous man than not vote at all?
No.
No.
Rather you vote against the dangerous man than not vote at all.
Well, I don't believe in any of their systems whatsoever, either of them. So I wouldn't vote for somebody I don't want to become president, and
Why
vote
did
for
you
somebody that
not
is
want the
quote-unquote
alternative?
because I don't believe in anything that she stands for.
Like what?
Just I can't name
Gotcha.
off like specifics.
Because you don't have anything.
You're right, I don't. But
Okay.
either way, that isn't.
And that's your privilege. Especially as a man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's your privilege as a man. You don't have to worry about your health care being taken away. You don't have to worry about, you're not transgender, so you don't have to worry about your job in the military being taken away. You don't have to worry about any of the things that Jaden just mentioned because you're fine. No laws are being made against you.
Sorry to interrupt you. What has Trump done to revoke any rights from women in general, like at all?
He put in 3 Supreme Court justices that were against Roe v. Wade, and even though they did lie and say that they weren't going to touch it, they most certainly went in and they did touch it. They sent it back to the states. Had he not put those 3 in there, it probably wouldn't have gone back to the states. And now we, like myself in Florida, we were allowed to vote on it this past election. But Governor DeSantis turned around to take it from 15 weeks to 6 weeks. He turned around and played an okey doke and said, "Oh, sorry, you guys have to have 82%," even though overwhelmingly, or sorry, 84%. We got to 82% of the vote, and he ignored it. He said no, and now it goes to 6 weeks. We have women that are unaliving because of that, because of Trump, because he's the one that put those 3 people in there. We have women, over 35,000 women in Texas who have been forced to have their rapist baby. Louisiana, if you get knocked up by your uncle, you have to have the baby. If you're great, you have to have the baby.
Okay. Now you're speaking about abortion. I don't see the problem with carrying out with a baby and putting it for adoption, because either way, that is still
Yes, adoption
a
is a
human being.
yeah, that's a solution to parenting. That's not a solution to pregnancy. And quite honestly, I personally don't debate men, cis men in particular, on abortion, because you will never know the dangers of pregnancy. You'll never know the dangers of birth. I don't care for your opinion at all.
Okay.
If Jaden wants to debate you on abortion, that's totally fine. I can go on mute. I don't know.
Well, I mean, like you said, just to piggyback off of Paige's point, adoption is not a solution to this. And if anyways, I'd say that carries a great deal of trauma with it, a sense of abandonment, which many people who have been adopted can say is a unified condition. Is that sense that they were not wanted? It's still that internalized anguish, no matter how close they are with their adopted family, that still persists, and that's unfortunate. Not only that, but there is still a great deal of neglect and, frankly, abuse that happens in these adoption centers and in foster care as well. That's too commonly overlooked. People think of adoption as this beautiful thing. You're finding this family for this child, but there's still so much that goes into that, especially for older children. Teenagers who are less likely to be adopted, that don't see that similar level of comfort and support. So I wouldn't say that that's like a go-to solution, nor does anybody owe it to another person just to have carried to full term just because somebody else wants a child. Like, that's still that person's body, that's still their autonomy. That's not a right that somebody else should have.
Okay, I see your point on that. Well, I appreciate y'all time and not like writing me off as like a retard or something. So thank you.
All right. Thought he said a slur at the end there. My headphones fell out.
I did too.
Did he actually? Yeah.
Wait, was it the R slur, guys?
I thought I heard that.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that was fun. If you guys want to support the channel in the Subathon, there's a Venmo Cash App in the bio. You guys can sub over on YouTube or over on Patreon. You can sub on here. Would appreciate it. I don't think I have my son this weekend, so I think we're going to run a live. Wait, let me check.
Let's see who's live.
I don't think I have him this weekend. And if I don't, we'll run out some lives throughout the weekend. So anyway, who's live? We're gonna rate him. Appreciate everybody that supported. Can we get some dubs for everyone that did help support and that subbed and tipped and all that other stuff?
I wish they'd show the names of the people on the lives here. It just shows you the title of the live.
Yeah, I appreciate if you guys subbed over here, because I think we got like 20 subs off here. We got 35 off of YouTube, and on Twitch I think we got 5.
Nemo's live. She's an up and coming debater. I'm like mutuals with her. She's really good.
Who?
Nemo with a Canadian flag, not Nemo the guy.
Just want to raid Pickles?
Yeah, Pickles is live too.
Do you want to send me the other person you want me to take a look at?
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
All right, Pickles is live. We're gonna raid. Everybody appreciate it. I'll be on live tomorrow at 9 a.m. And yeah.
Alrighty.
All right, guys. I will see you tomorrow.
Take care.